matchups today, some well-known players, and even two of our last chance qualifiers in the field. Should be
Yeah.
some great Lorcana.
We're going to be spreading out the top eight just a little bit. Our first set of quarterfinal matches will be two matches going, and then we'll have a quarterfinal two that'll start in about an hour after that. We will do each of the semifinals separately, so we'll be able to bring you as much awesome Lorcana content as we possibly can. We're going to go over our first two quarterfinal matchups here. The one that we'll be starting off with is going to be the former Magic World Champion Nathan Stoyer, who started 3-0 yesterday with Ruby Amethyst Control. Let's go ahead and take a look at his deck list, and we'll talk a little bit about it. So this build, obviously, a bit different than what we're used to, thanks to the 3 copies of White Rabbit's Pocket Watch. He gets a little aggressive sometimes with Archimedes. We watched him actually punish one of the Sapphire Ember decks yesterday by actually questing early, which Ruby Amethyst doesn't do that well.
Right, and I think that particular game, Nathan just got a good read on the draw he had and decided his opponent might not be very prepared for such an aggressive start.
Mm-hmm.
But with only 2 Archimedes, I'm not totally sure we'll see that happen very often.
Yeah, for sure. His opponent is going to be one of the members of the Magic Hall of Fame, Frank Karsten, playing Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. This is an aggressive strategy built around the early drops like Lilo making a wish and Stitch New Dog, utilizing Bodyguard with Simba Protective Cub. And the top end features Ariel Spectacular Singer, which can sing either Grab Your Sword or Whole New World, and then Stitch Rockstar, which is an awesome draw engine alongside Stitch New Dog.
Yeah, like you said, this is an aggressive build. Frank is a big fan of aggro decks, and he's going to be looking to get under those Be Prepareds from Nathan.
All right. So we do have a second quarterfinal match that is happening simultaneously to this one. That's going to be fellow Lost Boy Harlan Fear playing an Amber and Sapphire list that 3 copies were into the top eight, and he's going to be playing against one of our last chance qualifiers in Kurt Spies. That is going to be off camera though, and we will get to that match if we have time. But the players in the feature match area are ready to go, and we are ready to go as well. So let's head on down there and watch these two players battle it out. On your left, Frank Karsten, Hall of Famer for Magic the Gathering. On your right, Nathan Stoyer. The records shouldn't be that, but it's okay. Stoyer was 3-0 yesterday. We'll just take the records off. It's fine. Stoyer's Ruby Amethyst deck doesn't often play 1-drop, so it will deploy those Archimedes and things in order to be defensive against, those Lilo making wishes and early drops.
Yeah, and I talked to Nathan about his preparation for this event. He said he worked with Luna, Isan actually, who's been a
Hearthstone Grandmaster.
Hearthstone Grandmaster, and has been a prominent player in the Lorcana community so far, particularly with Ruby Amethyst. So they work together on a deck list. Luna is playing that same build along with a couple other players in some tournaments this weekend as well. And they decided to trim all the way down to those 2 copies of Archimedes because they expect more of a mid-range meta.
All right, well, turn 2, Magic Broom from Nathan Stoyer. This 2-cost Amethyst character, not really for this matchup specifically, more geared towards those longer games where you want to shuffle cards back into your deck, but Nathan here deploying it early so he could defend against a potential turn 2 character. Frank Karsten plays Simba Protective Cub and plays it untapped.
Yeah, Simba maybe not at his absolute best without a turn 1 character to protect, but as we start to see this game develop, Simba's definitely going to stay relevant on the board. Once Frank gets some good questing characters down, Simba's going to require either a bigger answer from Nathan's hand or a 2-for-1 on the board.
Yep. The 3 willpower on Simba Protective Cub makes it one of the best cards in the aggressive strategies. We'll get Simba Protective Cub on screen, talk about it a little bit. This 2-cost 2/3 is inkable. It is the only 2-drop character that does have the Bodyguard ability so far, so it makes it ideal for pairing it with 1-cost characters like Lila Making a Wish that can quest for high amounts but can't protect themselves very well, or Rumble in combat. Frank here does find a Grab Your Sword off of the Ariel Spectacular Singer, which threatens to completely destroy Nathan's board position with these 2 characters in play with only 2 willpower.
Yeah, Grab Your Sword, typically in card games you'll see board wipes like, I don't know, Pyroclasm in Magic, Twisting Nether and Hearthstone not necessarily be good against control strategies, but there are two keys with Grab Your Sword. One, it's one-sided, and second, every deck in Lorcana has to play early characters to contest the board. So Grab Your Sword, particularly if you can play it for cheap by singing it with Ariel, can be a great way to get back some tempo and neutralize even a control deck's early game.
All right, so Stoyer deploys Mickey Mouse. This Wayward Sorcerer can return the brooms to hand if they can challenge in combat and then are banished. They will not return to hand if they go to the banished pile another way, such as Grab Your Sword. So Karsten likely going to go ahead and fire that off here for free and then deploy some more threats to the table. Stoyer here with 4 ink can threaten Maui Hero to all next turn, so even though Frank has the ability to sing with Ariel, is still somewhat vulnerable to the 5-drop next turn.
Yeah, Protective Cub could protect Ariel, but this Grab Your Sword is not going to take down the Mickey Mouse. So Nathan is likely still going to have enough resources to pressure however Frank develops over these next couple turns, even after Grab Your Sword.
Well, one thing we have noticed over the last 24 hours is watching some of the better players play in the field. You'll notice a lot more of players not questing early, especially with the aggro decks where you would normally want them to quest early, because they're trying to essentially force their opponent to challenge them with these cheap characters, and then they just wait and then use Grab Your Sword to clear before they start questing.
Yeah, Nathan here deciding after he sees that Grab Your Sword picked up by Frank, it's safe enough to sing Friends on the Other Side with Maleficent, and then we might as well quest with the broom, because there's a good chance if you just sit on those characters and don't do anything, Frank can just take them down for free.
Yeah. We do deploy another aerial, Spectacular Singer. The musical debut does miss on this one. Carson here thinking about going for one of those Grab Your Swords, maybe a quest. We'll see what he wants to do. Singing Grab Your Sword with Ariel here, nice because it clears 2 of those characters. And the broom does go bye-bye. Oh, no, that is only in challenging, so the broom will go to the discard pile and 2 damage on the Mickey Mouse.
And you kind of have to uh, get your Grab Your Swords off while they're good, because if Frank waits too long and just sits on these characters, he starts getting into the range of Be Prepared, where Nathan can just clear him before Frank's able to actually get any value.
Right.
So he decides to just pull the trigger, and it's time to start making moves.
Stoyer's turn. We know he has Maui here tall in hand, so he could play that and challenge the Simba, and then use the Mickey Mouse to challenge the Ariel. That'll be a reasonable trade for him. I believe that's what we're going to see happen. And then Frank's got to deal with this Maui.
Yeah, Maui's great, but I think Frank might have a great answer in Smash. Not necessarily the most efficient card, but when it can, take down your opponent's board position like this, can leave an opponent further behind than they were prepared for.
Yeah, Karsten's list, which we looked at before the match, he's notorious in Magic the Gathering for playing singletons to fill out his curve, to serve as, random, effects that you'll want at some point in the game, but not necessarily every single game and not necessarily in mass. And here in his Amber Steel Stitch Blitz deck, he's also gone with, very few copies of Smash, very few copies of Lantern, a bunch of singletons just kind of tossed in there. They look random, but they're calculated.
Yeah, and Frank's got a great start here. Has been able to utilize those interactive elements, and now is in a position to quest multiple times with this Lilo and this Aladdin before Nathan's even able to play Be Prepared.
Yeah, we are hitting Ink 6 though, and Be Prepared is likely to come down next turn. That Maleficent doesn't challenge that well, but it will be able to eat the Lilo if Frank doesn't do anything about it. And Story here with a potential clear next turn. Could be bad for Frank, but I assume that we're going to quest for 5.
And one of the cards in Frank's hand is Be Our Guest, which I know you're not usually a huge fan of spending ink on Be Our Guest, but once you get to the point in the game where your opponent is threatening to destroy everything, it's pretty acceptable to take a turn off to kind of filter through your cards and set up to propel the game beyond that point.
Oh, I agree. The hand for Frank does have that Be Our Guest, which we can sing with Ariel, but I do like your idea of just paying the ink to play it because you don't really want to deploy another threat. I talked a little bit this morning with Frank about the matchup in the car on the way here from the hotel, and he seems to think that he should just hope they don't have Be Prepared in some spots.
Mm,
Like, I don't
okay.
know if he'll be able to beat a Be Prepared anyway. And so maybe he's planning to play another character, maybe two more characters this turn into it. And like, will probably be disastrous for him next turn if he does.
And, Nathan's drawn a few extra cards this game. I think two Maleficent and a Friends on the other side. And the fact that he didn't play anything other than this Maleficent suggests maybe he's happy with what he has. At least he doesn't have any more card draw, which at that point there's only so many other cards Nathan could have available.
That's another reason why Nathan likely has to Be Prepared next turn because he didn't play like another Maui or something like a Rafiki. Didn't even deploy like another character that cost one, two, or three to be in a challenging scenario,
Exactly.
and so it basically has to be prepared or nothing. And with three cards in hand, it's Be Prepared.
Now I do like this pickup for Frank in Simba Protective Cub, assuming he's playing for the possibility of Nathan not having Be Prepared. He's in a great position here, able to protect against this Maleficent and maybe get some more uh, quests off. But there it goes. Usually, when you see a control player start the turn off with a quick quest from their characters on the board, Be Prepared is coming right after.
Yep. All right. Useless. Grab your sword from Frank drawn. We do have another character to play, but it's relatively weak. Here, normally is about the time you would see the Amber Steel Stitch Blitz deck deploy a Stitch Rockstar or perhaps even a whole new world. But Frank, without either of those bursts of resources, missed on one of the aerial singers, and the Be Prepared takes all the wind out of his sails. Nathan Sawyer passes with no play. His hand is full of reactive elements, and we're going to go back to Frank's way.
Yeah, I liked this kind of disciplined play from Frank on the previous turn. Just inking that Captain Hook, knows it's not going to be much of a relevant threat, and would rather continue developing ink in case he needs to get to some of his more expensive cards like Stitch Rockstar, Stitch Carefree Surfer, or maybe be able to take advantage of a whole new world off the top.
Okay, looking at the top four with Be Our Guest. He did spend two on it instead of singing it because no characters in play, so that means that he'll only be able to play a 4-drop or smaller here. We see a Stitch Rockstar and a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. He'll likely take the Rockstar, but it's not going to be a play this turn. Maybe he's thinking about, oh, hey, you didn't play anything. It's like 99% you have a Dragonfire. Maybe I take a 1-drop and play it this turn. And, take 1-drop and play it this turn instead. And probably.
Yeah, not in a great spot here. Frank is unlikely to be able to follow it up uh, immediately, which means it's a prime target for all of Nathan's single target removal.
All right, Frank in the tank here. He has a 1-drop in hand that he just drew and a Stitch Rockstar, but only 6 ink, so he can't play both this turn and get value out of the Stitch. So he's contemplating waiting a turn to be able to draw ink and then play both. The problem is every time you play ink number 7, ink number 8, you start to get to the point where those are cards that you could have played, and then your opponent might have had to deal with
Yeah,
Dragonfire or whatever, and now they're in the inkwell because you were not greedy, but you're just like, trying to wait for the most value out of all your cards.
yeah, and in these early days of Lorcana, game's only been out for a couple months. Lots of players ask the question, how many inkables do I need in my deck? How many uninkables is too many? And the advice usually comes back, you don't want to go too much higher than maybe 16 or so. Frank's only running 13, but you see, even at lower numbers, uninkable cards can still hamper your game plan.
Right. And especially cards that are specifically geared towards one type of matchup, like Grab Your Sword. Grab Your Sword usually great against the opposing aggressive strategies. Nathan Sawyer's Ruby Amethyst deck is somewhat insulated from it. Most of the characters are pretty big and just big baddies. And unfortunately for Carson, though, drawing that Grab Your Sword number 2 this late in the game is a little rough.
Yeah, Frank did draw a whole new world though, so now he has some decisions to make over these next couple turns. How much of his hand can he dump onto the table before playing a whole new world to create, maximum advantage for him over Nathan's larger hand at this point?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Magic Mirror also with the friends on the other side means that Carson likely going to be in some trouble if he doesn't do something. And looks like we're going to ink one of our 2 playables, and then we're going to go ahead and wheel. We're just going to start over. You have Magic Mirror.
I think this is 6 for a Rockstar, actually.
Okay, so I guess we're waiting to... we'll see.
Yeah, I don't envy Frank here taking his time on this decision. I do think I would lean toward the Rockstar because most likely Nathan is going to spend most of his turn playing an answer to deal with it.
Right.
Whereas if you give Nathan a turn off, even give him 7 fresh ones with a whole new world right away, Nathan's going to be able to develop to the board first, take the turn off. Whereas here, we're just going to see Nathan likely spend a lot of ink on drawing this card and maybe even a Dragonfire.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And now we're basically in the same position we were last turn, except you have one extra ink. So I
Right.
like it. And Frank here likes it too. We're gonna go turn. We're gonna play a Lila for 1 ink, and then we're gonna wheel. Let's get a whole new world on screen. We saw this card a ton yesterday. This is a 5 cost song from Steel. Both players discard their hand and then draw 7 cards. We're normally singing this off of one of our shift characters or off of the Aerial Spectacular Singer. In this instance, we are paying full retail, 5 ink, and Frank is essentially resetting resources while slightly behind on ink, but was way behind on cards in hand. Stoyer discarding 5 or 6 there and drawing 7, only +2 or +1, and Frank discarding 1 and drawing 7 is like a +6.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Nathan communicated as he discarded those cards. There's a be prepared in here. There's multiple Dragonfires, and Frank loves to see that. It just makes it that much less likely that Nathan's going to have efficient answers for Frank's threats after this whole new world. That was a pretty good spot. Whole new world is all about timing, and Frank was able to line it up well.
Yeah, I mean the Ruby Amethyst draw. I mean you saw what he was discarding. It was uninkables and it was interaction, and
Right.
that's exactly the type of time where you want to cast a whole new world. Either singing it or hard casting it is when your opponent has so many cards in hand and they play nothing. Right? We had
Yeah.
multiple turns past where Nathan Stoyer had 5 or 6 ink at the ready and just deployed no characters and didn't really do much with his ink.
And if Frank hadn't found that whole new world, any other draws he had were not beating that hand from
Right,
Nathan.
exactly. Whole New World is one of the few cards in the situation that can give Frank enough resources to compete, whereas before Nathan had somewhat a whole stranglehold on the game, but that's one of the reasons why Whole New World is one of the best cards in the game. All right, Stoyer in the tank, fresh 7, and then +1 from the draw step. Can deploy some characters, maybe has a sweeper, like Be Prepared to clear these 2 characters, but I don't think it's that necessary to play a Be Prepared at the moment. I'd much rather get down maybe like a queen or something that can challenge, but also if you don't pressure me, I'm gonna draw some cards.
Exactly. Especially knowing Frank has, what, 6 cards in hand at this point.
Right.
Uh, you would ideally like to wait on the next Be Prepared. Uh, Looks like Nathan does have it. So just trying to figure out the best way to get down some counter pressure and make Frank think twice about questing.
These are untimed matches. We like to make sure the players get to finish their match. Nathan in the tank, trying to figure out what to do. Can deploy some preemptive checks for the characters in case they quest. Or can maybe play something like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Not super effective against these cheap characters, but still, large body, takes care of 1 and prevents some lore generation. Frank is at 8 lore and could get up to 20 sneakily with a bunch of cheap characters, but we have 10 ink being played. Looks like a Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor and a broom, a magic broom. So the magic broom's going to shuffle something back in, maybe a Be Prepared, maybe a big finisher, maybe a Dragonfire. And we'll see what Nathan wants to do.
A little surprised to see this Brave Little Tailor come down instead of the Aladdin. Aladdin is, that's a card that just says stop against our aggro decks,
Yeah.
right? Mickey, the I guess the benefit of Mickey here, if you don't care that much about lore, Mickey is going to be able to pick off Nathan's best choice of characters over the next few turns. Whereas Aladdin, it'll take down one character, get that lore boost, but after that point, Frank can just use whatever the most efficient trade is, as opposed to Mickey, which Nathan can kind of use evasive defensively to, like I said, get the best choice of character off of Frank's board.
All right. The Brave Little Tailor also threatening, right? It does quest for 4, and so what that also does is it puts a clock on Frank, and it makes him more likely to overextend onto the board to
Mm-hmm.
race or to challenge, and that might help Nathan just kind of walked the dog and put Frank in a spot where he has to play out most of his hand to race the brave little Taylor, and then he just loses to the be prepared number 2.
Yeah, we're definitely at the point in the game where Ruby Amethyst decks can start putting you in that squeeze. Follow up for Frank here. Stitch Carefree Surfer draws a couple cards, puts a pretty big body into play.
Oh yeah, big chonker. We saw a ton of Carefree Surfer yesterday and the day before. That 4/8 body. Let's get it on the screen. I think it's probably the card of the tournament.
Yes.
We had 2 Ruby Amethyst decks go 3-0 in the first pod, and so we didn't actually get to see them a ton, but we did get to see a lot of Amber strategies deploying Stitch Carefree Surfer, often alongside something like Lantern or One Jump Ahead that would help accelerate to it. But this powerful 7-drop with 8 willpower allows you to draw 2 cards if you control 2 or more creatures or characters when it enters play, and it's very difficult to beat in a challenge or with direct damage thanks to such a high willpower. 8 is enormous. We've seen Ursula be one of the more
Yeah.
powerful finishers out of the Ruby Amethyst strategies, and it's often because it has 8 willpower, even though it only has 2 strength.
Exactly. Now, Frank just thumbed through Nathan's discard pile there and actually caught a glimpse. There are 3 copies of Be Prepared, so 2 of those were discarded off that whole new world.
Whew.
Meaning, while Nathan does have this a Be Prepared in hand, that's going to be the last one unless he gets some brooms down afterward. So Frank can extend this game just a little bit, have enough resources to continue pressuring after the first Wrath. Frank could be in a position to get something done against Nathan. And we saw some questing for Frank there. He knows those characters are going to get challenged. There's no bodyguards in play or anything like that. But once you get to 10 lore with as much lore as Frank has in his deck, he can start trying to, just get 1 or 2 lore out of every character and try to push past the finish line.
All right, so Nathan going to try to turn the corner here. We're going to get aggressive. We're going to play a Rafiki to challenge so that we can quest with our Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor. We're going to go Broomstick into the Leela, and we're going to go Rafiki into the Prince Eric, and then we're going to quest. And essentially what that's going to do is it's going to put Frank in a spot where he has something that only quests for 1, and he's very short of winning the game here. And Stoyer here with a commanding board presence, some backup in hand with a Be Prepared in case things go horribly wrong, and a Magic Mirror to refuel Frank on the ropes.
Yeah, and the whole new world only put Nathan up 2, maybe 3 cards as opposed to Frank's 7. But then you're still looking at a Ruby Amethyst player with 7 cards in hand, right?
Right, and a boatload of ink.
Yeah.
All right, Frank here. Going to start deploying some characters. Looks like we're going to start off with an Aerial Spectacular Singer. Maybe we could set it up so Spectacular Singer gets to sing a whole new world for free next turn, and continuously deploying a bunch of cheap threats to make Stoyer continuously check them.
Yeah, Frank deciding not to take that whole new world, though. We are at the point in the game where Nathan has enough ink that if he chooses to, he can just play, most of the cards in his hand, and both players throughout this part of the game are going to be maybe lower on cards, and Frank's not going to be able to get as large of an advantage. But I also, I don't know if Frank has a Grab Your Sword, but it's pretty good here, able to stifle most of the, defensive pressure that Nathan has.
May want to wait on it till next turn. It looks like we're going to go start off with Singing and Be Our Guest with the Prince Eric. This does leave it prone to being challenged, but to me that signifies that he is going to be casting the Grab Your Sword this turn to kill the small things, and then if Eric wants to get challenged, it's going to require -4 lore because Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor is going to have to do it.
Yeah.
We find a Lilo making a wish. I believe we can still go Ink Lilo plus Grab Your Sword. Something to that effect.
And Lilo is really kind of the card Frank is probably looking for on a turn like this. Spending that ink and the song on, Ariel and Be Our Guest kind of puts you behind on tempo. So if Frank wants to keep up any amount of pressure, it's going to require some cheaper cards like Lilo and this extra Captain Hook here.
Okay, prime spot for Stoyer to play this Be Prepared and take the wind out of Frank's sails. I expect him to play it right after questing for 4 with a Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor, 4 characters on Frank's side, and one which can sing a song next turn means that Stoyer's hand needs to be spent or he needs to check what's in play. And I think his hand is pretty gummed up with expensive things.
And this is, Grab Your Sword has looked pretty good this game for Frank. It's cleared a lot of Nathan's characters that are threatening to pressure Frank as he's questing, but you still get put in this awkward spot where you go, aha, one-sided board wipe, and then if your opponent has no characters, their Be Prepared is pretty much a one-sided board wipe as well.
Yeah. Nathan Stoyer, former world champion of Magic the Gathering, also starting a brand new podcast called Bolt the Bird with his buddy Cody DeBoss. We had DeBoss here at the Apex Gaming Center a few weeks ago for one of our Magic events. Nice guy, and highly recommend checking out the podcast, Bolt the Bird, when you can. We love Nathan here. He's a wonderful player and a wonderful human being. I got to hang out with him last night and his significant other. She's great.
I love this from Nathan. He's looking at the scoreboard. This Mickey's going to put him up to 10. The Brave Little Tailor not able to be challenged by any of Frank's characters and decides Frank's not going to be winning the game this turn, so I can put him in a terrible position basically by adding on the pressure. And Frank able to quest for 5 if he quested with everything, but then all of those characters are going to be vulnerable to Aladdin, meaning Frank is just going to be that much further from the finish line, and Nathan could really get through here.
Okay, well, we're gonna hardcast Grab Your Sword, and then we're gonna sing A Whole New World. We're gonna deal 2 to everything, and now Frank gonna go digging. Draw 7. Nathan discarded a lot, including the 4th copy of Be Prepared, so no more access to the sweepers for him. He's gonna have to win the hard way, aka by questing, instead of just by your opponent tapping out.
And the card you're looking for when you make this play from Frank is pretty specifically, maybe another copy of Grab Your Sword, but also Tinkerbell Giant Fairy,
Right.
because that 1 extra damage is what you need to take down this Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor that's threatening to push Nathan towards a win faster than Frank can.
Yeah, I don't see it over there in his hand, so
yeah,
we'll see what Frank wants to do. We can quest for a little bit. We can choose not to. Right now, that Aligned Heroic Outlaw is staring at the aerial and thinking, hey, that's a pretty juicy target for attacking. I'm going to probably challenge that next turn and steal 2 lore. That coupled with the Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor threatens lethal here in just a few turns. We got to be careful if you're Frank. Got to find some way to fight back.
Yeah, looking pretty dicey, though.
Well,
Frank
we have a Maximus. Maybe Maximus is the answer.
Is Maximus the answer, though?
Man, what do you want from me?
Still only got 5 willpower.
That's true.
Usually you're kind of happy enough to get 1 good challenge out of Aladdin, and then your opponent can usually respond by challenging back.
All right, Frank here deciding what to ink or deciding what to play. I think he's about to play Maximus. Nope. Ink Tinkerbell. Tiny Tactician.
Well, that gives us 5.
All right. Look. Black sleeves on black playmat, okay?
Yeah. Very much so.
Okay. Here it is. Stitch Rockstar, full price. And quests for 1, 2, 3, up to 14, and now Stoyer here. This is essentially a distraction. This is a smoke bomb.
Yeah.
Carson's like, okay, I'm gonna just quest a bunch. I'm gonna threaten lethal because I'm in trouble, right? The Aladdin obviously gonna make that not really a thing anymore, but it's maybe gonna incentivize the Brave Little Tailor also challenging. The Mickey Mouse gonna eat something as well. Stoyer has the ability to check most of what's in play, but also still gripful thanks to the Whole New World, and I see an Elsa Spirit of Winter peeking out.
Yeah, Elsa is absolutely perfect here. It's kind of a stalling card, and a lot of the time we see it, as a 1-2 punch followed up by a Be Prepared. But in this case, it's just going to be a 1-2 punch followed up by winning the game.
Yeah. We can quest for 4 with the Brave Little Tailor, gain 2 from the Heroic Outlaw Challenge, and gain 2 from the Mickey Mouse Ore Challenge. So we have the ability to gain 8 should we want it, but I think we'll probably gain 6 and then use the Mickey Mouse to eat the Lilo Making a Wish, and the Heroic Outlaw to eat the Aerial. We do have the Spirit of Winter, which can exert the Stitch Rockstar, and that could allow for Nathan to challenge that, but I think we're just concerned with winning the game.
A consideration for Nathan here, a lot of the time in Lorcana you want to count out your ink, figure out what you're going to be doing, and then if you have any extra ink, you can spend that on card draw effects like this mirror or friends on the other side.
Mhm.
And the best possible draw for Nathan here, if he does decide to play that card, is Shield of Virtue. Would let
Ooh.
Nathan win the game on the spot
Huh.
by readying Aladdin Heroic Outlaw. But, Nathan's also in a pretty commanding position. I would not be surprised if he just decides to put himself in an unlosable board state.
Yeah, you have to find the spot where your opponent can't possibly come back.
Right.
If it exists, you shoot for that. If it doesn't exist, you get as close to it as possible. You constrict their outs the best you can, and that usually means getting rid of Stitch Rockstar because it does cycle a bunch of cards. But with all those characters entering play exerted, I'm not super afraid of them having a challenger effect or anything like that. But another grab your sword could be the thing that really knocks Nathan off his high horse here.
And the story of this game really, Frank was able to, get down some early pressure. That was answered by a be prepared as expected. And then Frank got down a pretty good whole new world, right? Against maybe 5 cards from Nathan. Frank will be discarding 1. But whole new worlds against Ruby Amethyst really only puts you at parity or worse. And their deck is just packed full of answers.
All right, so looks like we're going to keep Ariel and Stitch exerted, freezing them for a turn with the Spirit of Winter. Let's get Spirit of Winter on the screen because this version of Elsa is quite strong. It's the primary interactive piece in the late game for the Ruby Amethyst deck because it exerts your opponent's stuff, keeps it frozen so you can potentially win with questing, but it also makes the characters prone to being challenged. Here we go. Nathan's going to start breaking down Carson's side of the board, ensuring that Frank can't win the game next turn. And then we're going to try to set up a 2-turn kill as Nathan Sawyer with that brave little Taylor. Let's see how he does it.
Yeah, Nathan kind of has a lot to think about here, but at the end of the day, most of his plays are going to be pretty unanswerable by Frank, especially Elsa able to tap down the Rockstar. One of the ways Frank can come back from spots like this usually involves singing one of those 5-cost songs, but Elsa is pretty good at preventing that.
All right, Nathan gonna attack the Lilo for one, or with the Heroic Outlaw. Oh, and we're gonna go questing. Okay, interesting.
And even that whole new world, uh, Nathan has 4 copies of Be Prepared in his discard. Has only cast 1 this game, but like I said, you put yourself at parity after that whole new world. Ruby Amethyst has so much more ink, so much more interaction. Nathan only needed to cast 1 Be Prepared to win the game against this aggro deck.
Right, and it was a good one when it came down.
Yeah.
Now Frank here, kind of in an impossible position, right? The
Yeah.
Elsa at the ready with so much willpower, with Nathan at 18 means that he has to find a way to kill this turn or has to be able to knock off the 6 willpower Ariel at ready, and that's just not something his deck's that capable of doing,
Yep.
or at least not capable of doing it easily, especially with so many grab your sword already played. So we are going to be shuffling up here for game number 2, and as these players are getting ready, I would like to take a moment and say thank you to our sponsors here at the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. I'm Tanny. This is Bomat of the Lost Boys. You can check us out on social medias. Our handle is Lost Boys LOR. We're on Twitter, Patreon, and YouTube. We make Lorcana content for competitive players geared towards that. We worked a lot on the Ruby Amethyst strategy as well as the Amber Steel Stitch Blitz deck that you see multiple players playing in our top 8. I'd also want to say thank you to our flagship sponsor, TCGplayer.com. That's your one-stop shop for all things TCG related for singles. Make sure to check out TCGplayer.com for your Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic Gathering, and now Disney's Lorcana singles. Also, make sure to check out TCG Player Infinite. That side of things is where they post all of their written content for strategy and information for upcoming events. We have two other sponsors that I'd like to say thank you to. First, I would like to say Ultimate Guard has some of the best TCG player products in the business. The sleeves and deck boxes and stuff that they sell are excellent, and you can get them at your local game store. I highly recommend those Katana sleeves, as well as the Archive Giant Deck Box to hold your Cube or Commander decks. Make sure to check out Ultimate Guard products and ask your local game store for those, and if they don't have them, ask them why. Also, our last sponsor that I'd like to say thank you to is Cards and Castles 2. Cards and Castles 2 is a really sweet card battler that uses tactics strategy. Those hex placements where you can put down cards that you draw off the top of the deck that represent characters. It's actually a ton of fun. We'll be showing some tutorial style gameplay in the client later, and you can get it for free on Steam right now. We're going to link it in the Twitch chat for you, but you can get it for free on Steam right now. It's in the free to play early access, and if you use code Apex Gaming, you can get 5 free booster packs. That's Card and Castles 2. All right, players here are about done shuffling up. Hopefully they'll start game number 2 shortly. These games can go quite long, but while we are waiting on them, let's take a look at some of the player slides. Mr. Frank Karsten, member of the Magic Hall of Fame. What do you know about Frank?
Frank's been, one of the more iconic members of the Magic community for a long time, not just as a player, but as a content creator, created some kind of iconic articles about math as it applies to Magic and used them to develop the quote-unquote perfect mana base for all sorts of combinations of cards, to the point that they're referenced all the time, even by pro players. You want to add a card to your deck, what's the Karsten math on that?
Yeah, most of the time they tag him. They're like, hey, how do I build this mana base?
Yeah.
And he goes, I'll get back to you in 3 days.
Yeah.
And the dawn of the third day, he has a singleton, Rogren Triome, and whatever. I don't know. All right, so he also has a PhD in math of probability theory and game theory. He's been a long-time writer for Channel Fireball, but has recently started working with Wizards of the Coast, TCG player, and Ultimate Guard. Fun facts, favorite Disney movie is The Lion King. He is a world traveler, has visited over 60 countries. That's impressive. I think I've been to 5, 6. Let's see. Hold on, let me count. Japan, Italy, Spain, United States, Canada, Mexico. I think it's just 6.
6.
All right.
So yeah, 60 is a lot, but you also maybe have to
England,
get out more.
7. Or UK.
Yeah,
the United Kingdom.
That's plenty.
Huh? What?
Director Dan here giving Todd grief for counting United States.
I just counted the countries I've been in. I was just naming the ones I've been in. I'm so sorry. All right, let's take a look at Nathan Stoyer's slide, because this man has some accolades. Nathan Stoyer is he was the reigning world champion. They just recently had the Magic World. He did not win back-to-back, but he was the 2022 Magic World champion, and yesterday was his birthday. We had a little birthday party for him. It was a lot of fun. Just turned 21. PT champion, back-to-back Magic Online Championship Series appearances. That's where you got to start and where I learned of him. His favorite Disney movie is Coco. He beat Reed Duke at age 13 on day 2 of a Grand Prix. That's impressive stuff. I lost to Reed Duke in the finals of a Grand Prix once. He is difficult to beat.
Yeah, and Nathan left an impression on Reed, I believe.
Wow, at that young of an age, huh?
Yeah, and then Reed goes, wow, this 13-year-old kid that beat me at that GP is now, making Pro Tour top 8s, winning Worlds.
Yeah. All right, well, let's head on back down to the feature match area. These players are just about ready to go, and we're going to get started with game number 2 of the quarterfinals. Frank Carson on your left will be on the play. He did lose game number 1. We'll see if he has a turn 1 drop. He didn't play a 1 drop last game, and missing out on roughly, 2 to 6 lore, depending on which of the characters it could have been. And here, though, we're going to start off with a Simba, Future King. This character is a relatively new addition to a lot of the steel decks that are aggressive leaning, because it allows you to loot away and discard those uninkable 5-drop songs in matchups where they're bad. But also, it's just a 1-drop for Stitch Rockstar, and if your opponent isn't challenging with early characters, well, it can quest like any other character.
Yeah, it's really doing its job here, getting in on turn 1, but like you said, discarding those uninkable songs, particularly extra copies of Whole New World, are completely redundant. you can never play two of those that are in your hand at the same time.
Right. So turning one of them into a real card has some value early. All right, no play for Nathan Stoyer. To me, that signifies that we probably have a Rafiki because we didn't play a one or a two to develop and challenge. Might not have anything. Might just have something like a Friends on the Other Side or a Maleficent Sorceress next turn. But Frank here definitely contemplating that 3-cost 3/3. Let's get Rafiki Mysterious Sage on screen because this 3-cost card out of Amethyst is one of their better defensive measures, and it's the one thing that the Simba players are always afraid of.
Yeah, Rafiki, like you said, great defensive tool, but usually comes in to, you know, start putting on the pressure with the 1 and 2 drops that you've already played. Whereas in this spot, Nathan hasn't developed anything yet. Rafiki's gonna take down the Simba, sure, but Frank's gonna be able to continue questing with everything that was behind the Simba, and really has kind of hit the ground running here against a slower start from Nathan. I don't think Rafiki is really gonna get Nathan back in, and even worse, just a really slow Maleficent.
Yeah, this is definitely not what he wants to see. So gonna want something next turn to potentially challenge maybe Mickey Mouse Wayward Sorcerer and then into a Maui like we had last game where we can potentially challenge those characters. But we did see the one drop from Frank this game and that protective cub coming down to protect, and now Frank looks like he's in the driver's seat, and let's see how he wants to play the next few turns. I see Be Our Guest and a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy we can place Ink, but I also see a whole new world and not a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, Frank. Ooh, this is
I
great
lied.
play by
This is a
Frank.
lot of pressure.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man.
The only ways Nathan is gonna be able to deal with this shifted Stitch Rockstar cost 5 ink, so 2 turns down the line, Frank's gonna be able to get multiple quests off with this Rockstar, unless he wants to sing, of course. And this is exactly the kind of start Frank needs to kind of get in underneath, be prepared.
Yeah, and the shift mechanic on Stitch Rockstar and a lot of the more expensive and iconic Disney characters allows them to be put onto the table much earlier than their ink costs would suggest. And the shift mechanic, it kind of counts as a negative card advantage because you are essentially putting one card on top of another. That's how the shift mechanic works. But the Adoring Fans ability on Stitch Rockstar allows you to really punish your opponent, and questing for 3 kind of this early on is extremely dangerous and is going to require some serious work from Nathan Stoyer to help out.
Nathan pulling a Befuddle to the front might be the best he can do here after only having a second Maleficent to follow up the first.
Yeah, but that is going to allow him to challenge the Simba Future King with the Maleficent, and we're going to go back Carson's way. We can play some stuff out of our hand this turn, and then we can sing a whole new world. I fully expect Carson to do that, and then flood the table with cheap characters so that he is able to pressure Nathan significantly, but also before Be Prepared is online.
And we're once again in the spot where Nathan didn't play any of those more defensive cards on turn 1 or 2 in, Archimedes, Gaston, even Magic Broom. So most of Nathan's hand pretty likely to be either card draw or interaction. So you're right that I wouldn't be super surprised to see a whole new world. But Frank may have just passed here?
No, Nathan just started to
Okay.
ready his stuff prematurely. So Frank has the ability actually to sing Grab Your Sword here as well, and if he does, it's going to clear out the Maleficents. But instead, he's going to sing A Whole New World, and we're going to wheel.
I like
Nathan
this.
discards 6 cards. Yeah, I actually liked him doing that instead of playing the Simba because the free card you get off the Simba doesn't do anything. But I think what he was doing was saying, I don't know that I need to play the Whole New World if I hit
Yeah.
4 or 5 characters in a row, like a nice little string. And the Simba protecting with Bodyguard is something you're already going to want to protect against Maui anyway.
Yeah, and the best case scenario here for Nathan is going to be one of those 5 ink removal spells. But even if he does have that, that's all he's going to be doing this turn.
Yeah, 2 Maleficent's going to trade into a Simba, but other
Yeah,
than that,
big whoop.
yeah, very happy with that if you're Karsten for sure.
Nathan, it looks like with multiple copies of Be Prepared, but that's still several turns down the line.
Yeah, right now we're about to play ink number 5, and that's going to allow for the Dragonfire on the Stitch Rockstar and clean it up. It's going to take most of his turn. I don't see any other viable play here from him, but he may decide to deploy 2 more characters to the board, and looks like maybe that is what he's wanting to do. The Rockstar is pretty devastating, over time, And with a fresh drawn 7 and some replacements already, Frank threatening to essentially win, not next turn, but maybe the turn after, and that's one turn sooner than Nathan can cast Be Prepared.
Yeah, we see Nathan going back and forth here, ends up deciding to cast Maleficent, and that's kind of a hallmark of just a bad hand, right? You're trying to find the best play if you're in Nathan's spot, but what you slowly start realizing is every play I look at is a bad play because my hand just doesn't have what I need.
Okay, we're going to ink a Shield of Virtue. We're going to play a Broom. Probably put back a Be Prepared or something similar. Looking at the grave, we see a Dragonfire. He already has Dragonfire in hand. I doubt he wants
Nope.
more.
I think a Dragonfire would have come down this turn. I don't think Nathan even has one. Sure. It was discarded out of the first Whole New World.
Ah. All right, Nathan. Try to figure out what to put back with the Broom. I think the Broom is a May, so he can choose just not to put anything, I think.
Yeah. It would actually be funny, put back another copy of Whole New World.
Yeah, put back a copy of Grab Your Sword. Put something from your grave back in that's not that great. Obviously, Grab Your Sword will be good in this spot to kill the 2/2/2s, but in general in the matchup, it's uninkable. You don't want to draw too many.
Yeah. And decides not to put anything into either player's deck.
All right, let's go back Carson's way. We can quest for 3, 4, 5 up to 13. We can also play a bunch of cheap characters, and Stoyer still 2 turns away from that all-powerful Be Prepared. We are going to shift another Rockstar.
This rules.
Yeah. We don't get to draw 2 cards per, but what we do get to do is quest for a ton.
Yeah, this is perfect pressure from Frank. Gets the quest right away. Knows he doesn't have to be afraid of a Be Prepared, and Nathan just doesn't have enough ink to be able to answer more than one card this turn.
All right, we'll see if he has anything here. We're at 15, and we're very close to winning. We need to kill the Aladdin and a Stitch Rockstar, and in order to do that, I think Nathan is going to need a miracle. Doesn't have it. Packs it in.
Wow.
Frank Carson with a dominant game number 2 on the play. Had the 1-drop into 2-drop, an early draw 7, and that's all she wrote. The Ruby Amethyst deck couldn't keep up.
Hey, you know, the best aggressive start out of Frank's deck is Lilo plus Simba, and that's actually the reason he started looking at Amber as a primary color before ending up pairing it with Steel. But maybe one of the second best aggressive starts, like we just saw there, shifting Stitch on turn 4.
Yeah, one of the players in the top 8 playing Amber Stitch Blitz is Kurt Spies, and he is playing 4 copies of Lantern and 4 copies of each. Well, 4 of every Stitch possible: the New Dog, the Rockstar, and the Carefree Surfer. And with Lantern, you can often go 1-drop into Lantern into Shift Rockstar on 3. And if you're on the play and you Shift Rockstar on 3, most decks fold.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly Nathan's, 5 ink is the point where you start actually getting unconditional removal.
Yeah.
And but now Frank's on the draw, and a play like that, turn 4 shift will be answered right away by a Dragonfire a lot of the time.
All right, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 2 and resolve the mulligans, I'd like to remind everyone that we are at Apex Gaming in Caldwell, Ohio. Their home store is very large. Not only do we have like the main store area. Oh, shout out to Mr. Rogers84 for the sub. Thank you so much. Not only do we have the main area of the store with the retail side, place to sit and play Warhammer 40K, but we have a huge play space next to the main part of the store, a newly renovated warehouse area that has been turned into a gaming space, and we have seating capacity for roughly 200 or more players comfortably. I think we could probably get about 250 in the store overall, and we've had a couple of large modern events at the store already where we had about 130 players for one of them, and everyone had a great time, and we had plenty of room. And we're going to have another one of those events next weekend. We're going to have a modern $5,000 open here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio, and that's going to be on October the 28th. So make sure to head on out to the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell on October 28th for that $5,000 modern open.
You mentioned Warhammer. Saw quite a few people out in the store today on those huge Warhammer tables.
You know it, baby. Those are like some old school army vets and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
that just like, man, I know I have all this knowledge in my brain about tactics, and I just need some outlet, right?
Yeah, it's cool.
I used to frequent my local game store in my teenage years, and I get became good friends with a lot of those guys, and it's clear that like they love those types of games.
For sure.
All right, players are resolving mulligans here and drawing their openers. Frank, it looks like with a pretty aggressive five-card
Yeah.
mulligan looking for a one-drop, probably tossing back things like grab your sword. We talked a little bit about his mulligan strategy in matchups like this. This is a relatively new game, and Frank is, a veteran of Magic the Gathering and has some cursory interest in Lorcana and has played a bunch of limited, but this is the bulk of his constructed play has been in this tournament. And so,
Mm.
how well he's been playing against some of these decks that he hasn't really faced off against too much, like those Amber Sapphire decks we saw earlier, but also just like the way that he thinks about games, it was he very easily grasped some of the concepts that we were talking about in the car and stuff about how to mulligan, what to dig
Yeah.
for, how to sequence, what's important. Very smart guy.
And I caught a glimpse. The two cards Frank kept in his opener were this Lilo Making a Wish and a Stitch New Dog. Uh, Lilo definitely the best start for him. So those five cards he threw away were looking for a Simba Protective Cub, but the fact that he kept that new dog, one of his game wins that we saw on camera yesterday was a one drop followed by two other one drops. So I wouldn't be surprised if he decided that might be his best backup plan, but he did find the Simba.
Yeah. Now we talked a bit in the car as well about what to do in this scenario because this is the nightmare scenario. If your opponent has Rafiki, you get blown out. And Frank Carson here, you see him praying to Jeebus. He's
Yeah.
playing in the side event, by the way, Jeebus, the streamer. And but he's praying to Jeebus, please, 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 no Rafiki. And we'll see if Nathan has it. I don't see an uninkable 3 amethyst. I see a Maleficent sorceress, and that means Carson likely safe here. And if that's the case, Nathan gonna be under some real pressure thanks to that Lilo making a wish.
Yeah, early in the constructed metagame, Ruby Amethyst was trying out a couple copies of Befuddle, just as an inkable card that can be good against aggro. That card got phased out, but recently has been phased back in because of its value in mirror matches. Once Ruby Amethyst mirrors get down to 0 to 1 cards in library, Befuddle lets you set up a loop. But kind of the knock-on effect of that is now Nathan does have access to one copy of Befuddle in situations like this to
Right.
pick up that Simba.
Yeah, Befuddle's a cool card. Let's get Befuddle on screen because this is one that we don't see a ton. Right? I think right when we started playing, people saw a one cost card that could interact, and they
Yeah,
thought, "Oh, this is great because it's inkable, it does this thing." And then the more people played with it, they're like, "Okay, bouncing a 1 or 2 drop, not necessarily the best thing in the world. They just get to ink it, and like you
yeah,
set them back like a little bit." But like you said, with Magic Broom, you just use Befuddle on your Broom. You play Broom, you put Befuddle back in your deck, and if it's your last card, that means that you can never be decked, and
hmm
unless your opponent has some way to directly knock the broomstick out.
yeah.
So
And you mentioned, it's interaction, it's inkable. That inkability is actually maybe a reason in the game engine why a card like that might be less good, where every card in your deck most of the time is worth a card. Even Befuddle, most of the time you're getting more value playing it as ink than by bouncing something,
right.
unless you're in exactly the right board state.
Yeah, those cheap situational tricks like Befuddle, they're often inkable, but sometimes they're not. And when they're not inkable, they're often unplayable. Like
Absolutely.
there's like a in the Emerald Ruby starter deck, for example, there's like multiple cards that just buff your character's strength by 1.
Yeah.
There's like Scimitar or something,
Yeah.
and they're just horrible because they're not inkable, or like some
Yeah.
of them aren't inkable, and that's really the difference between a playable and a good card is if it's a card that you often want to play and it's inkable, it's like a home run.
Right.
Gaston came down last turn for Stoyer. That's going to potentially do some challenging, so Carson doesn't even quest, and so now we just dig with Ariel Spectacular Singer, and Stoyer for his turn plays Sorceress, draws a card and passes back after inking number 4. Frank's got to be worried about Maui Hero to All, so he's got to be thinking, okay, how do I best play around something like that or something like Dragonfire? Do I want to sing this turn? Do I want to set up a song for next turn? Uh,
And I think the answer,
Did you see what I saw?
yeah, Todd just noticed it. There is a grab your sword in Frank's hand, and that's kind of the perfect answer to the way Nathan's been developing. We
Yeah.
do, open ourselves up after grab your sword to Maui, but that just it's a little slower. It's gonna get multiple characters for Frank.
Right, but Maui will be eating Simba, and the things that
Yeah.
have rush are often, really damning when you rush down the biggest thing like Simba that's protecting everything else, and then your small characters get to pick off your opponent's small
Hmm.
characters or trade with them. But in this spot, if you sing grab your sword and take out all these, early characters from Stoyer, that means that. The Maui, yeah, it'll eat the Simba, but you still have two characters in play. You're still questing,
Yeah.
you're still developing.
And Frank, going through some card filtering first, good sequencing. There's the grab your sword.
Ugh.
Nathan's like, you made me sit through all that, and you always had the grab your sword. Come on.
Yeah. All right, question for two.
But what Frank was looking for is the best follow up to this grab your sword. Was maybe looking for another copy of Aladdin or a Lilo. This is still good. 3 extra lore added to the board.
Yeah, this is bad news for Stoyer. Still very far away from a Be Prepared. Finds a Rafiki, that could help. Didn't have Maui, so I guess that's about as good as he can do. Unfortunately for him, his early defensive measures were all 2 willpower, and that grab your sword swept them all up. Here's the Rafiki to eat the Simba, and obviously a little bit of frustration from Stoyer there because his early characters all got obliterated with that free grab your sword.
Yeah, this has just been a beautiful curve from Frank.
Right. And I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Here's a rock star. We're going to ink. We can actually sing here too. So we're going to sing and draw 7. And then we're going to quest 4,
Wow.
2, 4, 7, up to 11. And we can still play a 1-drop and draw card. Stoyer here still a ways away from playing a Be Prepared. You could have a Maui or some other piece of interaction like Dragonfire next turn to stop the bleeding. But as far as keeping Frank from getting to 20, it's going to be a tall order.
If I could whistle, I would. This has been a great series of cards. There you go. And that's kind of one of the weaknesses of interaction in Lorcana at this point. Dragonfire is kind of the best you get, and when it's the best that you get, it's still pretty good, but it's not really efficient enough in a lot of spots like this. So as we see, a couple years down the line, we've got plenty of sets. I imagine Dragonfire could be phased out entirely, depending on what other cards get printed.
Right. I would love to see a lot more like situational removal that's just inkable and less expensive. I think Smash is a great example of one of those types of removal spells that it doesn't even see like ubiquitous play in the steel decks. It's often like a 1 or a 2 of, but that 1 or a 2 of gives you a lot of flexibility in spots where you're trying to combine the extra damage with Grab Your Sword. All right, Carson here can actually sing another Grab Your Sword to knock off the Rafiki. Is that worth, you think, the 3 lore he'd be missing? I kind of think just the 3 lore is just so important here.
Yeah. If Nathan's going to get back into this game, it's almost certainly going to require a Be Prepared a couple turns from now. Frank could also consider maybe thinking about challenging this Rafiki.
Well,
There's a Grab Your Sword.
Yeah, he's going to sing it instead of challenging. That way he's not vulnerable to another Rafiki, and his hand is probably just flush, right? So, it makes sense. I liked questing for 3 a bit more, but I feel like Frank is trying to play around something that I'm probably not thinking about, and I'll probably try to ask him after the match, actually.
So I guess if you counted out, questing with that Stitch would have put Frank at 11 lore, and then the Rafiki answers a Lilo, and likely a Dragonfire or a Maui answers the Stitch, and then that's only 4 lore in play for Frank, putting him up to 15 on the following turn, and then getting answered by a Be Prepared. In this spot, though, he's only at 8 right now, but Nathan can only play 1 answer, which is going to leave Frank with 6 lore in play, and maybe able to add a follow-up.
Sawyer starts the turn with friends on the other side, doesn't choose to interact, digging.
That's game over. Right? Like, I mean, not game over, but Frank has been playing around a 5 ink interactive spell, and Nathan didn't even have that.
Right. Well, he knows that he's going to lose if he doesn't have Be Prepared. I don't think he had Be Prepared either, but he found one off of Friends on the other side, so he's
Yeah,
trying to set up for next turn. But he's also trying to see, do I want to play anything this turn? On top of that, he's obviously in a spot where it's Be Prepared or Bust. And Carson here going to put him in the squeeze. Unlikely to deploy too much more next turn that can get swept up in the Be Prepared. Another draw two makes sense. Not only is he going to have to be prepared next turn, but Frank's going to be threatening lethal almost every turn for the rest of the game after that.
exactly.
But we do know that Ruby Amethyst is quite good at preventing your opponent from closing out the game sometimes, especially if they do get that be prepared off in the right spot. But Frank here with a grip full and unlikely to deploy too much here. Maybe goes for a Carefree Surfer if he has the ink for it. Can't quite tell how much he has because it just draws two. Um,
Yeah, Carefree Surfer would be kind of the best follow up. It's still some additional pressure, but uh, draws two cards. Wouldn't be surprised to see absolutely nothing else, maybe. But Frank, not enough ink to play the Surfer, I don't think.
Okay. So we'll see what he wants to play for ink this turn, if he wants to ink anything. He has a BR Guest, I think, on the far left that he could play for ink so that he's able to better set up for the following turn post sweeper. Excuse me, that was an aerial spectacular singer, I think.
And we're about to get into the next phase of the game, right?
Yeah.
The play pattern is going to be Frank presenting threats and then Nathan being forced to answer them.
Right. I think the Carefree Surfer is actually a fine play here if he can play it, simply because it's unlikely to draw two cards ever again.
Yeah.
And I would actually rather turn that 7-drop Stitch into two 1-drops that can quest and just require direct answers. But I don't think I think he only has. I think this is number 6 for the turn anyway. So
Yeah.
Sawyer here on the play for this game, and now we are gonna play a Be Prepared. Sweep him up. Frank saw it coming. It was telegraphed, and now we're gonna go back his way and see if he can continuously present lethal turn after turn, and if Nathan can check it.
Yeah. Looking pretty good for Frank here. You're not as embarrassed to be following up with an aerial at this point in the game because it's going to be joined by a couple other characters, and that's really all you need. So spending that extra ink to get some card filtering is pretty good.
All right, start with a spectacular singer. Musical debut. Looks at the top 4, and we're gonna look for a song. Looks like we miss. We're gonna put him on bottom. Can play at least one more character here. Let's see if he wants to play 2 more characters so they can quest for up to 3. And let's see if Nathan has the check. I think I see another Be Prepared sitting over there. So it'll be interesting to see, do you play around the sweeper or do you play around the targeted removal?
Yeah,
Okay.
Frank is going to have to kind of meter out these threats. He's planning the next couple turns ahead in his mind. What's going to line up best against every answer Nathan could have?
All right. Co-host of Bolt the Bird podcast and former world champion of Magic the Gathering, Nathan Stoyer, looking over his hand, trying to figure out how to stop Frank from gaining 3 lore. We know the Ruby Amethyst deck has many tools to do exactly that, from the Spirit of Winter Elsa to Be Prepared, a lot of target removal. We'll see how he wants to deal with this, but ready characters can be difficult for any deck to stop from questing on the following turn. That's the nature of the game engine, and what makes it so imperative that you interact early, because things can spiral out of control so quickly.
The best possible for Nathan in a spot like this, I think, is Elsa Spirit of Winter. That 1-2 punch, Elsa followed up by a Be Prepared next turn, kind of forces Frank to continue developing into this, because the characters are now vulnerable. The Elsa and any rush characters can start chewing them down, and Nathan has the setup.
Well, Frank does draw Simba Protective Cub, so if he doesn't want to overextend into a sweeper, he can play just a Protective Cub exerted, and that might be his play and only play for the turn. Instead, we're going to go for, looks like a Stitch Rockstar and then a Protective Cub, and we're going to draw cards. So we're going to deploy 1 extra threat, and that's going to walk right into this Sung Be Prepared from Nathan Stoyer. He's going ready real fast here. Let's see how he wants to sequence this turn, but we can start by singing this Be Prepared, I think. Ooh, maybe he doesn't have it. I thought he had one.
And you were saying this is part of Frank's strategy, right? Past a certain point in the game, you kind of just have to hope they don't have it and maybe present the best possible play against the other answers Nathan might have.
Right. Yeah, Elsa puts you in a bind because if you don't redeploy, the Elsa usually gets to eat a character, and then they can play a Dragonfire or something else on one of the other characters.
Yeah.
So it just puts him in a tough spot. But if he has the Be Prepared to Sing it this turn, he'll be in great shape. If he doesn't have Be Prepared, he's going to need a lot of help.
And the nice thing about the Elsa is if Nathan doesn't have Be Prepared yet, he has plenty of ink to spend on card draw while leaving the Elsa up to sing at the last possible moment. But, that's reliant on finding it at all.
Now he's trying to figure out, does Dragonfire save me? He can Dragonfire the Stitch Rockstar, and he can challenge the Simba, but he's going to need another rush character or another removal spell to do that. He's maybe thinking about going Broom Shuffle and a Be Prepared, draw a card with Magic Mirror to look for it, and then sing it with Elsa. But even then, that's going to leave him with nothing on the table, and then Frank just gets to redeploy again next turn and has a reasonable amount of cards in hand. So let's see how Nathan wants to play this. It seems like he does not have the Be Prepared. That would make things relatively easy, and so now things are about to get really hard.
Yeah, Frank over here on the left has put his hand on the table with that die on top, both to represent how many cards and to keep it separate from his inkwell. That's some body language, It's if you have it, you have it.
Yeah. All right, Nathan, going to shuffle in and Be Prepared, and then we're going to play Magic Mirror. That means we're going to draw a card. This is Desperation, Be Prepared, draw.
Yeah.
Frank.
Rubbing his hands together.
Come on, Frank. Don't cut him to it, buddy. Frank was sweating this match all night. You know what? I don't blame him because Nathan Stoyer is one heck of an opponent. Former world champion of Magic the Gathering on the ropes, about to have one draw step to find Be Prepared. If he finds it, he can sing it with Elsa Spirit of Winter. If he finds it, he might be in the game. If he doesn't find it, he's dead.
Frank looks like he's at a roulette wheel.
Oh, doesn't have it. Nathan Stoyer defeated Frank Karsten,
wow.
Hall of Famer, Magic the Gathering. Wins 2-1 against Nathan Stoyer, our favorite and first seed going into the top 8.
Yeah, it was amazing. Thanks for the dramatic finish from Nathan there.
Yes. Well, after an excellent start in games 2 and 3, Frank able to, really ride those great draws to victory. The Grab Your Sword sung with Ariel on 4, just completely shattering all of Nathan's position that he had developed with Broom, Maleficent Sorceress, and Gaston, and then ultimately just could not quite find the answers. Had the one Be Prepared that was relatively telegraphed, but the second one didn't come, and Amber Stitch Blitz once again defeats Ruby Amethyst Control, and Frank Carson advances to the semifinals. He will be facing the winner of our other quarterfinal match that you're watching here. We set up the quarterfinal staggering for the brackets, and so now we're going to swap on over to our backup feature match where we are going to be watching Kurt Spies versus fellow Lost Boy Harlan Fear. And Kurt Spies is on Amber Steel, Stitch Blitz, Harlan Fear on Amber Sapphire, and we are deep in a game. And do we have confirmation that this is correct on game count? And okay, so it is game number 3. Lore counts are accurate, and it looks like Kurt Spies is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is kind of what Amber Sapphire is designed to do. These characters have very high willpower. It takes a lot out of a deck like Amber Steel to be able to answer all that, and Harlan has a ton of pressure.
Kurt just said, how many cards are in your deck? I think his only way to win was to play a whole new world and have Harlan have 7 or fewer cards and deck out.
Now, one of the ways Amber Steel can dig out of a spot like this is singing multiple copies of Grab Your Sword, but Harlan has maybe intentionally even left Kurt without any singers in play.
Yeah, his direct removal with Hades' Infernal Schemer, likely, and Let It Go, likely just knocking off things like Stitch New Dog, so there's no fear of that.
Yeah, that's as deep as you can go, right? Preventing a surprise sing for maybe a little less ink. That looks like one Whole New World won't do it, but a second one would.
Well, I don't think I see 2 in hand, or at the very least...
Well, 2 in hand doesn't do anything.
Oh, right.
Kurt's if Kurt takes this line, he's going to be going, here's the first, and then flipping 7 off the deck. So a couple of dramatic finishes here, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he has enough ink to play 2 of them. But maybe
he definitely does. He's got 10 ready to ink right there.
Okay, well, I have never seen someone get decked with a whole new world before, so let's see. We're going to play 2 grab your swords instead. So 4 to everything. And then we're going to do a little bit of challenging. I think the Simba Future King was played this turn, so that can't challenge.
I haven't done all the math, but I would be surprised if this is enough. Those 2 Rapunzels on Harlan's side,
Yeah.
plus any other character, wins the game. That's 8.
All right, and he packs it in. Kurt Spies is defeated, and Harlan Fear will be your second semi-finalist here. The Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational with that unique Amber Sapphire deck. There are 3 members of Team NDA, Harlan Fear, Brendan DeCandio, and Mason Clark, who all work together playing the same Sapphire Amber deck, the same 60, and they are all 3 in the top 8, and now one of them into the top 4. We'll be watching some other matches with the Amber Sapphire deck next quarterfinals. But let's go ahead on back to the booth. Congratulations to Frank Carson and Harlan Fear for entering into our semifinals. That was some great Lorcana to watch. A lot of fun with the Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Stitch Blitz. More like the iconic Chapter 1 matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Several different decks there. Some interesting matchups. You know, Kurt has more of a mid-range build as opposed to the closer to hyper aggro deck that Frank has.
Right.
So now Harlan might have a little bit more difficult of a time against those Lilos. I'm excited to get to our semifinals, but first we have some quarters.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we're going to have our second set of quarterfinal matchups. Bomat and myself will go over the players, the decks they're playing, and what to expect. But we're going to take a short break here. We're going to take a peek at one of our sponsors, some gameplay video that I created doing their tutorials and things like that for Cards and Castles 2. So make sure to enjoy these messages, and we'll be back with the second quarterfinals in just a minute.
All right, Tandy here for some more Cards and Castles 2. Now we're going to learn how to build a deck. So let's add Yaharm Titan to your deck. All right, click our deck. And now we got Lords of Thunder. And so it looks like down below is all of our cards, and above is cards we can add. So we want to remove the Bear Hog from our deck. Okay, and now we want to add Yaharm Titan. We got 2 of them, nice. Finish by saving your changes. So our deck is 30 cards. We currently have 17 units and 13 non-units, which I assume are like spells. But this is how you edit your deck. You can see all your cards below. Alright, so we got Burning Sun. This deals 1 damage to all units. We give a target 2 armor and draw a card. That's Mithril, nice. Dwarven Mithril. Hawk is a 2 cost 3/2 elusive. Elusive moves twice as far and can pass through enemies. Nice. So you kind of fly over them. Lightning Bolt deals 3, nice. Spear of Odin, we actually played this earlier, give unit +1/+2 or deal 2 damage, so it's a buff or a damage effect. Strength of Will, give unit +1 health and make its attack equal to its current health. Very cool. Divine Knowledge is 3 cost, draw 2 cards. Hero Guard, 3/4. Guardian says nearby allied buildings cannot be attacked. Does not work if the unit is behind the building. So you want to put Imperial Guard basically in front of your castles or other buildings. Grosskheim Warrior, we had him as a 4/4, but has Cleave, so it attacks all nearby enemies at once, and then whenever it attacks, deals 1 to itself. Berserker is a 2/5 with Berserk. And then Berserk says cannot be controlled, instead it attacks a random enemy on both turns. So you want to put Berserker kind of in a pile of enemies, and they'll just attack everybody. Frog Prince, when this takes damage, draw a card. Okay. Our Yaharm Titan, Guardian and Cleave, says we can put in front of buildings to protect them, and it cleaves all nearby enemies. Brontosaurus, this thing's expensive. 7 cost. Warcry or damage dealt, push all of the units 1 space randomly. Okay. Craxus, if this destroys something with exact lethal damage, draw 2 cards and they cost 0. End of Days is a big sweeper, destroy everything except the starting buildings. Swordsman, big old charge cleave, and Yenneroth, Queen of Ice, is a guardian and a Warcry. Add 2 random frost cards to your hand. Your next frost cards cost 0. Very cool. All right, so I haven't seen many of these cards, so let's just maybe play another game. Let's play versus AI. I'm not ready to play against a person yet. Okay, so we have another building down here. Click to replace. Oh, so we can mulligan. Okay. The targeted thing I'll throw away. The 7-drop I'll throw away. I just want like something that costs cheap, so I can interact early. Nice, nice. Okay, so this is a supply type. It says when this is destroyed, your opponent draws a copy of a card from your deck, and we can do the same thing to them. So let's go Hawk up top, and we'll go. Oh, sorry, we only have one, so we can't do anything. But when we have two, we can go Hawk up here and challenge the supply depot pretty quickly because it moves quick. Alright, in turn. So when this, it's a Guardian, and then which dies it deals 1 to all other units. Okay, so let's go here, fight this thing. And I think I'm just gonna summon a peasant. I don't really think that dealing... I guess I can deal 3 here. And I wonder if it deals 1 to the buildings as well. I guess not. I was curious if it would deal 1 to the building and give me the card off of the supply depot. Land Shark! A 10-drop? That's really expensive. Where did my bird go? Oh, the Land Shark ate it. I didn't read the Land Shark. That's funny. Alright, so let's go... Summon a peasant... here, because we got to start challenging the supply depot. And I'll give it +1, +2. Alright, here you go. I think summoning peasants is important. Okay, when gain 1 when your turn begins, Warcry add contraband to your hand. Loading thing. I'm not drawing castables. I'm gonna give this 2 armor. Just to protect it later. Alright, let's see if they summon anything. I'm about to summon my big guy. Guardian Warcry here, castle for 2. But it doesn't heal your buildings for 2, so that's good news for me. Alright, so Guardian Cleave. Attacks all neighbor enemies at once. Okay, we can attack next turn. Here we can... Oh, we can't attack that because of Guardian. So I'm actually just going to move this guy back 1. Maybe 2. Maybe put him behind him. Okay. I'm not sure if I did that very well, but that's okay. Alright, they're just mono guardianing. Oh no, I killed my guy. I should have moved him back further, I guess. Alright. Big old cleave. I'm gonna put him in front of him to protect. I'm not gonna attack. Let's see, we have 7. We'll play Frog Prince and make a 1/1. I don't want to attack because then my thing will die, so I'll just let him sit and be a blocker, kinda. I'll just play another one of these bad boys. Yarm Titan. Oh no! Alright, Cleave, big boy. Give unit +1 health to make its attack equal to its current health. I need something that just deals 2 damage to this. So I can do Brontosaurus and Dagger Storm, but or not. I can't do both. Charge and Cleave. All right, we'll do this and push it back. Push it sideways, I guess. All right, they're gonna Touch of Life themselves. Gain 1, draw a card. Okay, cool. trades. Stomp that guy. Charge cleave guy. Play a frog prince. Summon a peasant here. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and give a health to the Brontosaurus. Make him big. Oh no, so many skeletal pirates. Gonna get overwhelmed. Alright, so we're gonna cleave this thing. Oh, I could have put it here and it would have cleaved both. But it would have taken a damage from both, so... I think a medium-sized mistake. Alright, now we're gonna go at the castle. So I feel like we can pressure the castle much faster than I think. Okay, so they have 10 or fewer cards, so they get to summon a 10-10 Leviathan. That's pretty scary. I'm just gonna focus on their castle. Ooh, I don't know why things moved. Alright, and then... this thing's only got 6 left on it. We're gonna go Brontosaurus, push everything a little. Draw 2 cards. Alright, the Flying Castle. Okay. Mostly I'm just reading the new cards and kind of learning what's happening. There's so many interesting things going on. You know, we got tactics, movement, we got card battles, we got card draw, we got direct damage, we got confusion, animals attacking each other. Interesting. Cannot use, they have madness. Alright, so I guess we'll just summon some berserkers. And the peasants. We'll start pushing towards their castle to finish it off. Leviathan traded for like 3 things. Alright, we're gonna encroach and just deal the damage. Let's play Yenneroth, Queen of Ice. So Guardian, so nearby buildings, and then add 2 random frost cards to your hand. Your next frost card costs 0. So this is a 2/4 with cleave. This is frostbite. Any damage, target damaged by this unit. Okay. Add a random frost spell to our hands. Hypothermia. Give unit minus 2 plus 2 and frostbite it. Nice. We can just use that next turn to kill this thing if we want. We have a handful of like direct damage thingies, so their next few things should be pretty weak. I don't have anything that summons a building yet. Okay, so they made a bunch of 1/1, so now we can play some stuff that deals 1 to everything. No harm, no foul. Alright, 1 damage everything, see what happens. Alright, and now dragon goes up. Smash this. Wizard goes up. Hit the castle. We'll save the Strength of Wolf for the dragon for next turn, maybe. We're gonna frostbite this thing. I'm gonna give 1/2 to the dragon. And Strength of Will the dragon. And then I'm gonna make a peasant. That's it. Could have played another Burning Sun, but it didn't really need to. Green Drake gains a treasure. I guess... I don't know what the treasure is. Can be spent in place of gold, so it's a floating gold. Got it. Alright, so you fight this thing here. And then you battle this thing and kill it. Alright, well, that was my first game with my basically pre-constructed deck. Here on Cards and Castles, we fought the AI, but it was a fun little battle against the zombies. As we build our deck, we will decide to make some changes and see how it goes. But that's going to be it for this episode. Thanks for hanging. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. I'm Tandy, joined by Bowman. Say hi, Bowman.
Hi, Bowman.
And we're sponsored by TCGplayer.com. They're our flagship sponsor, and we want to say big thank you to them for helping us put on this wonderful event. We have one quarterfinal in the books. We saw Hall of Famer Frank Carson defeat former world champion of Magic the Gathering, Nathan Stoyer, in the first quarterfinal match. And then we watched Harlan Fear, fellow Lost Boy, complete game number 3 against one of our last chance qualifiers, Kurt Spies, and punch his ticket to the semis. And now we're going to be watching our other quarterfinal bracket. On our backup table, we're going to be having Mason Clark versus Matt Kempo. And Matt Kempo won our last chance qualifier on Friday evening and went 3-0 in our first pod with one of the big bads of the format, Ruby Amethyst Control. And then Mason is part of Team NDA, 3 members into the top 8 with the Amber Sapphire strategy, and Harlan into the top 4. We'll see if we can make it a clean 3 for 3 into the top 4. That'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, they dodged each other in the first round, but the field's going to narrow on them.
Yeah. In our primary feature match, we'll start off with Don Delosier. Don is a well-seasoned Magic the Gathering player and won our Pioneer event at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio, just a month or so ago, and she brought Amber Steel Stitch Blitz to the Invitational. This deck we've seen quite a bit this weekend. Very aggressive starts, followed by singing things like A Whole New World, Stitch Rockstar to refuel. And then we also have the more interactive package of Tinkerbell Giant Fairy and Tiny Tactician to enable the shift so that we can interact with our opponents. This build specifically is utilizing Fire the Cannons alongside those Grab Your Swords to do chip damage to a bunch of opposing characters.
Yeah, we saw Frank Carson with a pretty similar list with a few differences, instead opting for a single smash over these 2 Fire the Cannons. Just some, incidental removal that these steel players like to pack a couple copies of.
Yeah, Dawn was 3-1 yesterday in matches played and punched her ticket to the top 8 relatively early, all things considered. And her opponent this round is going to be No Slouch himself, Brennan DeCandio. I'll say the team captain of NDA. Brennan DeCandio was the one who convinced the other 2 members, Harlan and Harlan and Mason, to play this Amber Sapphire Rapunzel deck. And he called it Blue Punch Buggy because of, I think in Lilo and Stitch, there was a reference to Punch Buggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a 4 out of 10 Stitch impression, but we'll work on it.
Look, I've only seen that movie one time. Give me a break. But this deck is centered around ramping effects, Grammatala, Mickey Mouse, Detective, as well as One Jump Ahead. And we're utilizing those with Bell Strange but Special to quest for 5, but also to enable those 7 drops, Stitch Carefree Server and Hades Infernal Schemer, much earlier and ahead of schedule. This deck is a lot more mid-rangey than what most of the Amber Steel Stitch Blitz decks are facing off against, and I'm curious to see if Don Delosier's more hyper-aggressive version is able to take this one down. But the players are in the feature match area and ready to go. So let's head on down there and watch and see who takes it down in our second set of quarterfinal matches between Don Delosier and Brennan DeCandio. Apologies on the graphics. We'll get those updated for you in just a second. There we go. On your left, Don Delosier, Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. On your right, Brennan DeCandio with Amber Sapphire. And we are ready to go. Dawn should be on the play. She had a better record yesterday than Brennan DeCandio. She hit 3 wins a full round earlier, and so that grants her the play.
Yeah, this Amber Sapphire deck, one of the philosophies in building, Brennan told me, is willpower equals cards. Especially Stitch Carefree Surfer, one of the flagships of the deck with that 8 willpower, can be pretty hard for a steel deck to get through. But I am really curious to see whether Dawn's more aggressive version can get underneath all those large characters. There are not that many defensive tools in the early game for this Amber Sapphire list, but that's one of them, Stitch New Dog.
All right, so Brennan defends against the turn 1 Lilo with a turn 1 Stitch, new dog, and now it's going to be up to Dawn to see if she has some sort of protective measure like Simba Cub, and she does. And we're going to quest for 2, get really aggressive here, and Dawn up 2-0. Brennan going to need some help. His deck actually struggles a little bit against these aggressive starts that feature Simba Protective Cub, not playing anything like Philatides
Yep.
to help support those small characters to challenge up, and often having to run 2 smaller characters into a Simba to get it off the table, or even spending as much as a Let It Go to do it. I mean, you can see it's turn 2, Brendan Candia already thinking, how do I beat this draw?
Yeah, Dawn might even have a second Leela to follow up this first one, which could put Brendan pretty far behind. I talked to Dawn about her preparation and how she arrived at this deck, and she incorporated a lot of theory and decided that the mulligan system in Lorcana rewards 2 things: curve out aggro decks and A plus B combos, and realized that Lilo plus Simba kind of counts as both.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, we're gonna play Grammatala and Quest for 1, and so it's 2-1, and now we're gonna go back Dawn Delugier's way. Still protected is the Lilo from the opponent's characters, and we'll likely see Dawn deploy at least 1, maybe 2 or 3 more characters this turn to continue that pressure. I see a hand that contains Ariel, Spectacular Singer. That might be the play instead, but I think Dawn wants to push damage. I think she senses some blood in the water, and she wants to attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of Amber Steel in this metagame. 6 players, 3 of them in our top 8. Uh, Meaning a lot of the time you don't want to go for these, multiple 1-drop starts, these weaker characters like Aladdin Cornered Swordsman, but it's a lot harder for Amber Sapphire to punish that.
Yes! Dawn
Here we
getting
go.
aggressive here, plays Lilo making a wish and Aladdin Cornered Swordsman, using that Simba to the best of her ability, and knows that Deckless of Brenda Candio knows that there's no rush character here, there's no sweepers here, and we're going low to the ground. We even inked a Stitch Rockstar, and it looks like we are just off to the races. Dawn here threatening 2, 4, 6, 7 lore next turn. Brendan likely going to double challenge into the Simba if he doesn't have much else, but he's got to figure out how he gets out of this over a 2-turn sequence. But Grandma Tala going to the Inkwell could certainly help.
We saw Brennan laying down a few cards out of his hand there. I think he's working through which cards he can designate as ink over these next couple turns, and which he is definitely interested in playing.
Not Snipe with the sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Now, going to go back Brennan's way. We're going to use the extra ink. We're going to play 1 jump ahead and another Stitch New Dog, and we're going to continue developing our Inkwell, but we need to be able to defend against these things that quest for 2. Here comes Ariel, Spectacular Singer, going to look for a song, and we find one right off the bat. We find 2 right off the bat. What do you want, Dawn? We're going to go for A Whole New World. That's going to allow her to wheel next turn if she so chooses, or if Brennan lets her, with the Ariel getting to ready. And then Dawn here going to probably quest for 6. I'm curious if she wants to ink anything, that Ariel or the Stitch New Dog.
Yeah, I think I kind of like adding to the board with this extra Stitch here. Definitely want to quest. It's pretty hard for Amber Sapphire, like you said, to punish this early questing. The Stitch is going to get to trade off for a couple Leelas over the course of a couple turns, but they've gotten so much lore in that you can't really be too upset about that.
Right. And I think Dawn is contemplating, the trade of, do I sacrifice both of these Lilos and a little bit of board position for lore? The answer is usually yes, especially when you know the matchup and you know how Brennan's avenue to victory lines up. It's going to take a while, and without sweepers or things with rush, he's going to need a lot of things like Let It Go and Hades Infernal Schemer to check these things.
If you slow down now, you're kind of opening yourself up to one of the options for Brennan, which is getting to the point where he can play multiple characters in a turn. And over enough time, that can kind of turn into a sweeper-like effect, right? Getting to challenge multiple times. So I think Dawn needs to keep up the pressure here. We do see the inked Ariel and the Stitch New Dog.
All right, and there it is. We're going to quest for 6. Up to 11 is Dawn, and Brennan's got his work cut out for him. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah.
5 characters on the other side. The Simba is technically in the graveyard. It looks kind of like it's in play, but it's not. Just to let you at home know the situation. The Stitch New Dog from Brennan can challenge one of these Lilos and knock it off, but we're still looking at 2, 4, 5, 6 lore next turn, potentially, if there's no removal spell from Brennan. And there's not. We're just going to play a Hades and then a Stitch New Dog, and we're going to try to develop that away to defend, but we're going to still need some help. Let's go back Dawn Delosure's way. We're going to deploy some more threats this turn and probably cast a whole new world.
Yeah, could also definitely see Dawn holding off, but inking the Simba definitely signifies a whole new world is coming down. Brennan getting ready.
Yep. And, I mean, Dawn knows that there's no sweepers in Brennan's deck, right? This Amber Sapphire deck doesn't have access to anything like that. So
Yeah.
if she wants to wheel and draw 7 and then deploy 2, 3, or 4 more characters after the wheel,
Exactly.
Brennan's dead. There's no way out.
Yeah, Dawn's going to get to quest up to 16 eventually. Here comes the wheel.
All right, discard 2 for Brennan. Discard none for
Ooh.
Dawn. Fire the cannons as a pickup and a grab your sword.
The grab your sword is what I'm looking at. That
Okay.
is a full wipe. You don't even need to play characters if you
Yeah.
just quest with these and get rid of Brennan's board.
Yeah, I don't think that he has any way to stop this, and all these characters are going to go. We're going to gain 2, 4, 5 up to
16.
16.
And Brennan can only answer one character
Right.
out of all the cards in his deck with only this much ink.
All right, we
That'll
back
do
in.
it.
One thing I love about Brennan is how aware he is of his position at all times.
Yeah.
And we watched a lot of matches over the last 2 days before the top 8 where players who were dead and were 0% after the turn, no matter what they did, would still play the full turn, thinking, tanking, trying to figure out how to not be dead.
Yeah.
Brennan, no, I'm out. You win.
Yeah.
As these players are shuffling up here for game number 2, let's go and take a look at the player profile for Dawn Delosier. Dawn has been killing it in Magic recently. She recently won an Apex Invitational Qualifier here at the home store in Caldwell, Ohio. She's an editor for the Squadron Hawks Magic team, and she has 2 NRG series top 8s, and that's only over like the last 2 years, so she's doing quite well. Her favorite Disney movie is Mulan. She's a huge fan of all trading card games. Faves are Netrunner and Arkham Horror. Wonder if she's ever played Magi Nation. That was my favorite game from
Yeah,
the
you're the only one I've
2000s.
ever heard talk about this,
Yeah.
but you did love that game.
Maybe
right?
it was a regional thing. Maybe they were based in like Atlanta, and then it was just like the Southeast had a bunch of access to the product. But she also is a former debate team kid, and recently got a kitten named Murky. Hey, Murky, how's it going?
You know,
Her
Murky
opponent,
short for?
what?
Murktide.
Murktide? That makes sense. There's a bunch of characters in Hearthstone Battlegrounds that revolve around the term Merc because of
Murlocs.
Murlocs.
Yeah.
There's Murkai, Young Murky, things like that. Let's check out her opponent in this round. No slouch to Magic the Gathering, but new to Lorcana and very high up on the ladder for Pixelborn. And we're looking at Brennan DeCandio, who's a proud father and husband. 3-time SCG Tour champion, often teaming up with 2 of my best friends, Tana Grace and Ross Miriam, and they had a lot of success in the team events. Never quite got a trophy, but had quite a few second places, and that was often a point of poking fun at the
Yeah,
Tana
I was going to
Grace.
say, I bet Tana and Ross hear about that a lot.
Brennan worked at Direwolf Digital for the card game Eternal for some time. If I'm not mistaken, actually worked with another friend of mine, Patrick Sullivan, former commentator for the SCG Tour, along with Cedric Phillips. Fun facts, favorite Disney movie, Aladdin from 1992. That's one of my favorite Disney movies as well. Loves gardening and home improvement projects, and his favorite Disney character is Stitch. Well, he's playing a bunch of Stitches in his Amber Sapphire deck. Let's see if Stitch can help him out here in game number 2. Let's head on back down to the feature match area and see if these players are ready for game number 2. Mulligans are just about concluded, and when they are, we will be underway for game number 2 in our second set of quarterfinal matches. Dawn Delusion won that game number 1 with her Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. Hyper-aggressive start, played roughly 6 characters in the first 4 turns, and able to just run rampant over Brendan Candio. His deck ramping up for those big baddies, but not quite that adept at interacting with the Lilo into Simba draw.
You mentioned, you described Brennan as maybe newer to Lorcana. I would say that's only true in the context that all of us are new to Lorcana.
Right, that's what I meant.
Brennan has more games on Pixelborn than pretty much anyone I know, and his teammates are well aware of that.
All right, here's a stat I heard from Harlan last night.
Yeah.
Harlan, outside of Brennan, Harlan says he thinks he has 3 times as many games of Lorcana as the rest of the field combined, except for Brennan. And then Brennan has 3 times as much as he does.
Yeah. Brennan, for almost the entire time I've been playing Lorcana, Brennan has been tearing it up on Pixelborn, getting in a ton of testing, trying out a bunch of new decks, and has arrived at this Amber Sapphire deck that's been really impressive
Yeah.
all weekend.
Well, he did waffle a bunch and he did test a bunch, but this deck had quite a good win rate on the ladder, and all three of them tested against basically everything they thought they would fight off against. Things
Yep.
like Ember Stitch Blitz, Ruby Amethyst, some of those other off the beaten path strategies. But the numbers don't lie when you're playing 1,000 games and you win 800 games. Like
Yeah.
that's the deck. That's the deck.
Yeah. We mentioned it earlier, but Dawn got up to such a fast start that Brennan was never able to play a Carefree Surfer. But Stitch Carefree Surfer is kind of the flagship of this build. They're trying to maximize that card, play it as early as possible, and hope that other decks have a difficult time dealing with it.
All right, both players leading off with Stitch, New Dog. Brennan going to one jump ahead up to 3. Dawn going to go ahead and play the Protective Cub, which could be troublesome for Brennan. We'll see if he wants to trade the Stitch, New Dog into it and then get it back with something like Hades, or if he has some other play like a Bell Strange with Special.
So right now in Lorcana we have just the one set, the first chapter. So past that first exceptional one drop and Lilo making a wish, if you really want to be aggressive, everything else is kind of the same.
Mhm.
There's upsides. Captain Hook is a good defensive card. Stitch can be shifted onto, but all of these one drops that just quest for one are significantly less potent when you're putting them behind a Simba.
All right, DeCandio going to go ahead and play the Bell Strange with Special, and then ink a Rapunzel as well as a BR Guest. So we're up to 5 ink on his turn and can get up to 7 next turn for Carefree Server or Hades Infernal Schemer. A very fast start for him, but also a common start. This is kind of how they built the deck, to always be able to go, ramp effect early into another ramp effect into a 7-drop well ahead of schedule.
Yeah, and Bell is one of their tools against part of the Amber Steel strategy in A Whole New World in particular. If Brennan has a Bell down, any Whole New World has a pretty good shot of benefiting him more than his opponent. Uh, just being able to lay down as much ink as possible and play those bigger cards.
Dawn here, considering her options, but she has the ability to challenge Simba on Stitch. I think she wants to play around the potential for a removal spell on the Simba into both of the opposing characters from Brennan being able to challenge her characters. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Simba just kind of eat the Lilo for free, or eat the Stitch for free. But what also happens a lot of times is you just want to make sure Carefree Surfer doesn't get online.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to make that happen, because 2 more ink drops for Brennan would put him right at 7. So with the perfect hand, he could get down either of those 7 drops.
All right, here's Ariel, Spectacular Singer, and musical debut does find the draw 7. Not something that she necessarily wants to cast this game, just because of how devastating it can be against a Bell Strange but Special, thanks to all the extra ink drops. Dawn did go 1, 2, 3 here, but not quite as explosive with either the lore generation or the number of raw characters played in the first few turns. And Brennan, with the early ramp effect and the 1-drop, able to potentially threaten some defense here against the draw from Dawn.
Yeah, I mentioned Brennan maybe being able to play a Carefree Surfer this turn, but I said with the perfect hand. And we see he has that Carefree Surfer, has another inkable card, but then has an uninkable Hades Lord of the Underworld, meaning he can't get to 7 this turn without, inking that Carefree Surfer. And there's a kind of a knock-on effect of Dawn deciding not to take down the Stitch and deciding to sit back. Brennan no longer has a target for that Hades Lord of the Underworld, so he's just going to play it out.
Well, this is something that I talked to Harlan and Brennan about over the last 24 hours. Their deck, they have things like Hades that can gain some value, but in some situations you just have to play them for no value, because the future Hades, to get back the first one, kind of makes up for the loss of not getting card back then, and the body being able to challenge is quite strong. Now, one really backbreaking thing here potentially for Dawn is something like Grab Your Sword. I don't think she has access to it, but if she finds it off this Ariel Spectacular Singer that she's about to play, could shatter Brennan's board position, taking out the Hades and the Stitch New Dog, but that will open up Rapunzel as a refresh and a resource generator.
Yeah, you saw Brennan jamming this Hades for no value, prioritizing instead holding onto that Rapunzel in hand, thinking at some point Dawn is going to leave a character exposed just like this, and Brennan will be able to get some damage on a Bell and draw multiple cards, which is how he can actually start powering through this lack of ink in his hand.
All right, Rapunzel going to come in and heal up Simba Protective Cub and draw 2 cards. We've already played an ink, but we can play a song. I don't. Oh, I do see a grab your sword. Do you want to sing that just to kill the Hades? I'm kind of into it, if I'm honest.
I don't know. Part of the it helps a little, but I think you can get better value off of Grab Your Sword. Brennan's characters are going to be large, especially past this point in the game, but we've still seen effective Grab Your Swords at just laying down a lot of damage, and the damage of the metaphorical damage is kind of already done here. Your Stitch is exposed, you can't take down the spell, so if Brennan does have a Rapunzel, it's going to be able to come down.
Alrighty, well, Dawn, trying to figure out if she wants to sing Grab Your Sword off the aerial. That will knock off the Hades, but it'll put 2 damage on the bell, and that unlocks Rapunzel to heal and draw some cards. It will keep the Simba Protective Cub alive for another turn, so I do kind of like doing it, and that also allows you, I think, to quest with the Lilo and gain 1, or the Stitch and gain 1.
The texture of this game right now, this was a lot more common among most of the games we saw yesterday, where players get past the early turns and get into this kind of posturing state where players don't really want to, use their characters very much, and it's just about accruing value. And the first few games we've seen today, by contrast, Dawn with a very fast start and Frank with several very fast starts against Ruby Amethyst, those you can only really take advantage of when you have either Lilo making a wish or we saw Frank shifting Stitch on turn 4. Outside of starts like those, you kind of get forced into these mid-range matchups, which Amber Steel does have the tools to deal with.
All right, Dawn, gonna need to make a play here, even if it's just past the turn. Questing or singing with Ariel's on the table. We're gonna sing 2 damage to the Hades. I think this is the right play, but it's a hard one to make. We're going to quest for 1 up to 2. We're going to go back Brennan's way. I always try to think to myself, will my opponent be happy or sad if I do this thing? And I think that if I'm Brennan, I'm pretty sad if my opponent sings a Grab Your Sword there and kills my Hades. Obviously you get to do the Rapunzel thing, but like, if you do that, you're not challenging the Simba. You're not getting the Ariel off the table, and so it's sung Whole New World still at the ready next turn. So I like it. I like the play from Dawn. Here it is. Rapunzel heals Belle, and now we got maybe some more ink drops from the Belle.
Yeah, there's a Grematala, a Let It Go, and 2 Stitch Carefree Surfers. So Brennan kind of has a lot of options here as far as how this hand can lay out.
All right, gonna ink a Carefree Surfer and a Let It Go, and then we're gonna play a Grematala, and preparing for a Carefree Surfer next turn from hand. Might not be enough. We're going to go back Dawn's way and see what she wants to do. Only 1 card in hand for Brennan, so unlikely that she's going to deploy that Whole New World since she is ahead on cards and ahead on board, kind of.
Yeah, we have seen even in spots almost like this, the Amber Steel players can get crafty, finding ways to empty their hands and turn a Whole New World into a good card, but Dawn is kind of significantly ahead. It'll take a couple turns, maybe the board state shifts in that direction. But here's Ariel Spectacular Singer, a miss. Happens frequently enough.
Yep, you only usually play about 12 songs in most of these builds, and so I think Frank said 60-something%. I'm not sure exactly what the number is. And while you do miss quite often, it's the Singer 5 that is the big draw for Ariel Spectacular Singer, because you're able to play something on 3 that sings something that costs 5, and those 5-cost songs are often brutal, especially ahead of schedule. One of the first games I ever played with the Stitch Blitz deck when we put it together for Lost Boys Versus, I went 1, 2, 3 with Ariel Spectacular Singer, and on turn 4 I went to play another character, sing Whole New World, play 2 more characters, and damn if you weren't just dead.
Yeah, that was it. You mentioned that maybe not 60%, whatever the actual number is, that Frank determined. Getting that data is kind of half the battle, but the other half is deciding what number you're happy with.
Right.
And as far as Ariel, players have decided they're happy enough to hit, that most of the time you hit, but frequently you miss because the card is good enough on its own. Whereas different cards you might just not want to put in your deck at all if they're going to be below 90, 95%.
All right, Don gonna spray the board with characters. We're going Stitch, New Dog, Lila Making a Wish, and Ariel Spectacular Singer that miss. And now we're just gonna go questing. Don choosing not to sing the whole new world because she is way ahead on board, and Brennan is very low on resources from hand. Has access to a lot of ink. We'll see if he's able to posture with the Bell Strange with special over multiple turns to potentially threaten big lore generation and force Don to have some weird answers.
Yeah, Brennan's previous turn, he got some good value, able to draw a couple cards off the Rapunzel, develop multiple ink, and get this Grammatala down. But the downside of turns like that, you're not adding a whole lot of strength to the board, and Dawn is taking advantage of that here, questing with plenty of characters, developing plenty more, saying, sure, you can challenge these, but not quite as much as the value I'm getting out of them.
All right, so Grammatala looking to go headfirst into the Simba Protective Cub, and that'll send her to the Inkwell. Bell, Strange with Special, can also go into the Simba and finish it off, and I think that's probably going to be the play. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brennan not attack with the Bell because he thinks that maybe questing for 5 with Bell is like the only way I can win.
There
and
he
that
goes.
is. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and gain up to 10 lore as Brennan DeCandio, thanks to the Bell Strange with Special. Let's get the Bell Strange with Special on the screen and talk about this card a little bit. Bell Strange with Special, a 4-cost Sapphire character that is only a 2/4, so it's not very big, but it does quest for 5 down the line. If you're able to hit 10 ink, and thanks to her own ability, you get to play an extra ink every turn. This was maybe the biggest chase rare out of the first set in the first 2 weeks. I think people really thought that it was going to be something truly magnificent, and end up being just pretty good, but Sapphire in general was a little bit lackluster, I thought.
Yeah, I described Bell early on as narrow but powerful, where there are other more broadly powerful cards like Rapunzel in the set, but and then my opinion kind of revised downward on Bell relative to other players, but I really like what Brennan and his team have done here in finding a good shell for Bell. For one thing, they're able to get a lot of ink and a lot of card draw, which you need to fuel Bell off these Carefree Surfers. But also the addition of Hades, Lord of the Underworld, means after your first Bell dies, you can bring it back 1, maybe 2 times and get 5 lore out of it each of those times to kind of cross the finish line.
All right, we're going to sing Grab Your Sword. This is a nice start for Don. We're going to deal 2 to everything, and now we're going to try to figure out what the rest of the turn entails. We can sing a Whole New World, draw 7, and then redeploy a bunch of characters while potentially challenging 2 of the characters on Brennan DeCandio's side. You can also just ignore it because Brennan currently isn't threatening lethal 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, only 19. And if Don goes quest, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 15. She actually has initiative here.
Yeah, being able to sing a Whole New World here, I think is a pretty good spot. Brennan's deck not going to be able to punish Dawn for going wide after this Whole New World. Though I do think some challenging is in order. You did count Brennan going up to 19, but after this Whole New World, if Brennan found a Rockstar, that would put him to exactly 20 after a shift.
Fair enough.
So if Dawn's cognizant of that, she'll want to take down the spell, at least this turn, but she should have enough to win the game on the following turn.
Yeah, a New Dog trade into it seems fine. She could also hit one of her 2 Fire the Cannons, or perhaps another Grab Your Sword off of the big wheel. I see a hand. It looks like a couple of Tiny Tacticians, a couple of Leela Making a Wish. I imagine we're going to go just New Dog into Bell, play 3 characters, quest for 6 past turn, I think, or 7, Just,
Yeah, Lilo is kind of perfect off a Whole New World in this matchup. Your opponent doesn't have any ways to incidentally remove it with cards like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and it's just the most efficient way in the game, really, to get lore onto the battlefield.
All right, Don, up to 13, and now can play Lilo.
Wow. I didn't see the second Lilo.
Yeah. Then Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician, and I think that'll be it, but I think that'll be enough. We're going to go back to Candio's way. We got 2 challenges potential here, and then we have 7 cards in hand, and we're going to draw up to 8. So, could have a couple of removal spells. We'll see if it's enough. Brennan knows he's on the back foot, though. His hand. Looks like You Have Forgotten Me, some ramp, Robin Hood.
Yeah, even in the best case scenario here, Brennan inks one more ink, plays one more ink, would get him up to 11, and 11 is not enough to play a Hades plus a Let It Go. So Brennan can't play multiple interactive cards from hand. I guess 2 Let It Go, but even that might not be enough with only 2 characters.
He also has no interaction.
Exactly, yeah.
8 cards, no Let It Go, no Hades Infernal Schemer, and I don't think either would be enough at this juncture either. So looks like Don DeLozier is going to beat Brennan DeCanio, captain of Team NDA, putting 3 members into the top 8 with that Amber Sapphire strategy. He's trying to line up some attacks to see if there's any shot of him getting out of it. Unfortunately,
looks like the first member of Team NDA getting eliminated. First time we've seen a member of this team eliminated all weekend.
Yeah. They brought this really unique Amber Sapphire ramp strategy, and it's been great at fighting through the more mid-rangey and slow decks. And unfortunately for DeCandio, can't quite handle the aggressive start from the Amber Steel. Stitch Blitz. Got blitzed.
Blitz!
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Congrats to Don DeLozier, your next semifinalist, and we have 3 of 4 semifinalists. We're going to be cutting over to the backup feature match. When we cut down there, we'll see how the games are going, get all the graphics updated and stuff in a second. But let's go ahead and try to grok the board and see what's going on the table. It looks like from our spotter, we're still in game 1. So this Ruby Amethyst control deck, oh, it's game 2, excuse me. But this Ruby Amethyst control deck from Matthew Campo was one of 2 Ruby Amethyst decks in the top 8. Our top 8 breakdown was 3 copies of the Amber Sapphire deck from Team NDA, 3 copies of Amber Steel Stitch Blitz, and 2 Ruby Amethyst control. Wow, dominating position for Mason Clark for game number 2 here. Up on lore, up on ink, up on cards on the table, but we all know what's coming.
Yeah, this
Be
is
prepared. So but Mason didn't play anything that turn, right? So
Yeah.
he knew it was coming.
this was Matt Campo's first opportunity this game, turn 7 to play Be Prepared, and Mason took his foot off the gas at just the right moment.
Can we get Grummatel on the screen real quick? I want to make sure that it goes
does.
to the. Okay. Well, some characters only return to your hand when they're
You're right.
banished in combat, like the Mickey Mouse broom. I just like to double check on things to make sure everything's on the up and up. Everyone's giving me guff. Everyone's giving me guff. All right. Grandma goes to the Inkwell, and that allows for Bellstranger Special and Hades Lord of the Underworld to refuel after the big sweeper. Be prepared. Mason at 10 lore, looking to get 10 more so he can force a game 3. Campo looking to defend.
Yeah, this is a good follow-up for Mason. Some good value off the Lord of the Underworld. Bell is going to be pretty threatening over these next couple turns. Probably going to demand an answer from Matt Campo. And it looks like so we see 2 Mickey Mouse detectives in Mason's discard pile, and still only at 8 ink, including after that Grammatella. It seems to me that Mason decided not to play ink on maybe the last couple turns, instead conserving those cards in hand and deciding that for this point in the game, 7 or 8 ink is going to be enough to develop the way he wants.
All right, Campo gets the Ursula down, draws a card, takes the lore from Mason, he's down to 9. Thinking about what to ink. Can use Ursula next turn maybe to sing another Be Prepared to clear before he deploys a big baddie. Also just wants to hit ink number 9 so we can play Maleficent Monstrous Dragon on curve.
Yeah, Ursula is pretty good, but Mason has to be pretty happy to see this. Usually with Bell, in most matchups, it only quests once. Against Ruby Amethyst, a lot of the time, it never quests.
Right.
So getting 5 lore out of this Bell is almost more than Mason could have hoped for here.
Yeah, so he's going to get to ink 2 things here with Bell Stranger Special, and that's going to allow him to quest for 5, 1 more with the Hades for 6. It's my guess, and then we're probably going to deploy something else, but instead we're going to go for be our guest, put a magic to the test. Looking for a character, finds a Hades, finds a Carefree Surfer. Let's see what he wants to put in hand.
Yeah, this is a good use of ink from Mason here. Board is threatening enough to demand removal or maybe even Be Prepared from Matt. So just being able to filter through and find a good follow-up here in Stitch Carefree Surfer is what you're looking for out of that extra ink.
right, we're going to quest 5, 6, up to 15. And now we're going to go back Campo's way to see if he can deal with what's in play. Campo, with access to 8, can go up to 9 ink. If he has Be Prepared, he could sing it and then deploy some very large threats.
That's part of the value of Ursula for sure. This large body that sticks around, and anything that can sing Be Prepared can really get you some swingy turns out of Ruby Amethyst.
All right, our spotter here gonna update lore totals, and we're gonna sing that Be Prepared. And Matt Campo here has a clear board. Let's see what he wants to put onto the table. It's a baby Aladdin. We're gonna drain you for 1. Not the greatest follow-up, but it could allow for a shifted Aladdin heroic outlaw later on.
Yeah, we saw one week ago with our Apex Invitational Qualifier, we saw quite a bit of Ruby Amethyst, and Zach Powers, the player that ended up winning that event, came back multiple times from 17, 18, 19 lore deficits. So 14 here for Mason. Matt's fairly comfortable with this, actually. Ruby Amethyst is great at holding off that much lore from an opponent.
All right, Broom comes down along with the Aladdin, and we're going to go back Mason's way. Draw for turn. Got 1 jump ahead. See at the front of the hand, we got Rapunzel. That's not going to do a ton here for a little while.
Usually doesn't do a ton at all in the Ruby Amethyst matchup, right? You
Right.
have to kind of set up positions where you can force your opponent to leave characters exerted.
All right, here we're going to start the chain of Hades. And we're going to go Hades gets back a Hades, and then Rapunzel with nothing to heal. And 1 jump ahead to increase the Inkwell count. And now, if you're Campo, you have to be aware of Carefree Surfer next turn. Even if you're able to knock off one of these characters, it's going to be easy for Mason to go Little Thing plus Carefree Surfer, draw 2, and then you're likely going to be in the spot where you need to start playing Be Prepared again. He's already played 2.
I like the nice measured pace that Mason's been setting over these past couple turns. The Hades for some value, and then Rapunzel just to get a couple more lore onto the battlefield, but still not overextending into another Be Prepared, because you always have to be afraid. They usually have the 3rd one when you hope they don't.
Yeah. Elsa, Spirit of Winter, comes down here and exerts both opposing characters, freezing them, and then allows for the Broom to trade with the Hades, but that's just going to allow for the Hades loop to keep on going. And then we're going to go Carefree Surfer and draw 2. This is Campo's worst nightmare for this game, at least. And now we're going to go back his way and hope that he can deal with what we got going on.
Matt kind of played perfectly into Mason's hand there by trading with the Hades. Almost seems a little early. Kind of gave Mason a perfect turn with those 11 ink worth of characters.
Yeah, maybe instead of challenging there, you just quest for 2.
Yeah.
Leave the characters frozen. Then maybe next turn you do some extra things, some extra challenging, so that the Hades can't be played that turn for full value. But he was just worried about Carefree Surfer, I guess. But no, he knew about the Hades that was gotten back from the previous Hades. So
yeah.
All right, here's a Dragonfire that's going to knock off the Carefree Surfer, but we know Mason's got that Hades in hand and can get it back and play it. So it's up to Campo to knock off another character here to make sure that that Carefree Surfer won't draw cards. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't go for the attack. Instead, going to quest for 3. Going to take a different line. It's going to be hard to grind through all these characters. Oh, here's a LeFou. He's playing 3 copies of this card, so he can actually do some serious challenging while questing. It's a nice tempo play.
Absolutely, and it's going to be important here because I want to talk about the play patterns from Mason. Over the past couple tournaments, we've seen players with Hades, Lord of the Underworld, a couple times develop a Hades, pick up a Hades, and then just immediately play that Hades. But Mason, over these past couple turns, has committed to only playing out 1 Hades at a time. He's trying to grind Matt out and ensure that if every Hades has to be banished, the next one can always pick it up and just replace that threat. But Matt's deck is actually pretty good at dealing with that. The way you answer that kind of grindy action is by ending the game.
Yeah.
And Matt is playing 8 evasive cards, 4 Elsa Spirit of Winter, and these LeFou Instigators. His lore output is a lot higher than a lot of other Ruby Amethyst builds might be.
All right, Campo here going to go back his way. Mason decided to trade with Hades on the Aladdin to put it into the discard pile so the Hades in hand can get it back. Campo here readies, and we're going to see what he's got. It's another Spirit of Winter, and now Elsa plus LeFou can eat the Maleficent uninvited, but instead we're going to push towards Victory Condition, gaining some lore up to 9 with those quests, and we're going to go back Mason's way and see what he's got. His characters are frozen for a full turn cycle. He's in trouble.
Yeah, Matt doing a great job of turning the corner here. Elsa is great at that. Sometimes combines into a Be Prepared, but Matt decides at this point, the end is in sight. My deck is built to end the game. Now it's 7 lore in play. Mason only has so much interactive element.
All right, we're going to play You Have Forgotten Me. Discard 2 cards. Simba, you have forgotten me. And now Campo going to discard 2, leaving just 1 card in hand, and I think it's Be Prepared number 3. And Clark here now can play Hades and get back Hades and keep the chain rolling. And we'll see if he has anything else he wants to deploy on top of that. Robin Hood going to hit the Inkwell because he just made his opponent discard some cards. But we're going to play a Let It Go. We're going to knock off one of the bigger Elsas with no damage on it, and then we're going to Hades and get back Hades.
Not the greatest top deck from Matt there. Just a befuddle. I wonder whether we'll see him pick up this LeFou before casting Be Prepared. No, just going to hold on to it.
Yeah, and the Be Prepared here is just a sign of, hey, I'm in a lot of trouble. I know what you're going to do next turn, but this turn I'm behind, and I don't really have anything to do about it. So Clark here now knows that the door is open to just deploy tons of stuff. That's 3 copies of Be Prepared already played, and his hand is still relatively full. Hades can get back Hades again, and then if he wants to, he can break the Hades chain by going Hades, get back Bell, Stranger Special, Maleficent Uninvited, and then just present essentially lethal next turn.
Mason kind of countered Matt's plans there. The LeFou play into the second Elsa. Mason realized, okay, my opponent's trying to end this game. I'm going to play out this Let It Go on this turn. Right. And then Matt decides, okay, my clock has kind of been neutered. It's time to wipe the board. Yeah. But this Ruby Amethyst build from Matt Campo, their kind of signature in playing no copies of Magic Mirror or the Queen, instead relying mostly on Friends on the Other Side and Ursula's Cauldron, which puts Matt in a difficult position here. Mason just has way more card advantage.
All right, Ursula's Cauldron's the draw, useless for Campo, and that's going to do it. Mason Clark takes game number 2. We got a deciding game coming up in our last quarter-final match. So far in the quarterfinals, we saw Don DeLozier just now defeat good friend Brendan DeCandio on that Amber Sapphire deck that we're currently watching Mason play. They're on Team NDA together, and 3 of those decks are in the top 8, and one of them's in the top 4, and we're about to see if it's 2 in the top 4 if Mason's able to win game number 3. Our previous 2 quarterfinal matches that we played earlier had Frank Carson with Amber Steel Stitch Blitz defeat Nathan Stoyer on Ruby Amethyst Control. And we also watched Kurt Spies be defeated by good friend Harlan Fear and fellow Lost Boy. So congrats to them so far. We'll see if Mason can join Harlan in the top 4. As these players are shuffling up for game number 3, let's take a moment and shout out our sponsors. Thank you so much to Ultimate Guard. Ultimate Guard is the best in the business when it comes to TCG supplies, from the Katana sleeves to the Archive deck box. Make sure to check out Ultimate Guard products at your local game store. If they don't have them, say, hey, why not?
Yeah.
Shout out to Cards and Castles 2. We're going to link it in chat, but Cards and Castles 2 is a Steam game that's free to play. It combines tactics style gameplay like Final Fantasy Tactics with card battlers like Hearthstone and even Disney's Lorcana kind of, and how the cards operate. And you play things onto the field and challenge your opponent's castles with your characters. It's a lot of fun. We did some gameplay videos with it, and we'll probably do another gameplay video after this quarterfinal match is done. We thank them so much. Last but not least, TCGplayer.com. They're a flagship sponsor for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, and they have essentially given us the lion's share of the prize pool for these players. We couldn't have done it without you. Make sure to check out TCGplayer.com for any singles you need for any of collectible card games on the market, from Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, to Magic the Gathering, and now Disney's Lorcana. TCGplayer.com is the marketplace for those cards. Your local game store probably sells cards on TCG Player, so it's the place.
Yeah.
We are the Lost Boys. We make content for Disney's Lorcana. You can check us out on all of our socials. Lost Boys LOR on Twitter, Patreon, as well as YouTube. We have a podcast where we once a week talk about things that are going on in the competitive space, try to come up with fun topics, current events, as well as new cards. We have Chapter 2 coming out soon, and we'll be doing a lot of previews and gameplays on Pixelborn and Lost Boys Versus on that YouTube channel. So make sure to check out Lost Boys LOR on all those and give us a follow. We'd really appreciate it. As these players are shuffling up for game number 3, let's take a look at our player slides. Mason, Esports, Clark. Accolades include DreamHack Dallas 2022 champion. He took that down and became the face of the RCs over the next few months.
Yeah.
It was kind of awesome because DreamHack picked up that contract from Wizards of the Coast to run all the regional championships in the United States. He's a multiple-time Pro Tour player. He's a co-designer of Modern Horizons 3. Fun fact, favorite Disney movie is Aladdin. Now, there's a typo in this slide. We have 2 slides for Mason, and I forgot to swap them again. And that's completely on me, and I apologize, Mason, but we love you, and I'm rooting for you. Now, his opponent, we don't have a slide for because he was one of the last chance qualifiers. It's going to be Matt Campo, and he's playing Ruby Amethyst Control. We can take a look at Matthew Campo's deck list, though. We've seen plenty of this deck list from Mason Clark, the Amber Sapphire strategy, but this Ruby Amethyst Control deck, you know, it's not playing, like you said, Magic Mirror or Queen, so it's very light on actual card advantage, just Maleficent and friends on the other side, but still has things like Dragonfire, Be Prepared, Maleficent, Monstrous Dragon to help contain the opponent's characters. 4 copies of Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor, I think, is one of the cooler additions to the deck.
Yeah, this unique build was brought to our last chance qualifier by both Matt Campo and his teammate Andrew Wetzler, I believe was his name. Both players made top 4 with Andrew losing, but those players are on team Top Table Games, I believe.
Okay.
Prepared for that event together with a couple other players, and both ended up on this same unique Ruby Amethyst list.
All right, set on down to the feature match area and see if these players are ready to go. And we are. Turn number 1, Campo going to be on the play with Ruby Amethyst Control. No 1-drop, but that's fairly common. I see an inked Stitch New Dog from Mason and doesn't play another new dog in hand, and instead valuing them as inked to play the bigger and better things over the next few turns.
Yeah, decides this game is not going to be about that.
Campo going to lead off here with that Ursula's Cauldron, going to give him a lot of manipulation over the next few turns, helping him make sure he finds what he needs when he needs it. You know, we talked a lot about Ursula's Cauldron yesterday, and I think most people who come from a background in Magic the Gathering dislike the card.
Yeah.
And most people who come from a background in other games really like the card because deck manipulation is not something that exists ubiquitously, and it's often dangerous because it creates a very high consistency in the types of games and the types of draws that you can have. And here, Ursula's Cauldron, it doesn't replace itself, but what it does do is that it helps him make sure that he has Be Prepared on 7, make sure that he has Maui on 5, and it's working. He's winning. Yeah. So clearly something there.
Yeah, in comparison to Magic Mirror, which you often want to play much later in the game, Ursula's Cauldron is definitely best on turn 2. Matt's going to be drawing the better half of the top of his deck for the rest of this game, and going to be looking for the tools that line up better against Mason's strategy.
All right, Campo looking at the top 2. Cauldron can be activated every turn for no ink. That's one of the reasons why people like it as well, because it doesn't cost resources like Magic Mirror.
Yep.
It's not inkable, so it's bad in multiples and bad to draw them when you're light on ink, but it's a sacrifice Campo and his teammate were both willing to make. They both made the top 4 of our last chance qualifier, with Campo winning and then going 3-0 in our first pot of yesterday and qualifying for the top 8. Mason is in his way, though, to make it to the top 4, and we'll see who's able to take it down. Matt Campo plays friends on the other side to juice his hand back up, and we're going to go back Mason's way.
Yeah, this has also been a signature of Campo's playstyle. Rather than developing characters in the early turns like Maleficent's Sorceress, if his opponent's not pressuring him, he's very happy to just play friends on the other side, sometimes multiple turns in a row, to get that card advantage up, and then just kind of sit on that for the rest of the game.
All right, here is another activation from Cauldron. Bellstrain's a special, does ramp a little bit more for Mason, puts him a little light on raw cards, but has that Robin Hood next turn potentially to refuel a little bit. And I see a Hades peeking out there, so if Matt Campo ever wants to get interactive, going to get punished by the Gravedigger effect.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Mason maybe going to be sitting on this Hades for a while, especially before Bell becomes a real threat, which won't be for a couple turns.
All right, here's the Sorceress, going to replace itself with a fresh card. We're going to go back Mason's way after we ink a Brave Little Tailor. And now Bell can quest pretty safely here for what's in play, but often when you do that, you open yourself up to characters that have Rush. And Ruby Amethyst actually plays quite a few characters with Rush, from Rafiki, Mysterious Sage, all the way up to Maui, Hero to All, the powerful 5-drop that has Reckless and has no way to quest and gain lore. It's a defensive beat stick.
Yeah, you do see occasionally Ruby Amethyst playing one or more copies of White Rabbit's Pocket Watch to provide Rush later in the game, but Matt Campo declining.
Okay, here's that Robin Hood we talked about, and instead of questing, instead of inking anything, Mason Clark says go. And now we're going to go back Campo's way. Let's see what he wants to do about these characters. A commonality between players in our event this weekend is essentially a refusal to open yourself up to interaction of any kind, if possible.
Yeah.
And we see consistently players don't quest even when things look safe on the table, because they know the possibilities of what their opponents have in their deck. These are open deck list. This is an open deck list event, so players have complete information about what they're playing against. And as we see here, no quest from Mason, even though it looks safe against the Maleficent on the Bell, even with a Hades in hand. I feel like that's just a little bit strange, but you know, Mason clearly on top of his game here.
Yeah, the ability Matt Campo has to close the game out once you get a few turns later down the line might mean that Mason values getting at least that first 5 ink quest out of Bell before he starts picking it back up. He's going to want to start that sooner rather than later, maybe, but also values conserving his hands. Hasn't been inking very much.
All right, we're going to go back Mason's way after drawing another card with Maleficent Sorceress, and his hand is, I don't know, can't really see it. It's off camera.
Yeah.
But
You saw that You Have Forgotten Me on top. I did talk to the Team NDA members about that card, and one of their favorite play patterns is their opponents kind of start to play around You Have Forgotten Me, keeping 3, maybe 4 cards in hand, and then because they're a ramp deck, they just slam the second You Have Forgotten Me and completely obliterate their opponent's
yeah,
hands.
once they hit 8 ink, they're able to play 2 of them in the same turn, and that's always game over if your opponent is not, prepared to deal with it.
Yeah.
We're going to use Robin Hood to sing, be our guest. Top 4 coming, finds another Robin Hood. Seems like it's going to be the play to just keep the fire going.
Yeah, what Mason was looking for there was a Stitch Carefree Surfer, especially because Matt not removing either character with, for example, a Dragonfire left him open to such a card, but Mason did not find a Carefree Surfer, just a Robin Hood, which is a great kind of middle-of-the-road play that replaces itself.
Looks like he did draw a Carefree Surfer off of the Robin Hood draw, though, because he does have one in hand now. Considering inking something, but instead choosing not to, holding on for as long as possible. I think they're fine being able to hit the 7th ink, but basically want to ink the worst card at any given time and allowing the top of their deck to potentially provide them with a 1-drop or something similar for ink that they just don't really want. Cauldron goes activating. Was it Double Toil and Trouble? How's that song go?
Bubble, Toil and Trouble.
Fire burning, cauldron bubble.
There you go. It is Double. I said it wrong. You know who wrote that?
Who?
Shakespeare.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know. That's cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Look,
I agree.
I recently saw Something Rotten, it's a Broadway show, but we did a local one, and one of our best friends, Elliot Raff, was the lead, Nick Bottom, and the whole play is about his character interacting with William Shakespeare, and William Shakespeare trying to steal his ideas, but and also vice versa.
Yeah.
And it was a really awesome show. All right, here we go. Maui, Hero to All, eats the Robin Hood, and now we'll see if Mason wants to do anything about it. It's going to be able to challenge something later. Here is a Carefree Surfer. We're going to draw 2 and probably just let the Maui hang out on his own. We're not really afraid of an Elsa next turn because Campo only has access to 7 ink. Can't quite play Elsa and freeze things to allow the Maui to challenge, so we can save that for next turn.
Yeah, if Mason is interested in, getting the 5 lore out of this Bell before it leaves the battlefield, he would have to ink this turn, so he's having to make a decision right now about whether to value the cards in the hand or that potential lore. It looks like he is going to ink this Rapunzel.
Yep. That happens. Ooh.
Oh.
You know what? You know what, Mason? Okay. Okay, Mason.
Yeah.
I see you. I see what's up. Gonna trade Bell Stranger Special for the Maui, and that's gonna prevent the Maui from ramming into one of those larger characters later and trading for it. Mason knows that in this matchup, that Bell is basically just Quest 5 at some point, and that's all it's ever gonna do, and that's the best it's ever gonna get.
Yeah.
And it's okay to put it into the discard pile as well because he has plenty of Hades and things like that. And so, gonna go ahead and just trade with Maui to protect a later character. I really like that play, and I was
Yeah.
not expecting it.
Mason decided this game is not going to be about lore.
Right. At least not until he is won by a lot.
Yeah. And having picked up, I believe, the second You Have Forgotten Me off of that Carefree Surfer, I think Mason is kind of licking his chops, looking at that sizable hand from Matt Campo.
Yeah, right now we have 6 cards in hand. We're playing an ink. That's going to put us up to 7, and it's going to leave us with 5 cards in hand. If we play an Ursula, we'll be able to gain a lore and draw, or steal a lore. Oh, there's no lore for Mason, so it actually doesn't even draw a card.
Wow.
I didn't even. Oh man, that's actually sick. And maybe that's Mason's plan all along. Just never quest, never get one.
Yeah, that would be a really next level play. If that's on Mason's mind. Mason does like to see his friends on the other side here. But Campo deciding not even to play an ink. See whether Mason wants to punish that with some You Have Forgotten Me's, but
No.
decides this is a good opportunity to keep getting off these Carefree Surfers.
Yeah.
Mason aiming for exactly 4 cards, I believe, out
Right.
of Matt's hand.
And also, at some point your opponent is going to tap out and they're going to play like their best thing.
Yeah.
And when that happens, Mason is ready to get rid of it for free with a song like Let It Go, and then also rip the hand apart with 1 or 2 Forgotten Me.
Yeah.
So
We see only the Carefree Surfer questing here. Mason afraid of another Maui here to all. Doesn't want to expose that Robin Hood. But also, we've seen this the past couple games for Mason, kind of measured pressure. He wants to present maybe exactly 6 lore on any given turn as the amount that he would not be unhappy to get to lose to a Be Prepared.
well, the spotter is missing the 2 lore from Mason, but other than that, everything looks to be on the up and up. Clark here at 2, Campo looking for a way to challenge what's on the table. Mason is expecting to get hit with a Be Prepared or something similar this turn, and with Ursula's Cauldron being activated every turn since turn 2, it's pretty likely he has it, but as far as I can tell, doesn't have it in hand right now. Alright, here's an Ursula that's going to steal a lore from Mason down to 1, and we're going to draw a card with Campo. I wanted to make sure everyone knew that Mason did have that 2 lore because you only get to draw a card with the Ursula if you steal a lore. So there we go, updated count now. Befuddle is the ink. And if I had to guess, we're going to pass back.
Yeah, Mason with plenty of resources aside from those 2 You Have Forgotten Me's, and still not a whole lot of pressure on these 4/8 bodies from Carefree Surfer. Matt can't take them down as it stands with only 6 strength in play. So this flagship card for Team NDA is going to start to continue putting in some work.
Yeah, I mean, Campo's going to have to directly remove them with Dragonfires and with Be Prepareds, and it's not going to be able to challenge them very well. Ursula, body, quite large on the willpower side of thing, but on the string side of thing, only 2. And so you're just going to see those Carefree Surfers probably just start questing. Even if they go to the bin, not that big of a deal because Mason just has access to multiple copies of Hades, maybe even in hand.
Yeah, the shape of this game as it's developing really, I think, plays to Mason's strengths. One of the decks he's become known for in the past couple years in Magic is like 4-color Omnath control, and that can really easily develop into these grindy games where both players have a lot of answers, and you have to develop really a macro game plan to determine how you want to end up the winner.
What are you talking about, mid-range soup?
Everything's mid-range.
How about elemental drama deck?
Yeah, whatever you want to
How
call
about
it.
beans?
I'm not talking. This is pre-beans.
Okay.
Here we go. You have
Here we go.
forgotten me.
Yeah, this is going to put some pressure on Campo's hand and resources. Discard 2. He's taking a look in a book. Gonna pitch 2. See what he wants to keep.
And when your opponent has more than 4 cards, you do have to, give them some time to think about it before you play the second You Have Forgotten Me. When they have exactly 4, you just get to slam them both on the table. Here we go. I told Mason I'd say this. They call this the Dad Blaster.
The Dad Blaster?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Dad be blasting. Simba in shambles.
Simba in
Dude,
shambles.
I mean, he comes out the clouds.
Yeah.
And he's like, son, you messing up. You
Yeah.
need to step it up. You are the king.
You forgot me. This is a particularly potent card against Matt Campo's build. We've seen most of the card advantage is in those You Have Forgotten Me's, and is in those Friends on the Other Side, and each You Have Forgotten Me is just straight up trading for one of those. So now Mason's deck has more card advantage in it than the control deck.
All right, Campo here going to activate the Ursula's Cauldron. Top two. Going to put one on top, one on bottom.
And Matt's been sculpting his hand with this cauldron now, so it might be pretty devastating to have been hit with these You Have Forgotten Me's when
Right.
some of his cards were relying on others in hand to set up his game plan.
Yeah, I mean, he spent so much time drawing cards with Friends on the Other Side. The Ursula replaced itself. You know, each of the Sorceress Maleficents replaced himself. It's just tough to get discarded for 4, man. I don't know what to say. when we play other games like Magic the Gathering, cards like Mind Rot, which are very similar to You Have Forgotten Me, you know, they make your opponent discard 2 cards, but it's pretty easy to get empty-handed in Magic and then just play for powerful cards off the top of the deck. And in this game, though, you know, you have to play so many cheap things so that act as resources, and the cards scale relatively poorly, all things considered. The 7-drops are worth about 7 1-drops, right?
Yeah.
And so if your opponent makes you discard your last 2 cards, and it's like you're Be Prepared, you're Ursula, you're Spirit of Winters, what ends up happening is like you just lose because the top of your deck is unkind.
Yeah, Matt's gonna be drawing, some of the better possible cards, let's call it that, through this cauldron over the next few turns. But every time he draws one of those and isn't getting to draw cards off of it, it's just trading a lot of the time 1-for-1 off these Carefree Surfers, for example, that are 2-for-1s.
All right, we see a Hades Infernal Schemer come down. That's going to put the opponent's Elsa into the Inkwell. And Campo, we're going to go back his way and see if he can find to Be Prepared to deal with this board. Mason is expecting it. He is being prepared for Be Prepared. He has stuff in hand to refuel. He's been expecting it the whole game thanks to the Cauldron. Matt hasn't pulled the trigger yet. Might not have it yet.
Yeah, Mason leaving, I said it was 6 lore earlier, and then this Grammatala, one of the reasons they value it is it's a nice incidental way to add some pressure onto a Ruby Amethyst opponent that you don't really care about losing.
Right. It also is decent in their deck for singing some songs. They do play Be Our Guest.
And 1 jump ahead.
Right. And so those 7 songs it can play make it a decent turn to play.
I think the best play we've seen with the Grammatala was in round 1 yesterday. Brennan DeCandio against Nathan Stoyer. Brennan quested with Tala, which then meant that Nathan's reckless Maui had to challenge it, which then left Brennan able to challenge that Maui with a Carefree Surfer and get some card draw for Rapunzel. All thanks to that Grammatala.
Okay, Campo, what you got? My guess, sing Be Prepared, play Brave Little Tailor. That would be ideal. I don't know if he has it, but that would be ideal.
I don't see it. Maybe an Elsa, a Mickey Mouse Wayward Sorcerer, and that Brave Little Tailor. I wonder if Matt thinks he has an opportunity to race here, but Mason's deck does have hard removal for Brave Little Tailors.
Okay, here's a Spirit of Winter. It's going to come down. Freeze 2 characters on the opposing side. We'll see what he wants to target. Probably the 2 Carefree Surfers again, and he does. We're going to quest for 3 up to 6, and now we're going to go back Mason's way. We're in a holding pattern. Basically the same situation as last turn with the Elsa threatening to potentially challenge some stuff, but the Carefree Surfers have such a high willpower that I don't even care about this Elsa.
They're not threatened.
I don't really want to play another thing into a Be Prepared, but if I do play a thing into a Be Prepared, it's like Mickey Mouse, right? It's like Detective, it's like Grammatalas.
Sure, that's a good spot to be if you're a Mason.
Yeah.
And we saw the last round, Nathan's match ended with a very climactic card draw off of a Magic Mirror, hoping to hit a Be Prepared. In Matt's seat with this Cauldron, he doesn't have any exciting draw steps like that, right? Once he draws every card, he's been looking at it at the top of his deck for, a couple minutes at this point.
Right.
So Matt knows how the game is going to look for the next couple turns.
All right. So we're going to go back Mason's way, see how he wants to play this turn. Both those Carefree Surfers were frozen by the Elsa Spirit of Winter. And now we're going to look to perhaps deal with the Spirit of Winter again, but maybe just do nothing. Maybe just quest with Hades and Grammatella and pass turn back. The Carefree Surfers are fairly threatening on their own. Both the characters from Campo's side do quests for 3 each, so they are potentially scary long term, and dealing with them at some point certainly gives you some breathing room. Okay, Mason says,
Wow.
you know what? Screw it. You don't got it. I'm going to play 2 more characters, and we're going to threaten to beat you next turn. He played 2 Elsas. Instead of playing the Be Prepared, didn't have it last turn, so now he's going to need it this turn, or we are threatening lethal. Bell, Strange, and Special can quest for 5, and then we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 otherwise. So a lot of work for Matt Campo to do this turn. Let's see if he's got some Dragonfires or found that Be Prepared.
Mason has sniffed it out. Decides you didn't have. I know you would have played Be Prepared on that turn instead of this Elsa. So the fact that you haven't played it yet means it's got to be in one of those top 2 cards you looked at last turn, or you're done for. This is a great question to ask for Mason, and I don't think Matt has the answer.
All right, Campo in the tank, staring down the barrel of a gun, and it's about to fire. And now needs Dragonfire, needs Be Prepared, needs Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Maybe Maleficent Monstrous Dragon's not even enough.
Yeah, that's the next best thing that Matt could have found with the Cauldron on the previous turn, if not a Be Prepared. But Mason decides, if there's not going to be a Be Prepared, I want to pressure as much as possible through that Maleficent, and this is a great way to do that.
I think. Okay, here's Broom. Rayzaki, thank you so much for the new sub. We appreciate you. Apex Gaming loves bringing y'all coverage of all these events, including Magic the Gathering and Disney's Lorcana. We appreciate any sub you could throw our way. If you got a Prime sub lying around, don't let Bezos take your $5. Throw it our way, huh?
Now, the only reason you're making this Broom play, if you're Matt, is because you have another card, way to draw a card, and you're hoping to sing a Be Prepared. So now we're actually in the same spot we were last round.
Yeah.
Mason is rubbing his hands like a player at the roulette table, but he's hoping not to hit.
Okay, here comes Ursula. That's going to draw a card, and we have one look at it. Matt Campo, is
Slam
it
it.
Be Prepared? Ha! Game 3, on the line. Quarterfinals. Ha! No!
Oh!
Ursula. And game over in favor of Mason Clark with Amber Sapphire. 2 members of Team NDA with the Amber Sapphire ramp mid-range deck are into the top 4. Looking good and feeling good, but they got their work cut out for them with 2 Amber Steel Stitch Blitz decks in the top 4 with them.
That's right.
Yikers! All right, well, that's going to do it for both of our quarterfinal matches. So before we move on, I'm going to give you a rundown of what we're going to be doing over the next few rounds. We're going to be doing each of the semifinals separately, so we're going to bring you both of our semifinal matchups, and then the finals after that. Our top 4 competitors are Don DeLozier, Frank Karsten. I'm losing it here. My piece of paper is gone.
Don DeLozier, Frank Karsten, Harlan Fearer, and Mason Clark.
Awesome. And so we have 2 copies of the Amber Sapphire deck, 2 copies of Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. When we come back, we're going to have the first of our 2 semi-final matches, and we'll see who takes it down between them. I'm Tandy. That's Matt. We're the Lost Boys, bringing you coverage of the Lorcana Invitational here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio, sponsored by TCGplayer.com. We'll be right back for the first semifinals.
Hello, Tandy here. Today we're going to be playing Cards and Castles 2. They're sponsoring the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, and I thought I would run through their demo for the game and play it a little bit and show y'all how the game works. I haven't played it at all. This is my first time playing through, and this is the very beginning of the demo. So let's get started. Ragnar says, "Axe is at the ready! We won't let these zombies get the best of us." Freya says, "My axe is always ready." Then lift it up higher. Look menacing. Alright, opponent's turn. So it looks like they're this castle and I'm this castle. And I got Ragnar on my team. So what's That's way too many zombies. Is this even allowed? There's 3 zombies. They were just played, so they can't move yet. We've got time. Alright. So what can we do? Your turn. This is the enemy castle. Win by destroying it. Okay, so we'll try to be moving Ragnar forward, and we'll be playing cards to help. We've drawn a card. We drew Bear Hog. It's a 2/3. Costs 2. Just place it here for now. Okay, so it wants to show me, so we'll play it in front of our Ragnar. And they can't act on the same turn they're played, okay? When you can't do anything else, you end the turn, so we'll end the turn. Now it's our opponent's turn. They summon some zombies, now they're going to move their zombies forward. So this is kind of like Tactics Card Battler with a bit of tower defense. We drew Penguin! Ooh, let's see what the Penguin does. I don't understand why I let Penguin join army. This is a Vash Screen Penguin. This is a 3/4. Okay, so we can play it. Its movement range is anywhere, so we can play anywhere over here. Let's play it. Oh wait, I don't know what happened. What did I do? Each unit can move 2 spaces, not counting diagonals. Okay, but they can attack diagonally. Okay, so we summon the penguin here. Okay, so this guy moves here and attacks here. Got him. Okay, and so damage is permanent, it looks like. And so once your unit takes 2, it only has 1 health left. And now the zombie went behind my guy and they traded. And then my penguin guy killed this last zombie. Alright, and now we can move our guy forward. I don't know how many... Oh, well, they keep summoning. Oh, no! Awaken the Titan. Oh, my jeez. Am I the Titan? Alright, let's cleave. Your Titan has cleave and it will attack all surrounding enemies at once. Okay. Attack the group of zombies now. Alright, so it dealt forward everything, and the thing that was in front of it hit it once. And then we can lightning bolt to deal 3 damage. We don't have to, though. I'm curious how I know... So it has a 2 cost at the top left. I'm curious where my resources are in terms of how to play these. We can move this guy forward. And then hit this for 3, and then we'll lightning bolt the castle and kill it. Alright, nice. Okay, so you play your cards, they each have movement, they each have a specific cost, and then I guess you make your deck better as you play. That was a cool little tutorial to show you how the game starts. Ragnar says, the Yaram Titan, what a great card, we should add it to our deck. Oh yeah. This is a pretty cool tutorial. Alright, so we need some rope. Chasm is massive. Look at these markings. Ancient runes in the language of the Time Worn. I said Time Worm. These ancient kooks. Wow, I never learned to read those old markings. Too boring. Leave that for the elders. Alright. Skip, skip, skip. Alright, let's fight. Who's this guy? Alright, so we can summon a 2/4 trebuchet. Gold is used to play cards, you get more of it each turn. Okay, so they didn't show that in the first part of the game. So we get 1 of 1, so we can play Scout. Play Scout here to protect. And then... What is this? Okay, so the war cries view the top 3 cards of our opponent's deck. Cool. They played a zombie, a little forward. So we get up to 2 gold and draw. We drew a hawk, and we can play that or Bear Hog. Bear Hog's a 2/3, Hawk's a 3/2. So these will trade if I go here and then attack. They'll go back and forth once this hits this. And I can Bear Hog maybe up here. I don't want to put it close to here because then this can deal 2 here, and I'd rather these trade. So we'll end turn because we're out of gold. And now we're in business. Now we're really playing. Alright, they got a... Oh, he went after my guy up here. Cool. Alright, so I'll draw a frog. Oh, cool, and you can do things in whatever order you want. We'll trade there. This guy will go here and whack the castle for 1. And then we have 3 gold, so I'll play a trebuchet here. In turn. How far away can this attack from? A limited range but can only attack buildings. Stats cannot be increased. Okay, so this can attack the building. Oh, cool. Okay, so we need to put the trebuchet way further back. And then we'll put Hawk here. The Hawk can't attack. I'm going to give this unit +1/+2, and then we're going to have him attack the castle. Let's say go. And now this will hit our trebuchet. It made a rat! The rat cost 0. That's cool. Alright, so these fought. So whenever you challenge something, it immediately challenges back. That's good to know. Okay, so here we can go past that, fly over it, and we'll just beat up the castle and kill it. So the goal of every game, it looks like, is just to kill the castle. And once you kill the castle, you win. And everything else is, I wouldn't say meaningless, but everything else is not that important. It's all just window dressing. But that's the game, right? It's selecting your units, building your deck, playing your units in such a way where... Alright, so now they're going to start with 5 zombies. This is going to be a bit harder. So now we're in more like tower defense mode. Okay, so Zethik looks like a little dude who summons dead guys. Alright. So we start with 1 gold again. And now, so both of us are starting with things in play. And we'll just put this here as a brick in front of our castle to make it harder to hit. Then we look at the top 3 cards of our opponent's deck. They have a Drain Life, a Skeletal Warrior, and a Skeletal Dog. Oh, I wonder if... I probably should have moved the Frost Drakes and stuff. I think I just forgot to move all my stuff. If you can't play anything, your castle can summon a peasant. Try it. Okay, so 2 summon peasants. Ah, summon the peasants here to protect. I see, I see. Well, we could have played Lightning Bolt. And I'm gonna whack this dog. Whack him. Deals 1 damage to itself after attacking? That's funny. Okay, looks like we're in business. That's cool. So I bet you can upgrade your castle as well. But it's like a hero power. You just spend 2 to summon a 1/1. Alright, but most of their zombies are going to be dead soon. But our guys are all trading. Damage to everything. Wow, that's pretty cool. I don't really want to burn this. I'll just play this down here. We'll use it to come after. I'll just let this attack. I'll just leave these back to defend, I think. If I move up, I attack, and then he attacks back and kills it. But if I don't attack, then they'll just sit there. So Warcry, give a random friendly skeleton +2 attack. Alright, so we're going to do Lightning Bolt here on this thing just to clear it. We're going to move up 2 spaces here. And then this is going to fight there. And then we can play Master at Arms or make a peasant. I'll just make a peasant. I think using your castle to summon stuff just gives you more resources over time. Alright, so all they do is frostbite my thing. That's fine. Oh no! 4/9 dragon. Oh, we get to summon our big boy, huh? It's Bjorn for first time! Charge and sends the enemy back. He hates dragons, apparently. I bet you we can have Bjorn in our deck, huh? So charge, attacks and sends enemies flying. If they hit something, both targets take 3 damage. Alright, so we'll go here. We'll punch him and he gets knocked back into there. And now we have 5. We can summon Barbarian. Berserk, I think, is probably cannot be controlled. Instead, it attacks a random enemy on both turns. Very cool. That looks like all we can do because he's got Frostbite. We'll move our peasant up. Encroaching. Whack. Oh, are they just out of juice? Okay. Berserk has +4 attack while injured. An ally for 3. Whack that thing for 4.
Welcome back to the coverage, live coverage of the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, brought to you by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, joined by Matt. Say hi, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
And we are entering into semifinals number 1. This semifinals will include 2 decorated players from Magic the Gathering dipping their toes into the Lorcana space, and one of which is someone who is in the Magic Hall of Fame. That's Frank Carson. Let's take a look at Frank Carson's player slide, because Frank is a decorated player from I don't know, a long history in playing and writing about Magic the Gathering. He's going to be playing Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. This deck is low to the ground, hyper aggressive, plays Lilo, Stitch, Captain Hook, and Simba Future King, and leans into Simba Bodyguard to protect early. Has big refresh effects on resources for spreading all of your resources thin from the 1-drops by using Stitch Rockstar to replenish, as well as a whole new world off of Ariel Spectacular Singer's Singer 5 ability.
Yeah, Frank's opponent in this semifinals is going to be Harlan Fear, playing the Team NDA deck Amber Sapphire. And Amber Sapphire, they came prepared to deal with the more mid-range versions of Amber Steel, but more aggressive lists like Frank's have been giving them some amount of trouble. Our other semifinals, Dawn Delozier also playing an aggressive Amber Steel list with Lilos, and there's not a whole lot of early defense in this Amber Sapphire list.
Yeah, Harlan Fear is a member of Team NDA here in the Lorcana Invitational. Him, Brennan DeCandio, and Mason Clark all bringing this Amber Sapphire Rapunzel deck, and 2 of them making it into the top 4, but they got their work cut out for them. Well, the players are about ready in the feature match area, so let's head on down there and see who takes it down in our first semifinal match between Hall of Famer Frank Carson and decorated SCG Tour player Harlan Fear. Now, what I expect from this match is these players will essentially spend their first few turns developing. Carson will play characters, Harlan will play ramp effects, and their goal is to assemble larger characters or some songs that will essentially give back to their resources after using so many.
All right, see how Frank's early curve develops. It's at least a Simba Future King, and looks like as a 2-drop Aladdin Cornered Swordsman. Usually Amber Steel players are looking to protect their 1-drops with Simba Protective Cub, but there's a lot less pressure coming out of the Amber Sapphire list, to the point that a 1-drop into an aggressive 2-drop like Aladdin might be an even better start for Frank.
Yeah, and we know that the Amber Sapphire decks are not super well set up to defend against these early character rush decks, but Harlan, does know the matchup. These are open deck lists, and he likely mulliganed aggressively to have some of those early drops to be able to be interactive. We'll see if he's able to do that, or if he just wants to use this 1 jump ahead on turn number 2. Leela making a wish for Carson, arguably the most aggressive character in the game. There are only 2 characters that cost 1 ink that can quest for 2. That's Leela making a wish and Maleficent biding her time, I believe.
Yeah, very good.
And those 2 characters are often associated with the more aggressive strategies in the format, but Lilo specifically is Amber, so it pairs up with the powerful 2-drop protective element of Simba Protective Cub, which keeps all those opposing 2-cost and 1-cost characters from challenging it.
Yeah, Frank Carson, preparing for this tournament, was looking out for the best aggressive strategy and zeroed in on Lilo plus Simba, like you mentioned, and then decided steel was the best pairing because it kind of lets you play 2 decks in one, which
Right.
is top end, grind your elements, grab your sword, Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and the like.
Here's a card that I've seen put in the inkwell quite a bit, but I
Yeah.
haven't seen it in play too much. This is Mr. Smee. Mr. Smee is a 3-cost Amber card. It's a 2/5 quest for 1, and it has no other abilities, but 5 willpower in a deck that plays Rapunzel is quite strong, and it's able to chew up either of the characters on the other side with ease. And Frank Carson's going to need some sort of bodyguard or something similar to protect from it if he wants to quest.
Yeah, as far as defensive starts for turn 3, this is the best Harlan can hope for. It is going to threaten Frank's characters, and you're right, this is the first time you've seen it in play, but this is a pretty good spot for it.
All right, Frank, essentially saying I'm okay to throw away these characters to your Smee because I have a punish next turn. He leads with Tiny Tactician. That Tinkerbell is often the precursor to the Giant Fairy that comes down and eats up your opponent's board, and we'll see if that's what Frank is setting up for. Harlan, meanwhile, can challenge with Smee and then use Rapunzel to draw some cards, and I think that'll likely be the turn sequence here, and we'll see if he has anything else in mind.
Yeah, and Harlan getting this value, not great for Frank, but it's all right. The 1/5 body for Rapunzel is not going to be super effective, and if Frank does have a Giant Fairy follow-up, that's a great way to deal with an exerted 5 willpower character. But instead, Harlan is playing to the board. This is going to be much better at challenging Frank's characters than the Rapunzel would have been. So I like this from Harlan.
Right. He knows that he's going to get value out of Rapunzel no matter what. And
Yeah.
so he's choosing to establish a better board position so that he's able to challenge maybe with a bigger character, maybe double challenge into a different bigger character. And then Rapunzel comes down way later to refuel you, but it's more important that you can challenge.
Exactly. We've actually seen several times in this tournament, players have pretty big turns where they're spending all their ink, but then it turns out that ink was spent on maybe multiple Rapunzels or a Rapunzel and an Ariel, and they end up with not enough strength to challenge their opponent's boards. So I like this patience on the Rapunzel from Harlan quite a bit.
Okay, Frank here, maybe in a tight spot, considering his options. He's got a bunch of cards in hand with that aggressive start. He kind of threw away his Aladdin last turn, expecting to be able to perhaps rush down the Smee. Can still do that, but doesn't actually look that good in the face of the Maleficent Uninvited.
Yeah, now at this point, Frank is considering inking the Smash. Does go for that.
All right, for 4, and we're going to shift the Tink, and then we can pass the turn, quest some, sing something, or challenge. So a lot of options at Frank's disposal. Let's see what he wants to do.
Yeah, if Frank challenges the Smee here, he ends up in a significantly worse spot against Rapunzel out of Harlan. The Tinkerbell does get to put 2 damage on the Maleficent, but then Harlan's going to start out his turn with a Rapunzel, and then be able to freely take down the Tinkerbell with the Maleficent.
All right, looks
So
like
that's
Frank-
what Frank is trying to play around
right.
here.
He's sniffing it out, and he's trying to feel like, hey, what's the best way to handle this? And maybe it's just sing, And then the Maleficent the Rapunzel can come down to heal the Smee for 3 and draw 3. But then when the 2 other characters attack into the Rapunzel, it's not so bad. You got a handful. So here it is. Gonna sing Whole New World. Discards 2 and drawing 7. Harlan discards 3 and draws 7. I actually really like Harlan's spot here. I thought that this matchup would be quite bad, but Frank's start didn't include a Simba bodyguard, and so Annie was on the draw, and Harlan was able to ramp up with the 1 jump ahead. So here we are.
Yeah.
Harlan gets first crack at all the fresh resources, and we'll see how it goes.
And every one of those factors has really been important, right? The Simba would have been impactful. Frank being the first player would have been impactful, but things lined up for Harlan. This Mr. Smee came down and kind of started taking control of the board.
Okay, not the best answer for the shifted Tinkerbell, if you ask me, and let it go, giving Frank 2 more ink to utilize these 7 cards that he just drew. But it does allow Harlan to use the rest of his ink this turn to deploy some characters and to solidify his board position. He has a Smee with 4 damage on it. That is potentially dead to a Grab Your Sword or a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy next turn. Interesting. We're gonna.
And Harlan, off that Whole New World, discarded 2 copies of Rapunzel. So without another in hand, decides he's going to play Hades, pick up that Rapunzel, because now we're at the point in the game where the healing on Rapunzel is really meaningful, right? Either on this Mr. Smee or on the Maleficent, that's going to enable one, maybe two extra challenges out of those characters for Harlan.
Okay. Going back to Frank Carson, we have the Hall of Famer here with 8 cards in hand after the draw step. We're going to start off with the Be Our Guest. You know, I said this multiple times yesterday, but whenever you are ahead on board and your opponent leads with a card draw effect or a dig effect and they're spending ink to do it, oftentimes that means that their hand is extremely weak and they're in a horrible position. Now, what that also means is sometimes is they just have a bunch of extra resources, and thanks to the Let It Go on the Tinkerbell shift, we did get 2 extra ink to work with. So maybe looking for something a little more specific, like a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy to set up a next turn. But he knows that Harlan has that Rapunzel, and that is just a non-starter.
Absolutely. And the Amber Steel deck, especially the aggressive versions, one of their best strategies against Amber Sapphire can be to go really wide. You know, there are no sweepers in Amber Sapphire, no grab your sword or anything like that. But at this point in the game now, Harlan has 3 characters, Frank has none. Frank is at best kind of going to be keeping up with Harlan's board, but most of Frank's characters are just going to be smaller.
Right, and this is exactly the spot Harlan wants to be in. You know, if you have character advantage on turn 5 or 6 against Amber Steel's Stitch Blitz, you are ecstatic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you're not, like, facing down 17 lore on the other side.
Exactly.
We've had some extremely explosive starts from Amber Steel Stitch Blitz over the course of the tournament. And Frank here with a decent draw, you know, went 1, 2, 3, 4, but didn't go multiple characters on any of the turn. Harlan had the answer many times.
And again, he was going second, so not the pressure didn't actually amount to much by the time Harlan was able to get to Mr. Smee down.
Okay. Here is Lantern into Tinkerbell and Hook, Forceful Duelist. And now we're going to go back Harlan's way, and not really scared of what's going on the other side, and he's still got a grip full from that previous cast, Whole New World. And we'll see what he wants to do on this turn where he's getting untapped with, I don't know, 8 ink if he wants to play another one.
Yeah, I do think this is one of the better follow-ups Frank could have had. You know, you don't love starting with that Be Our Guest, but the Tinkerbell and the Captain Hook means that this was a setup turn for Frank. He's setting himself up to be better able to respond to whatever Harlan does with some better challenges, likely a shifted Giant Fairy. But, you know, Harlan was already ahead, and he's still ahead after these plays. So, Frank just kind of putting himself in a better position, but I don't know if it'll be good enough.
All right, Harlan here. Grinding. Seems to Be Our Guest. Finds.
I like it.
And then go ahead and plays Hades, Infernal Schemer to knock off the Tinkerbell. This is continuing to disrupt the development from Carson and specifically prevents a shift Tinkerbell Giant Fairy plus attack. And maybe that was what Frank was trying to set up for. Now we're going to go back Frank Carson's way and see what he can do. Has access to a lot of ink and a lantern. That Hook can go in and challenge the Smee or the Hades, but it can't quite take out the Maleficent Uninvited, who does quests for 3.
Right, and Frank not bringing any copies of Fire the Cannons. As far as interaction, Frank has 1 copy of Smash, 4 copies of Grab Your Sword, and then some incidental damage from Tinkerbell Giant Fairies.
Right.
But that it takes a lot to add up to just one of these larger willpower characters from Amber Sapphire.
And as you see, Harlan has 6 willpower, 5 willpower, and a 2 willpower character in play, and like his whole deck is just trending on big old butts.
Yeah.
Carefree Surfer draws 2 cards after a Prince Eric, and 9 ink at the ready for Frank, and able to use all of it and draw 2 more. Thanks to that lantern.
The lantern and 3 ink off Let It Go and Hades.
Sure.
Let's not forget that.
Okay, Frank here can still play an ink for turn and play this Lilo, Making a Wish. Maybe that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah, Frank at this point kind of has to look for his specific routes to victory in this game. You know, playing from a position where you're behind. Lilo is a pretty efficient way to get lore into play, but at this point, almost certainly only going to get to quest once, even against Amber Sapphire.
All right, so see what Frank wants to use the Hook to challenge. That's the only character where the ink is not wet. It was played on the previous turn, but these three characters, Prince Eric, Carefree Surfer, and Lilo, just came down. Feels bad to trade off with Smee. You know, it already has 4 damage on it, and so a featured giant fairy or something similar could kill it incidentally. Can't quite challenge into the Maleficent, but you can trade for Hades, and it does have 3 strength, so maybe worth doing that. Now, if Rapunzel in hand for Harlan, which we know is there, it might be worth killing the Smee just to prevent that big burst of resources.
Yeah, I didn't catch which cards Frank drew off this Carefree Surfer, but I suspect there might be a Grab Your Sword in there, and that's definitely a way for Frank to work back into this game, start chewing into this willpower on Harlan's side, several characters at a time, which suggests that might be why he saved this Captain Hook to be able to team up with the Grab Your Swords rather than just trading for a Hades, for example.
All right, clean turn for Harlan. We're going to play a Rapunzel, draw 3, and deploy another Maleficent Uninvited. We're going to quest for 1, 4, 6, 7, up to 11. Now back Frank's way, and we have our work cut out for us, but this Amber Steel Stitch Blitz deck does have a lot of tricks up its sleeve, including those AoE effects like, I keep saying AoE effects. It's like saying the ATM machine.
I'm a linguistic descriptivist. I think AoE effect, ATM machine, people say them, therefore they work.
Oh, that's fair. The English language is ever evolving. Just the other day, they added YOLO to the dictionary. Do you know that?
I'm actually surprised it took that long, to be honest.
All right, here's a Simba, Protective Cub. We can quest for a little bit, but are we facing down lethal? I think we are. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So need to remove some stuff from the board here. Does Frank Karsten before next turn?
Yeah, I mentioned Grab Your Sword being a potential out, but then Harlan went ahead and added 11 more willpower to the board.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and play a whole new world and look at the top 7 and see if we can find one of those Grab Your Swords. If we don't, oh, we do. Okay, so we have a shot here. So we're going to start with this Grab Your Sword. We're going to get out the dice. Toot everything. Get out the dice!
Harlan, though, with a fresh hand.
What's up, Denny's?
Got our director Dan with that one.
Yeah. All right, toot everything.
Let's start counting up. 1 character dies. Yeah.
Okay.
Captain Hook and Prince Eric, pretty good at challenging, but only able to trade off here. I think we might have used the wrong. Or no, it's still 3. It's still 3.
Yeah, they both challenge for 3. Eric here can eat the Smee and not fall, but that still faces down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So not quite lethal on the other side of things. We can also go Eric and Lilo making a wish into the Hades to knock it off, but instead Frank gonna value the 2 lore generation from the Lilo and gonna go after the Smee instead and play a Stitch new dog, and we're gonna go back Harlan Fear's way with a fresh 7. Can't quite win the game this turn, but can probably win next turn. Let's see if he's able to assemble the 2-turn win and if Frank can challenge it.
Yeah, as long as Harlan holds off Frank on this particular turn, the Bell Strange but Special near the top of his hand is going to make it so that any other characters he adds to it will push him over the finish line. Frank questing with that Lilo and playing out a couple other characters does mean Harlan has to be concerned about Frank's lore total, but it should be pretty trivial for him to handle that.
All right. We have some characters lined up to maybe challenge. Rapunzel goes after the Lilo. Hades can challenge quite a bit here. I guess he has to challenge the Simba first, so
yeah,
that's probably locked in. Trying to navigate. That Grab Your Sword was quite brutal, especially in conjunction with the challenger characters to take out some of the bigger drops. We're going to go Hades eats Simba. Rapunzel eats Lilo making a wish. And now, Bell Strange but Special. This is going to threaten 5 lore generation next turn.
Yeah, the only way for Frank to get this Bell off the table would be 2 more Grab Your Swords, Beyond that, the smash in his deck
Wow.
is already gone.
Bell allows for an extra ink drop this
Oof.
turn too, and that means Hades Infernal Schemer is going to knock off Carefree Surfer, and we are churning here. Harlan can even eat the Eric if he wants, but instead going to quest for 3 and push towards the victory condition. And now we're going to go back to Frank Carson, Hall of Famer of Magic the Gathering. We're going to see if he can handle Harlan Fear's robust board.
Yeah, the only thing to keep in mind from Harlan's seat is that the Stitch New Dog does represent a possible 3 lore instead of 1, thanks to the shift mechanic, but that still would only put Frank at 6 lore, up to 16, and that is not enough for Harlan to worry about.
Yep. He has an Aerial Spectacular Singer in hand, which can maybe find a Grab Your Sword, but doesn't deal with the Bell Strangewood special. And
Yeah.
that is going to quest for 5 next turn, which means that Harlan essentially is winning unless Frank is able to kill Bell and a bunch of other stuff, or everything but Bell.
Yeah, Harlan kind of set aside those 2 readied characters at the bottom. They represent check, right? Those
Yeah.
2 characters just by themselves are lethal. And Frank starting off this turn without a character that can sing really means he's going to be restricted on ink.
I'm gonna old guy you for a second. Is that okay?
Go for it.
All right. So, did you ever play Super Nintendo? I know you're too old or too young for it, but did you ever go back and play an old one?
I'm familiar.
So I grew up with Super Nintendo. It was my favorite system, and one of my favorite games is actually done. It's Chess Master,
Okay.
and the AI was pretty good, really good actually. But the sound effects were great, and whenever you put someone in check, it would go dun 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 check. And I just every time you say check, I just have that little sound bite in my head. So for maybe the one of you in chat who knows what I'm talking about, Chess Master, Super Nintendo, dun 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 dun, check.
So Frank started out by shifting the Stitch Rockstar, played a hook to draw a card, found an aerial, found a Grab Your Sword.
Wow. I can't believe it.
Yeah, me neither.
I can't believe he
And-
was able to do that.
Frank kind of used every piece of the pie here. The
Oh my god, any quest for 6. Harlan, I'm so sorry.
quest for just 3, the Stitch had to sing this turn.
Oh, sorry.
But Frank did use every bit of ink. Shifting the Stitch gave him a discount on that Grab Your Sword and also let him draw a card off this Captain Hook. And he found the out, but Harlan's going to keep putting on the pressure. Does need to find some interaction for this Stitch Rockstar.
Yep, not out of the woods yet. It's Frank Carson, even after that incredible turn. I was wasting talking about Chess Master instead of just talking about this incredible sequence that Frank was able to cobble together. And, now Harlan is on the back foot, but we're still fairly close to winning the game. If we quest for 2, it puts us to 16. All we have to do is kill Rockstar, and that leaves 2, 3, 4, 5 on the other side of the table. And that's only 18, and we're threatening lethal. And if he has something like another Hades, that could be good, but we're going to go challenging.
Yeah, because you said all we have to do is remove Stitch Rockstar. Harlan doesn't have any interaction available from hand,
Eesh.
so he has to take as much lore out of play as possible, and that means challenging that Aladdin, leaving Frank with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore.
Okay, well, maybe we've done it. Here's a Bell Strangewood special, and Carson, I don't believe, has the ability to remove it anymore. He's gone through at
Yeah,
least 2
no more
Grab
in
Your
the
Swords.
deck.
I think there's 3 Grab Your Swords already played.
Yeah,
And,
the
I
smash
think
has been
even
inked.
right. So it's going to be a scary sequence for Frank Carson. I don't know if he has any more outs in the deck after he pulled a rabbit out of his hat last turn. And now I'm going to go back Carson's way. Can you do it again? Miracle Man. David Blaine. All right. Got to survive the 8 minutes in the ice or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever David Blaine used to do.
Locked in a cage.
Yeah. Upside down in a water container.
Yeah, exactly. Bell, strange but special.
1, 2, 3. Grab your sword. 1, 2.
Yep.
Okay.
3, grab your sword. Meaning Frank has... Alright, you know what we need here? We need grab your sword plus 2 Tinkerbell Giant Fairy.
Well,
Which-
last turn was a pretty tall order. I think that one is like you're walking into the White House and you're asking for a
Yeah.
cheeseburger.
Sure,
You only get that if you're a football national champion.
that's true. Would do it though. this Amber Steel deck, very good at using the song mechanic, not only with the Singer 5 on Aerial plus the two 5-cost songs, but we even see in these tight spots, singing Be Our Guest can be relevant at finding the perfect characters to get the job done.
All right, Frank
Same.
just checking his deck one more time. You know, if he goes wheeling, he needs to know that he has an out. Or what the outs are, what the sequence is. Because singing matters a bunch.
Yeah, usually a turn like this is going to involve one of these singers singing Whole New World, the other singing Grab Your Sword, and then the ink being used to play those Tinkerbells, because that's very specifically Frank's out here.
Okay, so Frank going through the iterations. Has a Rapunzel he can play to draw 2 off the Prince Eric. That might be where we have to start. And then after that, get super lucky. We also have a Be Our Guest. We can sing off the Prince Eric to look for something. And I think that's maybe where we'll start.
I think that's where you have to start because, like I said, double Tinkerbell is really your only out, and that's going to use too much of Frank's ink.
Okay, well, we're starting with a challenge Stitch Rockstar attacks. And this is going to give us 3 cards instead of 2 with the Rapunzel. So 1, 2, there's a Grab Your Sword, 3. All right, we need one more thing to be able to handle that Bell Strange but special.
2 more. There are no more double damage sources in Frank's deck.
Right. Still not 100% that there's 3 Grab Your Swords in the graveyard.
I am.
Okay. Well,
Well, there's no Tinkerbell in that pile.
okay. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, okay. Now that actually 100% confirmed
Yes.
it because he had a bell, or sorry, he had an aerial and just said nope.
Yeah. All right, Frank does get a little more card draw through the Stitch Rockstar, but every ink he taps makes it that much harder to play out some Tinkerbells. I don't think it's possible for Frank to get there anymore. And we saw the previous turn, Harlan represented those 2 lethal characters at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to pick our 2 game-winning characters for Harlan are Belle and Mr. Smee, representing that 6 ink, 6 lore.
If Mr. Smee does not physically win the game himself, I'm going to riot.
Yeah.
Because it's all about Smee. Smee. What about me?
Yeah.
All
There
right,
it
game
goes.
number 1 goes to Harlan Fear's Amber Sapphire deck. A long affair, thanks to the Whole New World and just both players having a lot of refreshes on their resources there, and Harlan able to take down a marathon of a game number 1. As these players are shuffling up here for game number 2, let's take a look at their deck so we can discuss the matchup a little more in detail, because these 2 players here, you know, they've had open deck lists since the beginning of the tournament, but you know, having perfect information about what the numbers are, how to play around all these sequences and stuff matters quite a bit. So from the Amber Steel Stitch Blitz side of things, what are some of the key cards that Frank really needs to look for now that he's going to be on the play?
So the best way we've seen Amber Steel take down this Amber Sapphire list is through pretty much wanton aggression. The key cards for that are Lilo Making a Wish, Simba Protective Cub, but more so in my opinion Aladdin Cornered Swordsman as a 2-drop for 2 lore. 2 of the best curves for Frank are going to be Lilo into Aladdin or Lilo plus 2 1-drops on turn 2 to really get the pressure on. Especially on the play, even Mr. Smee is going to be too slow to combat that.
Right. On the play with Ariel, Spectacular Singer, he's going to look to sing a Whole New World ahead of schedule, but if it takes a little too long or it's turn 4 or 5, Harlan often is empty-handed thanks to Bell Strange but Special and a bunch of those ramp effects. I think that's something to look out for on the play, specifically if he's able to sing a Whole New World on turn 4. I think that'll mean that he's in great shape, but anytime after that's going to be pretty rough. On the other side of the table, we have Team NDA's Harlan Fear, member of the Lost Boys, and he is playing the Amber Saf Rapunzel deck. This is 3 members into the top 8 of our Invitational playing this exact 60, and looks like 2 of them in the top 4, and they're looking quite good. Up a game here for Harlan, and is trying to make his way to the finals. On the draw here, what do you think he's looking for specifically when he's mulliganing?
So we do have 4 copies of Stitch New Dog to contest the early game and kind of require a Simba Protective Cub out of Frank. As far as that, just a couple more 2-drops in Grammatala. If you're trading off with a Lilo, trading off for a Lilo with a Grandma, you're pretty happy about that, but it's going to be a little slow on the draw. And that's about it as far as defensive tools for Harlan go. as long as he gets off to a good enough start, or Frank misses a little, Harlan can progress into that mid game where his characters really start outsizing Frank's, and he can take over the board.
Right. All right. Well, let's head on back down to the feature match area as these players are finishing shuffling after looking at each other's deck lists. We're going to get mulligans out of the way, but while we do that, let's take a moment and thank our sponsors. TCGplayer.com is your one-stop shop for all things card related, whether it's Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and now Disney's Lorcana. Make sure to check out tcgplayer.com for your singles, and make sure to check out TCG Player Infinite. That's their article side of things, where they showcase strategy for all the games that they sell cards for, including Disney's Lorcana. The Lost Boys actually had 2 different articles go up this week, one on the expected metagame and then one on the players with their profile and the actual metagame. Head on over to tcgplayer.com today. I want to say thank you to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the event. They have excellent TCG products such as the Boulder deck box, the Katana sleeves, as well as the Archive deck box. The Archive deck box is great for cubes, holding so many cards, as well as Commander decks, since it's big enough to hold boxes of Commander decks, right?
Oh, wow.
So it has enough space for you to put a full box Commander deck in there already.
Nice.
And then the Katana sleeves are best on the market. Also, shout out to Cards and Castles 2, our last sponsor, a free-to-play Steam game, a Tactics Card Battler, and we've been showing some videos of gameplay of that when I played the demo earlier in the week, and it's a lot of fun, and it's free to play. Make sure to head on to Steam. We'll link it in the Twitch chat for you, but Steam for Cards and Castles 2, and use code Apex Gaming for 5 free booster packs. Now, we're going to start game number 2 here. Frank Carson going to be on the play, looking to mulligan some of these more expensive songs since he doesn't have aerial and they're not inkable. Wants to have a nice little 1-2-3 curve, maybe even a 1-2 and then a bunch of 1s or a bunch of 1s and 2s on turn 3 as well, and really spread it out.
Yeah, that's how we saw Frank win one of his camera matches yesterday, was multiple 1-drops in the early turns. And here we go. Looks like 4 cards for Harlan and 3 or 4 for Frank.
All right, both players here mulliganing quite a bit in order to look for the more specific things that they need in the early turns. For Harlan, it's going to be a defensive stance. For Frank, it's going to be hyper-aggressive. He's looking for Lilo, making a wish. He's looking for Simba, protective cub. And if he's able to start with that 1-2 punch, it's going to be very difficult for Harlan to keep up. His deck is more focused on beating the other mid-range decks and the control decks in the format with those ramp effects into the big card draw spells, and the Amber Steel deck loves playing against that type of thing.
Yeah, the other player in our semifinals playing Amber Steel, Dawn DeLozier, pretty similar list to Frank's, and in her preparation she kind of specified that the mulligan system is one of the things she's looking to exploit in this game, specifically by trying to hit Lilo plus Simba as often as possible.
Okay, we're underway here. Frank Carson going to be on the play. See what he wants to start with.
You saw Frank pulling that Aladdin Cornered Swordsman to the front as ink, and then reconsidering and playing a Giant Fairy instead to get this Lilo down. I like that.
Okay, well, Lilo versus Stitch. They're going to go wrestling here in just a minute unless Frank Carson has some sort of protection like Simba, protective cub, and we do. And so we get to quest for 2. We know there's no punish from Harlan's side of thing on turn 2, and that's a free quest there. So +2 for Frank and back Harlan's way.
Almost certainly multiple free quests from both of these characters now. Frank is off to a good start, and there's not a whole lot Harlan can do, especially on the draw, to combat it. But there's a grandma that can kind of team up to take down these characters, but it's going to be a while before Harlan can play interaction from hand and actually efficiently answer Simba.
Okay, so just going to quest, not going to run into the Simba and cause some potential problems later with Rapunzel. And now we're going to go back Frank's way, and we can eat the Stitch on the other side, or we can just quest for 3, and I think quest for 3 is probably what's going to be what happens. Frank may have Aerial Spectacular Singer this turn, leading into something like Grab Your Sword or Holding World next turn, and this is the ideal 1-2-3 start if you're Amber Steel on the play for sure.
Yeah, we talked about Harlan's tools to combat some of Frank's starts being these early characters, but Frank's deck is actually capable of punishing that strategy, like you said with Grab Your Sword, And the fact that this aerial didn't find a whole new world, but Frank does have one in hand means it's a little bit concealed, and Frank might just run away with this.
Yeah, we're going to go Questin for 3 here, up to 5. And Harlan is going to be able to run both characters into the Simba to clear it, but he's going to need some more help on his turn to be able to challenge next turn. And that means that at least 2 more or 3 more lore is coming next turn for Frank, and maybe even a song, too. Well, there's
Mr.
Mr.
Smee.
Yeah, Mr. Smee comes on. That's a good one. And that's one that actually hard carried last game, never even died, I don't think.
Right. So Lilo, time kind of running out unless Frank can find a second Simba, but has quested already for 4 this game. Gonna get up to 6. And wonder if Frank's gonna be able to set up a whole new world in these next few turns, but that Simba is gonna
Whole
be
new
perfect.
next few turns. What about right now? What about let's sing it? You discard 4, 5. I'll discard 2. I draw 7 after playing a protective cub, and I can still use 2 more ink to play 1 or 2 more characters. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, this is a board position that it can take a few turns for Harlan to dig his way out of, even with a 7-card hand. His cards are a little more expensive.
So Frank actually had maybe one of the worst draw 7s I've seen in a while. I
Oh,
think
yeah?
he didn't even find a character to play for 2, so it's only going to be Our Guest.
Yeah, it's a pretty expensive hand. A couple copies of Grab Your Sword and/or Whole New World, a couple Tinkerbell Giant Fairies, and then I don't know if we hit another cheap character off this Be Our Guest either.
Yeah, looks like we're probably going to take another Tinkerbell, and we're going to put 2 Grab Your Swords on the bottom. So still, not ideal for Frank. Does have a rock star that he can maybe play in a turn or 2, but right now his hand just looks really gummed up.
Yeah, Frank talked about and liking the fact that he has 2 strategies in one deck here, but unfortunately you can kind of run into problems sometimes with that. Frank really wants to prioritize the aggressive side of the deck,
Right.
but has kind of drawn the other half instead, the more grindy mid-range, and is going to be kind of forced into playing a game that he is maybe less likely to win against the larger characters.
Yeah, you talk about like 2 different decks in one, and it's because there are some type packages that allow your deck to operate on a different wavelength, and it's a very small amount of cards that allow you to do that. Tiny Tactician and Tinkerbell Giant Fairy combined with Rapunzel allow for you to challenge your opponent's stuff, and that combination of things is one of the reasons why Steel is one of the better additions to the deck, on top of the Grab Your Sword and Whole New World, which pairs so nicely with Ariel Spectacular Singer.
Yeah.
Gonna go back Harlan's way after the Be Our Guest resolves, and we'll see what Harlan can do. We have a fresh 8 after the draw 7 plus draw step, and we'll see if we want to go maybe Bell, Strange with Special, and start ramping a bit. Starts with 4. There it is, Bell, Strange with Special, and now he's going to ink probably 2 things and maybe play a 1 or a 2 drop. He's going to start with You Have Forgotten Me, a card that's normally pretty decent against the control decks and pretty weak when your opponent just drew 7 cards. Going to play a new dog. Challenge a Simba. And say go. That's dangerous because now Frank has the ability to heal it with Rapunzel if it's in hand, and we just see it. So this could be really bad for Harlan.
Yeah, healing Rapunzel here, maybe singing Grab Your Swords just to continue shrinking Harlan's board. You don't really, if Frank can find the right tools, he doesn't really have to worry about the long game. If he can just keep Harlan off his back a little bit longer, this Lilo plus a couple other characters can cross the finish line.
Right.
And I think he has the tools to do so at this point.
I do too. I think singing Grab Your Sword here clears the new dog, deals 2 more to the Smee and 2 to the Bell, but it allows the Simba to actually challenge the Smee and kind of clear Harlan's side of things a bit so that his board is relatively stifled, and it prevents something like opposing Rapunzel's from healing something that's relevant in combat, maybe.
Now, the reason Harlan took that last turn to play Bell and develop a couple extra ink is because out of the interaction in his deck, he has 5-cost Let It Go and 7-cost Hades. So if he wants to interact with this board, it looks like all he has is Hades at the moment, and had to get himself up to that 7-ink break point. So he might be able to kind of pull this house of cards apart a little bit, depending on whether Frank uses Grab Your Sword. but
Maybe
we're
he
just
doesn't have
questing.
grab your sword. He did put 2 on the bottom earlier with a Be Our Guest. I see a whole new world over there and some Tinkerbell giant fairies, but I don't see the powerful 5-cost Steel Song that's the bane of every aggressive deck, and it would have been quite good here with Ariel for sure.
Yeah, so without a grab your sword, Harlan gets to get a little bit creative on combinations of challenges. Uh, Maybe starting off with a cleaner answer to Simba in a Hades, and then taking down a couple smaller characters with the rest. And Frank, those readied characters represent 3 lore, but if Lilo leaves the battlefield, Frank is kind of hampered on lore development.
Right. Okay, let's see what Harlan has here. I didn't quite see a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand. Oh, there it is. Okay. I saw Let It Go. I think it
big
was
and
in
blue.
the back of the hand. Well, it was in the back of the hand a second ago, and then he moved it to the front. Give me a break.
I love Hades.
I don't have ESPN, okay? I can't just, like, know what he's talking about and doing over there.
Don't have ESPN? I don't even understand. Anyway.
It's an old joke, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. Ah, wait.
I understood it.
I got there eventually.
Every
Little
every
slow
old
poke.
guy knows what that joke is because they said it in a bunch of movies back in the 90s and 2000s, I think.
Hades, Infernal Schemer, does take down Simba.
Bye. And now we get some challenging in. We can double bang on the aerial and knock it off, and take care of the Lilo and clear these 2 exerted characters. That does leave us slightly vulnerable to Tinkerbell Giant Fairy if we don't challenge correctly. It also leaves us in a weird spot against the Captain Hook, but we're able to get all this off the table.
Yeah, and you're right. That was some careful challenging from Harlan there. Noticed Frank did not take an opportunity to play a grab your sword on the previous turn, so leaves his characters very specifically with 2 willpower remaining instead of 1.
Harlan has the option to play an extra ink here thanks to the bell, strange but special. Deciding on whether or not he wants to hold the Be Our Guest for a cast or to play it now as an ink.
And this is a pretty specific skill that you see card game players develop through a lot of experience is hand reading. So 2 turns ago after the Whole New World, Frank wasn't able to play any smaller characters, just played a Be Our Guest, meaning you can narrow down to maybe some of the clunkier cards in Whole New World, Grab Your Sword, and Tinkerbell, and then the fact that Grab Your Sword didn't come down on the following turn suggests to Harlan that there's, 1, maybe multiple copies of Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and very specifically plays in a way to avoid losing to that card.
Right. Nicely said. And Harlan here, hyper aware of the things that Frank could have due to open deck lists as well as format knowledge. He's played a ton of games on Pixelborn with this Amber Sapphire deck and just in general, testing everything out for the event. Put in a lot of work as we were, talking about all of this stuff, including this main event on the Lost Boys podcast over the last few weeks. Now, Frank, considering his options, if he plays a Giant Fairy here, the Rapunzel can trade up for the Bell, and then Hook can trade for Smee no matter what. Or, you can get both if you have the Tinkerbell and you want to do that.
Yeah, Frank had a great start and some good turns in there, but kind of ran out of the right kind of gas and has had slightly slower lore development. I like this though, Stitch Carefree Surfer. The Tinkerbell Giant Fairies weren't going to be getting a lot done, so Frank is kind of keeping on the pressure, though Carefree Surfer pretty vulnerable to the single target removal that Harlan's deck does have available.
Yeah, Carson seems like he's running out of steam a little bit. We're going to challenge the Bell in Quest for 2. It's going to allow Harlan to challenge back and kill the Rapunzel with what he's got in play without losing a character. So if he has Let It Go or another Hades Infernal Schemer, it's going to be quite bad for Frank.
Yeah, Harlan also has the option of singing that Let It Go and playing a couple more characters if Frank has slowed down enough that the Rapunzel becomes less of a threat.
Okie dokie. Let's see what old Frankie can do about this. But first, Harlan needs to do something about this Rapunzel in the Carefree Surfer. See how he wants to take care of it. He has to Be Our Guest. I think that's what he's really considering. Do I play Be Our Guest here before I do anything else? Or maybe I sing it with the Smee. And then if we're going to sing Let It Go with Hades, That makes it easier, so he has access to all 7 ink, and so if his Be Our Guest finds another Carefree Surfer or another Hades, that can be backbreaking.
Yeah, that's a great point. Harlan has multiple, card draw, card filtering options in Be Our Guest and Rapunzel, but the fact that it doesn't cost him any ink to do this leaves him open to the best possible hits, as opposed to, tapping half of his ink for Rapunzel and being kind of restricted after that.
All right, plays Be Our Guests. Takes a look at the top 4. Can put a character in hand. Let's see what he wants to go for.
Yeah, I did see a few options.
Here's a Grammatala. Not what you want to find, but it's ink. You can also play it if you think you'll be able to use it to challenge next turn and turn it into ink and deal damage, or maybe sing a song later.
Yeah, a turn with Let It Go, Maleficent, and Grammatala here is a pretty good refill of the board.
All right, here is Maleficent Uninvited, and we're going to sing Let It Go. Let it go, let it go, stitch to the inkwell, let it go. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I can't hit those notes unless I do a baritone. Those
Look,
notes get way too high.
You have a lot more practice singing Be Prepared. That's just
true.
how the metagame goes.
That's true. All right, next time I go to karaoke, I'll do the my falsetto Let It Go. How about that? Let it go, let it go.
I think I would pay to hear you filling up a room,
But you do
really
it for
using your
free.
full voice.
You get it for free, baby. All you gotta do is
Awesome.
ask. I love putting on a show.
All right.
Hell, we got karaoke in the basement back home. All right, back Carson's way. In Dire Straits and other old bands.
Yeah, what Frank is really looking to do and has been hoping to do for the past couple turns is flood the board with smaller characters that Harlan's deck has more of a weakness to. Let's see if he's finally found what he needs to put on that end game pressure.
Okay, 6 costs. Are we going for Tinkerbell? No. Stitch Rockstar. We're going to play Simba.
I wonder at this point, Harlan is pretty low on cards in hand, though Frank doesn't know about the Rapunzel. Frank could consider just loading the board up with readied characters to try to cross the finish line, but instead decides drawing a card is still going to be important here and throws the Stitch New Dog into the meat grinder.
All right, and we're going to play Simba. So Rapunzel going to quest for 2. Frank says, you know what? I think the only way I win is to burn you out. I'm going to play character and quest, play character and quest, play character and quest, and now going to go back Harlan's way. He's going to need some help because Frank's at 15 already. Where'd that come from?
Frank's Rapunzel requiring multiple challenges does slow down Harlan meaningfully if he wants to get it off the table. But Harlan's Rapunzel, in turn, is going to be pretty good here.
Going to draw 3 cards and heal the Shmee. And now Harlan here are going to line up some challenges. Got to kill a couple things here to not be dead on board. The Stitch Rockstar questing for 3 next turn is pretty terrifying. Doesn't have an answer in hand. I think this one might be over. We can clear so we're not dead next turn, but I don't see Harlan getting out of this one.
Yeah, definitely one of the weaknesses of Amber Sapphire. The interaction, it's powerful, but it's expensive, and there's only so much you can play in Amber Sapphire.
Right. If you'll notice, too, Frank, early in the game, took a very quest direct position.
Yes.
And started finding spots to try to quest with characters that he wasn't really that upset if they died because they were able to generate the lore. And what ended up happening, though, is that he created too many diverse and annoying targets for Harlan. And even though Harlan had a bunch of ways to challenge, a bunch of ways to punish, Frank's at 15.
Yeah.
That just cannot be understated. He's at 15, and this game has been very close. And he's just, knocking on the door over the next 2 turns to win the game.
Yeah, and if Frank sees this Stitch stick around, sniffs out that there's no removal in Harlan's hand, he kind of gets the green light. I'm just going to quest with this Rockstar, load up several readied characters, and Harlan's not going to be able to come back from that.
All right, well, we get to do some questing and play some characters. And there it is, shifted Stitch Rockstar, and that's going to end the game. Frank Carson takes game number 2. We're going to be moving to a deciding game here in our first semifinal match between these 2 juggernauts of the game of Magic the Gathering. They are both dipping their toes into Lorcana. This is our first big event that we are putting on here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio, but it certainly won't be the last. We're looking to do a bunch of tournaments next year for Lorcana, especially once there's a big print run for Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. People can get their hands on cards more. It's been hard to get cards.
Yeah, that's true. Harlan actually playing with cards owned by a fellow Lost Boy, Zach Weaver, tonight because his original source fell through.
Yeah, Zach Weaver is actually a valuable member of the team. He's been producing some quality articles over on our Patreon. All those are free to read. You can check out the Lost Boys Patreon at Lost Boys LOR, and you can check out all of Zach's cool articles. We had one that go up today that was the expected meta, or it went up this week. It was about the expected metagame for the event and his picks for what the best decks were. Amber Stitch Blitz, as well as Ruby Amethyst were at the top of the list, very obviously.
Yep.
But he even called the Sapphire Amber deck. I don't know if,
yeah?
if you read that article yet, but yeah, he called it. He said this deck looks like it's in a prime position. So, what else we got? Well, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 3, they are playing for $2,000 up top. There were $5,000 in cash and prizes here for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. Each of these players has locked up $500 for top 4. The winner of this match will be gifted $1,000, and then first place is $2,000. Thank you so much to our sponsors for helping provide the prize pool for the event. Thank you so much to Ultimate Guard, Cards and Castles 2, and TCGplayer.com.
Yeah, you mentioned Ruby Amethyst, a little bit of an upset in our quarterfinals. Yesterday, 2 of our 3 Ruby Amethyst players ended up going 3-0 and being the first to lock up their berths into the top 8. But then both players, Nathan Stoyer and Matt Campo, lost in the quarterfinals. So we have no more Ruby Amethyst control remaining in this event.
Yeah, and there were only 3 archetypes in the top 8. There were 2 copies of Ruby Amethyst, 3 copies of Amber Steel Stitch Blitz, and 3 copies of this new Amber Sapphire ramp deck that Team NDA is playing. And with 1 member in top 4 already, Harlan's looking to make it 2. Unfortunately for them, their teammate and friend Brendan DeCandio was dispatched in the previous round.
Yeah, I think you may have misspoke. These players are already in the top 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant they're in the top 4. They're playing. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
dumb. My bad.
Playing for the finals. Harlan really looking to make it a team finals of both Mason and Harlan.
Okay, these players are going to be drawing open hands here and deciding on mulligans. Harlan's mulligan decisions will be significantly different when on the play versus the draw. I think looking for 1 jump ahead and Mickey Mouse Detective, as well as maybe Bell Strangeless Special to help ramp and get to Carefree Surfer and the Hades Infernal Schemers as early as possible.
Yeah.
Because I think getting a foothold on the board is its easiest way to win the game. Not so much trying to challenge through Simba Protective Cub, because that just hasn't worked so far.
Right. One of the curves you'll see sometimes that could be effective against one of those aggressive starts. Mickey Mouse Detective into a turn 4 Let It Go is one way to take down a Lilo before it's quested more than 2 times. We saw a pretty good big mulligan here from Harlan, throwing away 5, maybe 6 cards.
Yeah, just super digging here for those specific effects. Their Amber and Sapphire deck just looks so cool and a bit different than basically anything that we've seen in the metagame for the last few months. You know, it's pretty much dominated by Ruby Amethyst, and then Amber Steel creeping up to challenge that deck with a whole new world. But those 2 decks, I think, just really pushing out the rest of the competition, but all 3 of them making it to the elimination rounds, and the deck looks quite good, even in what I would consider to be a bad matchup here.
Exactly. The aggressive decks are not exactly what this team was hoping to see in these elimination rounds. But speaking of the metagame, the past couple weeks there have been a couple Amber Sapphire lists cropping up, and that's what caught Brennan and Harlan's interest. They decided to improve that deck, and one of their first cuts was Maximus Relentless Pursue. We just decided that does not fit the strategy.
Well, one thing that they have that they don't have that someone else had in our last chance qualifier is 4 copies of Lantern. They're instead opting to play 1 jump ahead so that they can utilize the ink that you generate on non-characters.
Yeah, that and one of the better ramp curves, Grammatala into Sung one jump ahead. Harlan here deciding Stitch is enough defense and inking a Grammatala is interesting to instead play a Be Our Guest.
Well, maybe looking for something to fill out the curve, but also just understanding that if Grammatala is on the table, Carson can choose to play around it.
Yeah.
And also, the body on Grammatala, not necessarily that great, except against combo killing Simba Protective Cub next turn, if that's what Frank wants to go for. But with Hook being the play for Carson, I don't even know what he's planning on doing over the next few turns, but I doubt it's Simba plus Quest. You know, that seems like a very
Right.
awkward line that can leave you in a vulnerable position. And so he's likely sculpting his hand to maybe even deploy 2 more 1-drops next turn, I think. Or maybe something like Aladdin, Cornered Swordsman, or Prince Eric.
That's true. But a lot of the time on the draw against a 1-drop from your opponent, these games have a tendency to settle into the more mid-range versions of this Amber Steel deck.
Yep.
So let's see what the follow-up is here.
Well, he doesn't want to expose his characters to any trades when he can set up a Grab Your Sword in a few turns.
Right.
And if he has an Aerial Spectacular Singer, he can maybe find one. Or if he already has that rolled up, he's basically just never going to quest, never going to challenge, going to wait for Harlan to build up a big board, and then he's going to dismantle it with that big sweeper effect.
Yeah, but a good follow-up here from Harlan in Mr. Smee. This
Smee,
2/5
Smee.
body.
What about me?
Lines up pretty well against most of the early cards from Frank's deck.
All right, chat. Let me get an F in chat if you like my quips and sound effects. Because if you do, I'll keep doing them. But if you hate them, I'll just get out of here. I'll just leave. I'll let Matt do the rest of the broadcast. I have a bunch of little bits because I've just seen like every movie that has
Yeah.
ever been made. you know?
Yeah.
Any F's in chat? Oh, a couple. Okay, all right. I'll keep doing it for y'all. Y'all the real OGs. You the real MVP. Here's an Aerial Spectacular Singer. Top 4 going to go to the bottom.
And yeah, no hit off the aerial, but setting up options really, right, is what the Singer 5 ability allows Frank. He can sing and grab your sword and play some other cards, maybe some other interaction, or just being able to play out his hand and play a whole new world. Options are the name of the game. Timing is very important with both of those cards.
Okay, gonna go back Harlan's way. No questing. Doesn't want to expose his characters to being challenged by the Mr. Smee. The body on Mr. Smee, a 2/5. Look at this card on the screen, because Mr. Smee is, I don't know. It looks safe on paper. You look at this card, it's a 3-cost character from Amber. It's a 2/5 with no abilities and only quest for 1. But what it really represents is a juggernaut in the early turns for stomping on the 1 and 2 cost characters and giving you a powerful enough willpower to make things like Rapunzel truly terrifying if you want to quest. And so it says, hey, you can't quest for a while.
Yeah. Brennan said willpower equals cards, and that's both true in a literal sense with Rapunzel and kind of a virtual sense if you can trade off for as many as 3 characters with a Mr. Smee.
Does that mean that Carefree Surfers like draw 4?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. It's pretty good.
For any Hearthstone players, this team also described Carefree Surfer as Ancient of Lore plus Ancient of War.
You know,
card.
I think that there was a time in Hearthstone where they allowed you to fuse the 2 abilities, and sometimes you got to do both of them at the same time and on those choices or whatever. And I just remember it being one of the most powerful things that you could do. All right, back to the action here. Frank, on turn 4, has the ability to sing and grab your sword to kill Stitch and deal some damage to the opposing characters, but I don't know that he has the ability to clear, especially not the Smee.
Yeah, a partial grab your sword here would be all right, but your opponent can then kind of take back the initiative with a Rapunzel healing up one of these characters. But we are in the staring back and forth at each other, waiting for someone to make a move part of the game.
All right, Carson, looking to sing. We're going to start it off here. Grab your sword. 2 to everything. Stitch new dog down. Can't keep a new dog down. No, 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 no. Now what? Questing? No? Yes? Maybe so?
Yeah, it's tough.
Simba.
Simba does help. Neither Belle nor Smee will be able to take down Simba, meaning if you're not worried about interaction from Harlan, you could quest with these cheaper characters, but Bell means that Harlan is actually representing a Hades Infernal Schemer, possibly next turn.
Yeah, but the aerial is pretty valuable as well, and I think that there's just enough valuable characters on the other side that questing makes sense because
Yeah.
you're just already in trouble if he does have the Hades. And if he does have the Hades, that means he has to ink his other 2 cards and ends up with no cards in hand afterwards. And so here we're seeing, we're going to do a double challenge, I bet, on the Simba, but we're going to start by playing Rapunzel and heal. We're going to draw 3.
Cards.
Now he's actually thinking about healing the Bell instead to draw 2. That way the Bell sticks around. It does get 1 less card, but it keeps a character on the board, so it's basically the same.
Yeah, though, if one of the factors in toughness equaling cards is
Willpower.
at some point, willpower equaling cards is at some point you start treating all willpower as the same, and restoring 3 just that little bit better than restoring 4, especially so many small characters from Frank means Harlan can really get the most out of every point of willpower.
Yeah, while he drew 3 cards, I don't think that he can play anything that relevant. Just a Mickey Mouse detective, and has another Rapunzel he can deploy next turn, and maybe a Maleficent uninvited, but nothing as interactive and powerful as Infernal Schemer. That 7-drop Hades is a focal point of his deck. But if you're Frank, you're ecstatic about this turn because your characters didn't die. Even though a lot of cards are drawn on the other side, your characters didn't die. You know what? That means they're going to quest again. It also means you get to sing a whole new world.
And this is a pretty low tempo turn from Harlan. Got those two strength from those 2 characters, but 8 ink spent on them, or 7 rather, and did get to restore some willpower, but Frank's board is going to be kind of minimally contested here, though Aladdin pretty vulnerable to all of those characters.
Players here seem like they're having a pretty good time. Jovial chats back and forth, trying to figure out what to do this turn as Frank Carson. He can sing a whole new world and then has 5 ink at the ready to deploy, but he knows Harlan is pretty light on resources himself, and it's comes with a steep cost to giving your opponent those 7 cards. And even after he sings, he's going to quest for 2, 4, 5 up to 8, not quite close to threatening lethal anytime soon. And he's going to need a lot of help from the top of the deck, and Harlan's going to hope that his top of the deck is able to challenge back.
Personally, I think I kind of love a whole new world here.
Yeah.
We see, especially without Bell on the battlefield anymore, Harlan gonna have trouble kind of deploying the more expensive cards in his deck, and if Frank doesn't brick like he did last game a little bit, his reload could be pretty tough for Harlan to deal with efficiently.
Okay, so we're looking at a hand that's got Rapunzels, Stitch Rockstars, expensive things. We wanted to draw a hand of cheap things. Looks like we drew at least 1 cheap thing. If it's Be Our Guest, you're very excited about that if you're Harlan.
Looks like a Simba.
Ooh, you're not excited about that. Simba has been particularly difficult for him to deal with because his characters are often low strength, high willpower. That's the trade-off. The higher the willpower, often the lower the strength in this game.
And this Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician also going to be pretty relevant here. If Harlan wants to take care of these cornered swordsmen, his characters are going to be vulnerable to a shift. And I think Frank is in a pretty good position here. Harlan only going to be able to play so many cards with limited ink.
All right, well, we're going to quest up to 8, and after deploying the Cub for protection and the Tinkerbell for a big threat next turn on the Giant Fairy, we're going to go back Harlan's way and see what he can do. Looking through a hand, I see some interaction. He has access to a bunch of ink here, and after that whole new world, he's got to use it. Let's see what he's going to do to challenge what Carson's got going on, because he's getting run down right now.
The only interaction in Harlan's hand is a single copy of Hades Infernal Schemer, which does get the Simba out of the way. You can get some lore off the field, but that uses most of Harlan's turn for 7 ink, and Frank is going to start getting towards the higher part of his curve and start threatening to end the game.
Right. But, I mean, if you're Harlan, I mean, you're kind of bottlenecked, right? And that's where Frank put him. And Harlan now going to need some help off the top of the deck over the course of the next turn or 2. But the baseline this turn that he can do is he can banish the Simba to the Inkwell with Hades, and then he can go challenge both of the Aladdin cornered swordsmen and the Hook without losing a single character. That's going to open him wide up to the potential for Tinkerbell,
Yeah.
Tiny or Giant
Tech.
Fairy,
Yeah.
and it's going to just be devastating.
When are we gonna get Tinkerbell Giant Tactician?
I don't know.
What movie was that? Maybe also a grab your sword from Harlan. Just gotta get this huge hand empty over the next few turns.
Okay, let's see what Frank can do. A lot of potential explosiveness here with a combination of cards. At 8, Lore can quest a little bit, but likely going to be using these characters to sing as well as challenge.
Yeah, this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy just looks excellent here.
Yeah,
right?
choose up 3 characters easily.
Yeah.
All right, 1 to everything, and then it's going to attack the Rapunzel and finish off the Smee because 1 damage goes on to everything up to 3 and yada yada. Okay,
And
now
that's not even enough damage to allow Hades to trade back with the Giant Fairy, meaning it's just gonna get to stick around.
Okay. Can play Stitch New Dog. Maybe Ink Rapunzel or something. Maybe he wants to hold on to the Rapunzel. Could also go ahead and play out this 1-cost Simba. The future king does allow him to loot away perhaps one of these weaker cards, but it looks like we're going to get really aggressive and play a new dog and a Lilo making a wish. Maybe you're going to ink the Rapunzel and play another 1-drop with the Simba, but maybe not.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Lilo. It's the most efficient way to get Lore back onto the battlefield after this whole new world a couple turns ago, and Harlan has to use pretty big resources if he wants to get rid of it before it quests for 2.
Hades, Lord of the Underworld, the 4-drop Amber card. Let's get that on the screen because that's a focal point of this Amber Sapphire deck is Hades, Lord of the Underworld. It's normally good in these aggressive strategies for essentially creating a relentless threat package, but the Amber Sapphire deck is doing that with bigger characters like Carefree Surfer and Rapunzel to essentially create a wall of cards that decks like Ruby and Amethyst can't keep up with most of the time. We've seen Hades come down with no targets a decent amount in these Amber Sapphire versus Amber Steel matchups just to provide a body to start challenging and trading. But here it's going to be relatively good for getting back something. But we're in game 3. Harlan plays to be our guest. Looking at the top for a Hades Infernal Schemer. Doesn't find one, I don't think. And we might be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, the Hades Lord of the Underworld was one of the more appealing cards early on in the Lorcana metagame, but people quickly discovered, sometimes there's nothing in your discard pile, sometimes you really need ink, so the card can be a little bit awkward, but Harlan, Brennan, and Mason have found a pretty good home for it here in Amber Sapphire, especially with Belle.
One cool thing I want to point out about Carson's play last turn, he actually quested with the aerial, and what that ends up doing is it encourages Harlan to challenge, and by encouraging him to challenge, it basically opens up Harlan to being just dumpstered by this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and but the Maximus can definitely throw a rock in the I don't know, a rock in the shoe.
Yeah, throw that rock in the shoe.
Never had a rock in your shoe before?
One of the better answers to these 5 willpower characters, especially exerted though, is Tinkerbell plus Tinkerbell. So if Frank has a second copy of Giant Fairy, he can really deal some damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he does, but if he does, it's going to be quite good here and allow for partial clear. Ooh, whole new world is a pickup here for Carson and can sing that with the Tinkerbell if he doesn't have a good attack. We could start with Stitch New Dog or the Lilo into the Maximus, and then Tinkerbell can finish it off and deal 2 to the Hades, and then maybe the other character can trade for Hades. But Frank might not be interested in that at all. Frank might be saying, hey, I don't care anymore. We're just going to quest a bunch. 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 14. Play 2 or 3 more characters and see if you can do anything about it.
Yeah, this is maybe the first time we've seen this Maximus Palace Horse out of the Amber Sapphire deck. It was one of the last additions to the deck. Brennan and Harlan cut 1 copy of Robin Hood and 1 copy of You Have Forgotten Me to get in 2 copies of that horse. And this is a good spot for it here. It's making Frank's turn pretty awkward. He has a Rapunzel, but if he wants to challenge the Maximus, he would lose his giant fairy or have to restrict himself to just one card off the Rapunzel. So kind of bottlenecked on his plays thanks to this bodyguard Maximus.
All right, here's Stitch Rockstar. And
This
then
is a good spot for Stitch Rockstar, I think. We see these big Stitch turns can be one of the weaknesses of Amber Sapphire.
finds an aerial, which we can play next turn. I think we're a little low on resources this turn after that big shift payment. But we're going to draw one and then loot one with the Simba Future King. We'll see how Frank wants to sequence. He can maybe keep something that's inkable and then play a Be Our Guest and set up for next turn, maybe with another giant Tinkerbell. My guess, though, we're just going to ink the Be Our Guest or discard it and then quest for a bit. I don't really want to cast a whole new world, but maybe that's what he's really thinking about because, you know, Harlan still has a couple cards in hand, but Frank's running out of resources. But Rockstar can change that.
The Maximus, again, Frank has two characters that can sing right now, so a lot of the time that represents a grab your sword plus a whole new world in the same turn. But even if he was able to find that card, the Maximus would stop the Lilo from maybe taking down the Hades, leaving Frank's play pretty ineffective. So Frank feeling a little bit stuck. None of his plays are going to be really outstanding, so he has to kind of choose the best from a set of mediocre options.
All right, Frank, really thinking about this discard. This is a pivotal moment in the game because whatever he discards, he's going to lose access to, and that could change how the next few turns play out. And it looks like we're going to go discarding Ariel, Spectacular Singer, keeping a Rapunzel in hand. Now, do we ink the Be Our Guest or do we ink Rapunzel and play Be Our Guest? The last card other than that is a whole new world. You don't really want to give your opponent access to more Hades and let it goes. And they didn't play a Hades last turn, so they probably don't have one.
Yeah.
All right, gonna ink Be Our Guest. Let's see if there's any other play. I don't think there is, but we might sing a whole new world. We could just quest for 6, 7, up to 16, thanks to the shift.
Yeah, honestly, 16 lore is a pretty good spot to be against Amber Sapphire. If Frank can get 4, maybe 5 or 6 lore down on the following turn, that might be too much for Harlan to interact with.
Whoa, a big pass turn there. Frank thinks, hey, I can maybe win a longer game here by not shoving in, but
And I think here's the reason for that. I just talked about getting to 16 lore maybe being a good spot, but leaving these characters ready if you sniff out a lack of interaction on Harlan's side is just as good, and it means you're denying Harlan the opportunity to use multiple turns of challenging with his characters.
all right, Hades gets back Rapunzel, that powerful heal effect, going to draw 3 cards. And now Harlan maybe going to get a little aggressive and start questing so that Frank's under the gun. We have enough ink so that Bell Strange with special quest for 5. So we can quest for 8 right now. We're not quite threatening lethal next turn, but we could play one more character, and then I think that does threaten lethal on the follow-up. So Harlan here looking to put some pressure on Frank since Frank chose not to quest next turn. I really liked questing last turn because it was unlikely Harlan was going to be able to clear both of the shift characters and the Lilo. And, either that or I would have maybe liked to just go ahead and wheel and then play 1 or 2 more cards off of your leftover ink. It's obviously a weird spot, but, Frank going with the more conservative route might end up biting him if Harlan finds a 2-turn swing for victory.
Exactly, and this Rapunzel out of the discard pile for Harlan did find another copy of Belle, and Harlan with this massive ink advantage is able to play that Belle this turn, which is pretty threatening for Frank, though we did see last, was it earlier this round or maybe a previous round, Frank able to find multiple grab your sword in the same turn to take down a ready Belle.
Okay, Harlan here, figuring out what to do, still has the ability to play 2 ink, decides to
3
not.
ink.
Second strange but special. Now Harlan gonna go in 5, 6, 7, 8. Gonna leave the Simba on the other side of the table And this is why maybe you quest if you're Frank, because without the forceful challenge, Harlan able to maybe turn the corner. We have 5, 6, 7, 8 that's at the ready to quest next turn. That's going to be very difficult to get off the table. And then now you got to punch through Maximus to get to the other bell.
We will get our lore totals updated shortly here, but
should be 7 if I'm not or 8 for Harlan if I'm not mistaken. Our spotter seems to be snoozing.
Yeah, this is a play pattern we've seen a couple times now. Amber Sapphire kind of quickly accelerating to the point where both players are threatening a win in the next turn or two.
All right, Harlan in the tank. He can play 2 ink and then play Be Our Guest. I think that's what he's really thinking about. But these characters that he can play can both come down next turn. But is there going to be a next turn, really, right? Or like, how far in the future is this game going to go? And Harlan says, I don't think it's going to go long enough for Maximus and the Maleficent to be as relevant as using this right now to find something like Hades for next turn. Okay, Carson, we're going to go back his way. A lot of options at his disposal, including a whole new world and a Rapunzel. Finds another whole new world, so he might be bottlenecked into playing that this turn since he didn't quest or sing last turn.
Yeah, I would not be at all surprised to just see Rapunzel hit the ink and then a whole new world come down. With so few options, I think it's possible you come to the conclusion that this turn is going to require a whole new world if you're going to do anything at all. But maybe Frank considering challenging this Palace Horse and dealing with the characters through brute force.
Well, he does have the Rapunzel, so maybe he wants to challenge first and then Rapunzel instead of singing, and maybe looking for ways to get through that way. Because we can use Lilo and Rockstar to eat one of the bells, and that prevents lethal from next turn. And that might be exactly what he's going for. The problem is that he's not threatening lethal, and so he's basically putting himself in a reactive position. And his deck is not that well set up to be reactive, especially considering the large sizing of the Amber Sapphire deck. So it's a tough spot. If you're a Frank Carson fan, you know, maybe you hope the last 2 turns would have went a little better for you. But if you're a Harlan Fear fan, you got to be pretty happy with your position right now. And Bell Strange with Special is really showing off.
Yeah, it takes a lot of resources to do really any challenging this turn. It'll leave Frank probably unable to sing any songs if he wants to get any healing off this Rapunzel, because the Maximus forced these challenges in the order they happened.
Yeah, Maximus quite annoying. We're going to do the sequence I laid out a moment ago, and then we're going to heal 2 and draw 2. The follow-up here, maybe some characters to trigger Stitch Rockstar. Here's another Lilo making a wish.
Yeah, this is a difficult decision. Does decide to draw a card because Harlan being ahead on board at this point means exerted Lilos are threatened almost for free.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why one of the initial ways we built the Amber Steel Stitch Rockstar deck was with characters like Minnie Mouse from Amber, the 2-drop 2/3 that's just generic. Things like Cornered Swordsman, right? If your opponent's going to challenge you, you want them to be challenging and hurting. That way your cards are actually trading, 2 for 1 against, but, they're basically replacing themselves pretty freely. Carefree Surfer is the pickup off of Be Our Guest. Going to quest for 2 up to 11, and now we're going to go back Harlan's way. I think he's firmly in control, and we'll see if he's able to close out this game. Maybe not this turn, but maybe next turn.
Yeah, Harlan with 10 lore in play, and Frank only with 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, could just completely ignore and go quest, but likely going to eat both of the Lilos, and if he has some sort of removal spell in hand, like Let It Go or another Hades, he could take out the Stitch Rockstar, but let's see what he goes for.
Yeah, looks like
Detective Mickey. Okay. More ink. Maleficent uninvited. And then
so we've talked about Be Our Guest sequencing. The last 2 cards in hand here for Harlan are Let It Go and Be Our Guest. Looks like he's been considering just using all his ink rather than singing the Let It Go, and then decided that the Be Our Guest wasn't going to be played this turn. But now maybe having a change of heart, counting things out once again.
No, he's just setting up attacks versus non-attacks, and he's 100% playing to let it go. I guarantee it. The Bell Stranger Special does offer a potential quest for 5, and Harlan considering using the Hades as a challenge instead of the Rapunzel. Ooh, we're going to hit the Rapunzel. Oh, are we just getting rid of everything? Okay, so Harlan is going full control mode, and we're going to smush all characters from Frank's side of the table. And Harlan Fear is going to be on the precipice of winning and being your first finalist here for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. He's got 3, 4, 5, 6, plus 5 is 11, 12, 13 lore potential in play. Frank Carson has to kill something. I don't know that he can. And Harlan is on the precipice.
Yeah, the virtue of this play here, Harlan got to add 4 more lore to the board, making him a threat to lethal. And the fact that he got rid of all the singers on Frank's side means Frank's ink is going to be really tied up if he wants to make any kind of swingy plays, such as a grab your sword.
Yeah. I think Frank's going to go back and look at the replay of this and realize that the turn where he passed without questing or singing was likely the turning point. It allowed Harlan essentially a free turn of singing, of questing, and put him in just a really bad spot. And here he's just trying to dig out of a hole, and his deck doesn't dig out of holes like this very well. We did find an answer to the bell, and so that's going to prevent a bit of lore generation, but it's just going to
Frank hasn't developed anything.
A band-aid on a fire hydrant, it's just spewing.
Yeah.
And it's just not going to work out that well for him. He can play another character here, I think. Maybe not. Just a lantern. Okay, so going to go back Harlan's way. Your go. Your go. Are we in good shape? I think so.
Yeah. 8 lore this turn. Just drew a fresh 7.
Yeah.
Harlan's just going to be able to add on to this.
Frank here, a great sport, but going to let Harlan close it out. We're going to draw 2 cards. Basically no outs from Frank's side of things. His deck is not set up to beat characters of this high of willpower and this much lore generation.
Not the bell.
Not the bell. From this spot. So looks like we're going to see Harlan in the finals here. We're going to go questing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 16. We're going to go back to Carson's way. Needs quadruple grab your sword, and he's only got about 10 ink, so
yeah.
Good luck. Impressive stuff from the Ember Sapphire deck.
There's 2 grab your sword.
There's 2 of them.
But
how big is Carefree Surfer?
Yeah. The Carefree Surfer plus the Maleficent Uninvited are enough to win the game for Harlan.
Bring out the dice. There it is. Frank Carson packs it in, and Harlan Fear is your winner. He is moving on to the finals, and he's going to be the first of our 2 finalists here. The Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. Congratulations to Harlan Fear, fellow Lost Boy. I never had a doubt.
No?
I had a few. Never had a doubt is what I'm going to say publicly. I mean, wait.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. So Harlan, with that Ember Sapphire deck, that unique take that Team NDA brought to this event, ramping and beating what I would consider a somewhat bad matchup. I think that they are relatively weak against the aggressive starts featuring Simba Protective Cub. Was able to overcome it 2 out of the 3 games and goes on to the finals. That deck looking quite impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really interesting matchup. There were some routes that both players could have considered. The games could have turned out different ways, but lots of exciting cards flying back and forth, and the higher willpower wins the day for the Ember Sapphire list.
All right. Well, we're going to take a short break here while we get the next semifinals ready. Why don't you tell us about the matchup we're going to be watching next, Bowman?
Next up, we have Mason Clark playing that Amber Sapphire list once again, and then Dawn Delosier with a very similar Amber Steel aggro list, just a few cards off of what Frank ended up on. So we're going to be seeing a lot of the same plays, but a couple more aggressive options for Dawn, and she's going to try to close it out a little more quickly than Frank was able to.
All right. Well, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back for more live coverage of the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, brought to you by TCGplayer.com.
Howdy, Tandy here. We're playing some Cards and Castles 2. We are demoing the game for our new sponsor for the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. And so far we've played the tutorial and a game demo, and now I'm going to go over some of the other things in the menu. First up, we're going to check out booster packs and see how they're open. Alright, so we'll pick a card pack and we'll go through it. Brewery, when your turn ends, summon a 1/1 rat, last 3 turns. Okay. So this is a building that you summon. We haven't seen any of those yet in our own deck. Merchant's Favor, gain 2 treasure. This is like spend 2 now to gain 2 later, basically, and it's not permanent gold. Ninja Training, this is a shiny common. View 2 random units in your deck, choose 1 to add to your hand. Nice, little tutor effect kind of. Warcry, create a copy of each item in your hand. Okay, so an item deck with Dwarven Blacksmith. Alright, School of Magic. Your first spell each turn costs 1 less. Warcry, add a random spell to your hand and it's a building. Okay. Skeletal Pirate, last will, draw a last will unit. So when this dies, you'll get another skeleton probably. Circle of Life, heal all allies for 4. Fist of the 5 Gods, deal 2 damage to a unit and another random enemy. Then we got Headmaster Saurus. This is a shiny legendary. Warcry, recast the last spell card you played. Wow. So you play like a big 7, 8, 9, 10 drop, maybe a sweeper. Like there's the 9 drop in our deck that destroys all non-buildings. And then Headmaster Saurus can play it again. That's cool. Nice. And it's a shiny legendary. Dwarven Weapons, your friendly units get +1 attack. Another Skeletal Pirates. Flame Entity. Deal 1 to a nearby target, but this gets -1/-1. Okay. Final Flash. Pay 25 gold worth of random spells on random targets. That's pretty good with the Headmaster. Document Forgery. This is an epic. Activate the last will effect of up to 3 friendly units that died this game. Cool, cool. Alright. So a lot of really interesting design space in this game. Deadeye. 1/2 sniper. 3 shots. Warcry, deal 1 damage to an enemy. Brewery, when your turn ends, summon 1/1 rat. We got one of those earlier, another building. Storm Weapon, give unit +2 attack, and your next lightning spell costs 1 less. That's nice for a lightning deck. It's like, makes something maybe cheaper or free. Mystic Panda, a rare beast. This is Guardian, so you use it to protect buildings. Warcry, for each trap in play, draw a card and it costs 1 less. Okay, I haven't seen traps yet. And then Draconic Temple is an epic rare. It says gain 1 treasure, so 1 floating gold. Each time you play a dragon. Warcry, add a random drake to your hand. Okay, cool. So you play this as a building, you get a drake, and then whenever you play a dragon, you get a gold. Deal 2 damage to all enemy units and frostbite them. This is a 6 cost, nice thing. Storm Weapon, give a unit +2 attack, and your next lightning spell costs 1 less. Deal 3 to a unit. If it dies, gain a treasure. Land Shark, we actually played against a couple of these last game. Has +1 attack and berserk while no unit is injured. And Ikari Badger can replace a unit. If it does, draw a card from the bottom of your deck. Okay. So replace is something I'm going to have to read up on. I don't know what that means. So Battle Squirrel, Sniper. I'm assuming that these can attack from behind. After attacks, it loses Sniper. So it can probably shoot 1 nut from far away, and then it no longer can do it. And the other card we saw earlier could do it 3 times. Horn of Valor. Draw 2 units for 3. Okay. Backdraft. Trap. When an enemy is played, deal 4 damage to it and excess damage to the enemy castle. Nice. So, preemptive removal spell. Skeletal Squire. Warcry. Draw a card for each friendly unit that died this turn. Nice. So, skeletons are swarmy, and you can use that with Skeletal Squire to draw a bunch after you trade a bunch of minions away. Leviathan. This 10 costs 5 less if your deck currently has 10 cards or fewer. You only start with 30, so this could be pretty cheap later in the game, and it's quite large. Our opponent played it against us last game, and it was hard to beat. Mega Strike, deal 2 to a target with 2 or less health. Halls of Frost, your units deal double damage to frostbitten targets, and then Warcry gain a frost spell, and it's a building. Maul, deal 4 damage to a unit, its owner draws a card. Ooh, not that good, I don't think, but 3 to deal 4 maybe is good. Ability, deal 1 damage to a nearby target, but this gets -1/-1. Okay, cool. Alright, so this is how you open booster packs. Those are some of the cards that you can get. We'll take a look at the shop as well, so you can buy booster packs with in-game currency. I'm assuming CP is something you can earn while playing, and it looks like shields, 150 shields probably something you can buy, or silver, something you could probably buy from the store. You can buy a welcome bundle for $4.99. Let's take a look at this. So the welcome bundle comes with 3 booster packs, 1,500 silver, a couple player icon things, and box art. Okay. Patrons bundle for $15. You get 15 packs, 1,000 silver, some castle art, a player icon, and box art. Gladiators bundle. This one's a little more expensive, but it comes with 10 packs, some extra art. You get Craxus, God of the Arena, a Minotaur, Gorilla Fighter. So we get a bunch of cool Gladiator cards if we buy this bundle. Okay. Hassan Legionnaire, Salar Soldier, and some cool avatars and things. We have a dinosaur bundle. These are basically like starter decks and specialty cards. Graveyard bundle. So if you really like, gladiators or dinosaurs or zombies or skeletons. And then we have a free bundle. So let's check out the free bundle. 300 CP and some player icons. We'll buy it. It's free. Alright. We'll check out the Battle Pass. So the Battle Pass, we can get the Beginner Pass. This is something that everybody has, I believe. Goes all the way to level 20. So let's check out what we can do. So let's hard pack. We got a pack on this, and then we get a Ragnar King of Thunder once we hit 500 XP, but I think we already have. This is a 4/6 with Berserk, and when you summon a unit, deal 2 lightning damage amongst enemies. Oh, cool. So the more units you summon, it'll just spray 2 damage among random enemies. That's cool. We can probably put this in our deck. Each deck can only contain 1 copy of each legend. Okay, so we can only have 1 Ragnar King of Thunder in our deck. And we get 1 more booster pack. And now we have a draft ticket once we reach level 5 at 2,000 XP, but we're not quite there yet. We'll need to play a few more games. And then let's check out quests. So single player, we have defeat 1 practice opponent, defeat 4 practice opponents, defeat 7.
Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, brought to you by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, joined by Bo Matt. Say hi, Bo Matt.
Hi, Bo Matt.
We have one semi-final down where fellow Lost Boy, Harlan Fear, defeated Magic Hall of Famer Frank Karsten with his Amber Sapphire ramp deck against Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. And we got another one of those coming right up. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it, Matt?
Yep, so Mason Clark with this Amber Sapphire deck is going to be playing against Dawn Delosier, also playing Amber Steel aggro. Pretty similar list to Frank Carson's with a couple more aggressive elements, an additional 1-drop, an additional Aladdin Quartered Swordsman. She's really going to be looking to come out of the gates fast, as that's one of the better strategies against this Amber Sapphire deck.
All right, well, let's take a look at Dawn Delosier's list because this is one that I pegged at the beginning of the tournament as being one of the better in the room. And I know Dawn's preparation process, and I picked her as a front runner for the event. This build of Amber Stitch Blitz goes really low to the ground, has 2 copies of Simba Future King, and that combined with those other 1-drops and 2-drops is excellent with Stitch Rockstar. You see 4 copies of Aladdin Cornered Swordsman to continue that early pressure. Then we have big refuels with Ariel, Spectacular Singer, along with Whole New World. But we also have big punishes for your opponent trying to play to the board and interact with you with Grab Your Sword.
Yeah, absolutely. Grab Your Sword has been very impactful. A lot of the times it's the card that players are searching for as the game starts winding down.
Yeah,
but
one card that's important to note that's missing is Lantern. Most players who play this style of deck love Lantern. I've seen lists with 3 and 4. We had a version from Kurt Spies where earlier in the top 8 where he was playing 4, but 0 copies in either of the ones in our top 4. Or sorry, 1 copy in between the 2 decks in our top 4. Sorry.
Yeah, Frank playing a singleton Lantern, Dawn not playing any at all, trying to spend all of that early ink playing to the board and getting out to an early start.
Now, on the other side of the table, though, Dawn's going to be facing off against someone of great stature from the Magic community, and that's Mason Esports Clark. His deck is Amber Saf Rampunzel, and this is essentially a Sapphire ramp deck with some card draw elements from Amber. And we have those card draw elements such as Rapunzel, which can refresh your characters and draw some cards. Stitch Carefree Surfer is the big baddie and what you're ramping into most of the time. But we still see other elements of that card draw like Robin Hood, Unrivaled Archer, and a little bit of interaction with Let It Go and Hades Infernal Schemer. All right. Well, that is the matchup. Let's head on down to the feature match area and let these two players begin their match. This is the second of the semifinals, and the winner of this will face Harlan Fear in the finals. We could have a Amber Sapphire mirror match. We could also have another Amber Sapphire versus Amber Steel Stitch Blitz. So let's see who takes it down. On your left, Don Delosier. On your right, Mason Clark. These players are ready to go. Already finished mulligans. And Don going to be on the play. Going to ink Tactician and play the best one drop in the deck, in my opinion. Lilo, making a wish. Wish upon a star, making a wish.
Yep, and Mason, without that single one drop in Stitch New Dog to follow up, so this Lilo is going to get to go to town over the next few turns. Ember Sapphire without a whole lot of early defensive tools.
Well, Don sees no one drop, says, you know what? We're going to punish that. We're going to play two more one drops. This is the nightmare start for Mason if you don't have any way to challenge. If all he does is play one jump ahead or, maybe even Gramatala, could be in a lot of trouble here as early as turn number 2.
Yeah, game 1 of our last round, we saw Frank got off to a pretty good early start, but since he was on the draw, he got stifled by a turn 3 Mr. Smee out of Harlan's deck. Mason here on the back foot doesn't have anything of the sort to keep up with these Lilos.
Quest for 5, up to 7 already is Don Delosier. The double start of the Lilos, allowing for a lot of lore generation and back Mason's way. We have a grip full, but let's see if we can deploy something to the board. No characters as of yet. We need to be able to challenge these Lilos before they eat us up.
Yep. Bell, not the greatest defensive body, but it's something at this point. I think Don has the tools to race towards the end of this game.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's go back Don's way. Mostly empty-handed, 2 cards left. Don has the ability to quest for 2, 4, 5, 6, up to 13, and Mason can only challenge 1. Might need something like a Let It Go next turn to have a shot, but we have a cornered swordsman that we can play as well here.
Nope.
So
we're shifting.
Ooh, shift. Deal 1 to your bell. Okay, and now we can go 2, 4, 6, 7.
And
14.
The game is more or less over. Maybe if Mason has a Let It Go, he doesn't lose this turn, but he's not going to be able to develop enough to the board to kind of repeatedly remove Don's characters, and I just don't really see a way out.
This might be the fastest game I've ever seen of Lorcana.
It is. Yeah, Don really setting up the perfect aggressive curve. Counting the turns, it was 2 and then 3 and then an extra 1 lore on the following turn that got doubled to 2 with this shift, and all those characters have gotten to quest multiple times. Mason kind of trash talking last night. The past couple times he's come to Apex, he said he doesn't lose on Sundays. He's taken down 2 of our tournaments. In the semifinals now, but looks like he's going to find himself down a game.
Yeah, but down a game is not down a match, and he's going to be on the play for game number 2 if he does, in fact, lose this game, which looks like he is going to do. But we're not over yet. Let's go ahead and play 2 Mickey Mouse Detective. Going to ramp.
Now, this might be a better turn than a removal spell. Mason's still going to be a little behind, but these Mickey Mouses can assist in dealing with the cheaper characters from Dawn. But her readied characters, ooh, that might be a whole new world, which puts out a ton more characters on the following turns that can really overwhelm the more expensive cards from Mason's list.
All right, interesting turn here for Dawn. You can play it safe. Just play Aladdin, quest for 2, 4, 5, up to 19. Force Mason to answer everything in play, and then everything at the ready over the next few turns. I think that's probably best. Singing Whole New World gives him access to a fresh hand when he's only got 1 card and a ton of ink. So we can also challenge the Bell Strange with Special. I'm not a big fan of that because if by setting yourself to 19, you're basically just saying, hey, deal with this or else. And now perhaps giving Mason a window to get back in the game, but we'll see.
Yeah, so I actually really like this. The math kind of works out in Don's favor here.
Mm-hmm.
The Bell was going to be able to take out a smaller character, but only one of these Mickeys can take out the Lilo, whereas nothing can take out the Captain Hook. Meaning, if Mason wanted to remove 3 characters, I just don't think he would have had the tools to do so without that Bell getting a challenge in. So I actually think this is a great play from Dawn. It's going to really restrict Mason's options. and I don't know if he's going to be able to deal with this Aladdin, this Lilo, and this Tinkerbell.
Yeah, he has a Let It Go, which he can use to take out one of the characters of the quest for 2, but one of the other ones will survive that, Giant Fairy quest for 2 and the Aladdin, and he has to deal with that and the Captain Hook, and I just don't think he can do with everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so looks like game number 1 gonna go to Don, and we're gonna be moving on to game 2, where Mason is gonna be on the play and have a little bit better shot. But okay, quest for 3. Okay, Ryden's on the wall, puts and packs it in.
Yeah.
Don,
Okay. We done here?
Okay, as these players are shuffling up and getting ready for game number 2, I'd like to thank Apex Gaming for hosting the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. This has been a very fun event, and I've really enjoyed partnering with them, not only in Lorcana, but also in Magic the Gathering. We will be having a $5,000 Modern Open next week here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio. So if you like Magic the Gathering and you like Modern, and you live within driving distance of Caldwell, Ohio, make sure to come on out and check out our new play space. We have seating capacity for up to 250 players rather comfortably, 200 players comfortably, 250 players maybe a little uncomfortably, but it's still an enormous space, and they put a lot of work into it, and we'd love to have y'all out for that event. The Open is a qualifier not only for the regional championship next year in Denver in Q1, but it is also a 2-slot invitational qualifier for the Apex Gaming Magic Invitational that we're going to be holding next month. The Lost Boys, you can find us on all sorts of social media at Lost Boys LOR. That's Lost Boys LOR for Lorcana for short. And we're on Patreon if you'd like to read some articles for free. Maybe throw us a little bit of support. We'd appreciate it. But mostly we just enjoy making the content. Lorcana is a really fun game, and we've been making a lot of YouTube videos. You can check us out on YouTube, Lost Boys LOR. We have how to play, gameplays for our Versus series, as well as our weekly podcast. And Harlan, one of our finalists here, Harlan Fear, currently the co-host of the Lost Boys podcast, along with me, Tandy, and we've been enjoying making that Lorcana content for you, and we hope we get you to come follow us.
All right, watching these mulligans here, Dawn threw back 6 cards and held onto a single Lilo making a wish. She's really prioritizing that aggressive curve.
Okay, well, looks like both players here are about ready to go in terms of mulligans, and Mason going to keep 5 and throw back 2 into the deck. Essentially the opposite of what Dawn was doing, her aggressive mulligans. Hey, thanks Dude TCG for the raid. We appreciate it. I actually saw Dude TCG in the chat for the PPG yesterday, and talking about the games, and hope you had a wonderful stream, and thank you so much, Raiders, for joining us. I'm Tandy of the Lost Boys, and we are in the second semifinals here at the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. We have one finalist already in Harlan Fear on Amber Sapphire, and they worked together with Mason Clark on this deck, and a third, Brendan DeCandio, who was dispatched in the top 8, all 3 making it to the elimination rounds, facing off against Dawn DeLogier's Amber Steel Stitch Blitz, and she is up a game here in the first semifinals, or the second semifinals.
Unfortunately for Dawn, Mason did have a preemptive answer to this Lilo making a wish, so she's going to need a Simba protective cub if she wants to start questing, but looks like it's just the future king instead of the cub, so Dawn's going to be looking instead to kind of load up this board a bit before actually taking action.
Has 2 copies of Grab Your Sword and a Fire the Cannons in hand.
Ooh.
Oh, that Fire the Cannons actually super juicy in the spot.
Yeah.
Allows you to take out that Stitch New Dog and quest for 2. Dawn thinking about what to discard, leaning on one of the Stitches, and not sure if she wants to get away with the Shift Rockstar or the Long Game Carefree Surfer, or maybe one of these redundant Grab Your Swords. I guess redundant's not the right word. Just expensive, unequal.
Yeah, without an aerial in her hand, Dawn may not be able to play these Grab Your Swords in a timely manner. So discards one of them, gets down that Fire the Cannons, and Lilo is going to work.
The 2 Fire the Cannons in Dawn's list are a nod to Nicholas Roush's list from last month's qualifier.
Right.
He had 2 that worked quite well on the turns where he was playing a whole new world, either to preemptively cast to kill one of your opponent's characters before you play the whole new world, or finding some interaction off the draw 7 that can knock off your opponent's challengers, or just make sure that you can combo kill characters with Grab Your Sword.
Great defensive start here for Mason. The first Stitch New Dog, followed up by a 1 jump ahead, and then 2 more characters that are ready to take down Dawns as soon as they quest.
All right, no question here for Dawn, but we do deploy a Tiny Tactician, and this can loot. Can we get Tiny Tactician on the screen? This is one that we've seen quite a bit, but we haven't talked too much about the precursor to the Giant Fairy. But this Tiny Tactician is a 3-drop, 2/4 from Steel. You can activate it to draw a card, then discard a card. For those of you who play Magic the Gathering, that's a looter. And this is a Tinkerbell the Looter, and we use this as our precursor to the Shift Tinkerbell Giant Fairy in our Steel decks, and we use that to obliterate our opponent's board positions with the 1 damage to everything and the challenge. This character does have 4 willpower, which means it's difficult to challenge early on, so it can do some questing, but most of the time it's a shift target and a looter. Alright, Mason continues developing, plays Bell, strange but special, but we're getting to a weird spot where we have 5 ink, only 1 card in hand, or 2 cards in hand, and what that means is that we can't really do a whole lot unless Dawn wants to give everybody a wheel, and I don't think that she wants to. We're going to start with a loot. That's a big one for next turn maybe, but maybe we want to go ahead and shift it down just to get it into play.
Yeah, most of the interaction for a Giant Fairy, even one that's exerted, like this one might be, from Mason, is going to be either Hades or Let It Go, which Dawn is pretty happy with. It'll get her some extra ink to maybe be able to use a Whole New World effectively, but she doesn't have a whole lot of options right now. Discarded that first Grab Your Sword with the first Simba, and then after drawing a couple other songs off the top, is forced to use Tinkerbell to discard the second one.
Yeah. Tight spot for Dawn. It's either do nothing or play a tapped Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. I think tapped Tinkerbell Giant Fairy is fine, but Dawn says, I don't want you to know I have it yet. We're going to just loot and say go. Now, her hand, not great. 2 uninkable songs and a 6-drop that has shift, but can do something pretty damaging next turn to Mason if he puts himself vulnerable. But until Mason deploys something like Stitch Carefree Surfer, you just don't really care too much if you're Dawn. But this is a bit of a punish for not playing out your hand here. Is the Robin Hood Unrivaled Archer, and Mason draws a card. And we'll see if he wants to do any questing.
If Mason really wanted that card off the Robin Hood, even if Dawn had 2 cards in hand, Mason could have played 2 ink, but instead gets to just get that free card, 1 jump ahead, sung by Mickey, and down goes Tink.
All right, well, we can... Oh, Dawn picks up a Aerial Spectacular
nice.
Singer. Yeah, that is nice. You play that this turn and look for a song to play. If it's a Be Our Guest, we can probably just ink it, and that'll allow us to hit our resources and hold on to the Giant Tinkerbell for later. Couple options for Dawn here. We can also just ink one of the 2 cards and play Grab Your Sword. That'll finish Bell, deal 2 to the Mickey, and then we can eat it with the Simba Future King.
Yeah, I think Dawn is looking to prioritize efficient turns, starting over the next couple to try to get some real board swings, and Ariel is very good at that. Finds the 4th copy of Grab Your Sword, so maybe best case scenario, Dawn gets to play 2 Grab Your Swords next turn, which could easily deal with most of what Mason has going on, unless he has a Surfer.
Okay, going back Mason's way. 1 card in hand. Draws for turn. You Have Forgotten Me hanging out. That one is pretty scary. If you're Dawn, we'll see if he wants to deploy it. He can only play 1 card this turn. It's either the You Have Forgotten Me or I believe it was a Maleficent, and we're going to make Dawn discard 2.
I think Mason's last card is a Let It Go, which he can actually sing off this Robin Hood. Dawn wisely keeping this Whole New World, because if Mason...
I don't think that's true.
If Mason decides to play Let It Go, the Whole New World would be really bad in Dawn's hand, I think, not being able to play it for free off the Aerial even.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying, but yeah, I agree. The keeping Grab Your Sword in hand instead, so to help challenge the board instead of the draw 7, since you're kind of behind on resources. Okay, Robin Hood gonna quest instead of singing that powerful interactive spell. Let it go. Dawn draws for turn, finds Stitch New Dog, can sing Grab Your Sword here, and then, or it could just cast it and then maybe send Ariel into the Robin Hood. I don't hate that play as well. It'll clear most of things for Mason.
This is kind of an interesting game. We haven't seen too many of these. Usually the decks players have registered end up very high on resources at this point in the game.
Right.
But nobody's really cast a large card draw spell. Uh, Mason casting discard spells instead.
Right. All right, here comes Hades Infernal Schemer. Nice top deck for Mason. We're going to bench the Lilo and quest for one and send it back Dawn's way. Challenging for one seems lackluster. Okay, well, here's a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. That was a nice pickup. We're going to deal one to both characters. Get out the dice! Now we can quest with the Simba for one. I'm not sure that's ideal, but it will force the Hades to challenge, probably.
Yeah, this works out great for Dawn if Hades challenges.
Well,
yeah.
you say that.
Look, Mason only had so many cards, right?
Yeah,
Who knew he was going to draw a removal spell?
All right, here's two more characters for Dawn. We are at parity in terms of lore total, but as far as resource total and quality of cards able to be top decked, I think the Amber Sapphire deck has a significant advantage here.
Yeah.
And we see Infernal Schemer number 2 drawn for the turn. We can play that or Bell Strange Out Special, but I think the Schemer here can play like a nice tempo roll, hit the Aladdin, but we're going to save that for a Rockstar or something else next turn, play the Bell and no ink, and probably quest for 2.
Yeah, like you said, Mason kind of insulating himself against top decks from Dawn.
Right.
Sure, this Aladdin is going to maybe get to quest for 2 if Dawn feels like it, but Mason's board position is more than large enough to take it right back off the battlefield. So Mason's going to conserve his resources and just hold on to this Hades for a much better target.
All right, let's get a Bell Strange Out Special on the screen because this card is one of the focal points of this Amber Sapphire Rapunzel deck. And she was one of the chase rares in the very beginning whenever the set was first released. People were like, oh, ramp effects are quite strong, and this Bell Strange Out Special is a nice payoff getting up to 10 ink. But in order to get to 10 ink, often you have to do some really weird stuff. But here, Mason using it as just a way to ramp up into the 7 drops. Here we have a Carefree Server that's going to come down but not draw any card, but it is a huge body that can quest for 2, and he has initiative right now, so it's important that he keeps leveraging that.
Yeah. Dawn's last card in hand is now a whole new world, and Mason, Harlan, and Brennan's team, Bell is one of their answers to a whole new world, kind of letting them get a bunch of resources down and then play extra ink, and Dawn just decides, I know how good your Bell's going to be with this. I'm not even going to play it. I scooped.
Yeah. Next turn, that was going to allow Mason to just quest for 9. Dawn saying, you know what? I'm not going to waste everyone's time. We're going to pack it in. Game number 2 goes to Mason Clark, but now we're going to have a deciding game number 3. Dawn Deloge are going to be on the play with that explosive Stitch Blitz deck. This Amber Steel strategy has been one of the first decks that we worked on when the set first came out. We noticed the synergy between Ariel Spectacular Singer and those powerful steel 5-drop songs, and it made a lot of sense to leverage characters instead of other types of cards with a whole new world because they're your win mechanism. You know, a lot of games you'll play a big spell like Whole New World that'll be a big draw 7, like Time Twister from Magic the Gathering, right? And what ends up happening is you pair that with a bunch of free cards, like free items, right?
Yeah.
But those don't really exist yet. We don't have a whole lot in the way of winning the game outside of questing. And so pairing it with things like Lilo Making a Wish makes a lot of sense. And when you sing it really early, it is very bad for most of the mid-range and control decks.
Absolutely. So expecting to see some big mulligans again from Dawn here as you look at her slide.
Yeah. Accolades include Apex Invitational Qualifier Champion. It's the ATM machine thing again. AIQ means Apex Invitational Qualifier. All right. I'm going to have to talk to Chappie about this one. Anyway, Dawn Deloge won our last Pioneer event here at the Apex Gaming Home Store in Caldwell, Ohio. She works with the Squadron Hawks as their editor, and they're a team for Magic the Gathering. She has 2 NRG series top 8s. Fun facts, favorite Disney movie is Mulan. What's your favorite Mulan song? Is it just what's the main one from it?
Be a man, make a man out of you. That's the popular one. Reflection, also pretty good. Reflection, a much better song than it is a card, I'll say.
Oh yeah, that's one from the new set, right? That's Hypnotize. What am I thinking of? What's Reflection?
Is look at the top 3 cards, put them back in any order.
She's a huge fan of all TCGs, including Netrunner and Arkham Horror. Former debate team kid, and recently gotten a kitten named Murky. Old Murktide Regent. Her opponent is Mason Clark, Mason Esports Clark, DreamHack Dallas 2022 champion, has been on the Magic Pro Tour multiple times, helped co-design Modern Horizons 3, a set that's coming out next year for Magic the Gathering. His favorite Disney movie is Aladdin, and he's brought that cool Ember Sapphire strategy along with his team NDA, and it's been looking pretty good. Let's go and head on down to the feature match area and see who takes it down between these two players and see who our finalist number 2 is. Players are about ready here, so let's go ahead and get underway. Dawn Delusion going to be on the play. Going to ink one of these 1-drops and play another one. Let's see what she wants to do.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I'm not sure whether Dawn has a Rockstar, but Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, much better defensive card, though this is not really a matchup where that's important. So instead, Dawn's going to play... in this Stitch v Stitch matchup, if Dawn had Captain Hook here, she wouldn't really be able to quest effectively, right? But by playing a Stitch, she knows if she quests, sure, Mason can trade off, but that's still a trade and she got a lure out of it.
Right, and we're going to deploy the Aladdin, which quests for 2, so Mason has some incentive not even to challenge the Stitch v Stitch. And Dawn knows that if the Stitch v Stitch challenge does happen, it's unlikely Mason has something that can deal the Aladdin outside of Grandma Tala. Gonna go back Mason's way. We'll see what the 2-drop play is. If it's just 1 jump ahead, Dawn will be pretty happy about that. If it's nothing, she'll be ecstatic. And now Mason's just deciding, do I trade with a Stitch? Do I wait? How do I play? Dawn going to be trying to set up the next few turns. I see a hand that has Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, and Tactician, so that could be the sequence she wants to go for to really punish Mason for trying to get interactive. He has a lot of characters with high willpower, so it's not as effective in this matchup as it could be in others, but it's still quite good when your opponent is challenging you.
And even if Mason doesn't play out much of a board, we saw in Game 1 of this matchup, Dawn played a turn 3 Tiny Tactician, turn 4 Giant Fairy, and quested with it right away. And that was one of the key factors in her fast start. And Mason doesn't have a follow-up.
Yeah, no play here for turn 2. And if you're Dawn, you are walking on cloud 9. This is the start of something beautiful. Tiny Tactician going to come down. Maybe shifting that Tinkerbell next turn if she wants to. But we're going to quest for 2 with Aladdin up to 3. And things are looking good if you're a Dawn Delozier fan. Mason Clark with his Amber Sapphire deck looking to meet a teammate in the finals. And Harlan Fear with Amber Sapphire as well. And we'll see if he can make it there, but he's going to need some help. Inks a Smee for Mickey Mouse Detective. So he's going to go right to 5, looking for Let It Go and other 5-drops to potentially challenge.
Yeah, and you aren't too unhappy from Dawn's side if you do end up shifting this Tinkerbell and it gets answered by a Let It Go. You get some extra ink, but then Dawn has to make sure she has enough plays to follow up after that extra ink comes down.
Seems like Dawn might not even be interested in shifting. Oh, I lied. Okay, where we go. It's big. It's hard to challenge. Do we just quest for 2, or do we quest for 4 and allow the Mickey Mouse to trade with the Aladdin? Just questing for 2. Going to keep it a little safe. Now we're going to go back Mason's way. If Dawn draws something like... Whole New World, we can sing it off of that Tinkerbell, assuming that Mason doesn't hit it with Let It Go, but see what he plays for turn. It's a Bell Strange with special. Another ink and a Grandma Tala. So explosive start here from Mason. Exactly what he wanted, considering Dawn didn't produce a bunch of characters on the previous turn. Okay, we're doing some maths. Quick maths.
Yeah, Grandma can't do anything yet, but Mason using her point out some interactions, maybe explaining his thought patterns to Dawn. Mason has a bit of a he does coaching. I don't know where I was trying to go with that, but Mason likes Mason likes
I like turtles.
Yeah. Mason is very good at explaining game concepts, let's say that. Looks like he was discussing the dynamics at play here between his and Dawn's characters.
Okay, Dawn draws for turn. I know she has a Fire the Cannons. That combined with the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy can do some serious work. And Mason kind of opening himself up to the Tinkerbell challenge. Not necessarily, reckless, but understanding that if the Tinkerbell is questing, he's in some trouble. And if it's challenging, maybe he can bust it up on the following turn. And maybe he doesn't even care that much if the Mickey Mouse does die. The problem is it's going to deal 2 damage to something else, and then Fire the Cannons is going to knock it down.
Yeah, so Dawn's here deciding which card to discard to Simba Future King. Kind of likes the Fire and Cannons and Aladdin Cornered Swordsman that she's got over the Be Our Guest that represents, a mystery character. So
Right.
I like this discard. She's going to get to play out the rest of her hand, take down this Mickey and this Bell, and keep up the pressure in a way
Yeah.
that's pretty hard for Mason to effectively answer.
And now you're seeing why Fire the Cannons is in the deck, in conjunction with some of those extra chip damage effects like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. You're seeing exactly what it's able to do, combo killing that 2/4, knocking it down. Grandma Tala here, the only character for Mason, and he can use it to trade with the Aladdin Cornered Swordsman, but still 3 characters on the other side, including a Giant Tinkerbell. And now we're going to play a Hades, Lord of the Underworld, getting back something from the grave, probably something that's inkable or that generates ink, and it's a
Or something we
Stitch.
can play.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna send back. Has a Infernal Schemer in hand, but it didn't like he had. Didn't look like he had any inkables.
And Dawn, pretty low on resources at this point, without any real card draw effects. I think at this point, if Mason is able to hit that Tinkerbell with a Let It Go or a Hades, he's not going to be too upset. But Dawn definitely still in the driver's seat, has a significantly, has a bigger board. I don't know if I'd say significantly. Whatever she quests with can get traded off by Mason with maybe only a little bit of loss of material.
So here's the thing: if you're Dawn, if you quest, you're gonna open up your Tinkerbell to a double hit, or you open up your smaller characters to some trades and some free hits. We're gonna leave the Simba at ready, and we're going to quest for 4 up to 11. Now we're going to go back Mason's way. We can play an Infernal Schemer and eat the Tinkerbell, sending Dawn up to 6 ink because it does ink both the shift and the original. And then we can use Hades or the Stitch to trade for the Aladdin.
Yeah, I think Dawn's play here, very concerned with challenging, decides she's pretty happy with any of the trades that are available to Mason, but isn't so happy with the Simba being eaten. But I think one option that she may have had available to her, questing with the Simba then invites Mason to use one of those removal spells on the Tinkerbell, and that would allow Dawn to then play that Tinkerbell from hand for the full 6 ink and take down whichever character challenged the Simba. But instead playing it a little bit safer, just questing for 4, and leaving Mason's decision up to him.
Okay, Mason summoned through his hand. It looks like he found a rock star as well, so he could shift onto that, and we could see it go into the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy along with the Hades and leave him with a rock star, but seems relatively inefficient, so expect maybe both to bang into the Tinkerbell. I don't think he wants to use the Infernal Schemer or Let It Go or anything like that, because he knows that Dawn does have some powerful 6-drops potentially in deck and in hand, and if he can deal with the Tinkerbell outside of that, that might be a better deal for him. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and say, you know what, I got to get rid of it, and I don't want to lose all my stuff. So we're going to ink Stitch Rockstar. Hades going to ink both of the Tinkerbells. Now we're going to go back Dawn's way, and we can play this Giant Fairy for 6.
Yeah, one benefit to playing either the Hades or the Let It Go here for Mason is that you do have access to the other from your hand, and most of the threats that Dawn could deploy, even the best ones, do get answered cleanly. This is a pretty good Tinkerbell, but, ooh.
All right, well, now Mason in the driver's seat. He goes, you have forgotten me, makes Dawn discard her last card, and now Dawn's in top deck mode, and Hades Infernal Schemer brings back another Hades. I wasn't a fan of Dawn's trade there with the Simba. Not only did she have a Grab Your Sword in hand that she could save to finish off that Hades, but now it unlocks the Hades chain, and she's in some trouble.
Yeah. And still a little too much willpower on this Hades Infernal Schemer for Dawn to be able to challenge with the Giant Fairy, putting Mason's board in a pretty commanding position.
Well, Dawn can quest for 2 and play a Simba Bodyguard, and that means that if Mason wants to challenge, he still can't quite knock off the Fairy without some help.
Right.
And that'll leave the Infernal Schemer vulnerable to a challenge from Tinkerbell next turn, which can knock off the future Hades that Mason's going to play next turn. Decides not to expose anything, plays a Simba Protective Cub and passes turn. And now Dawn's looking essentially at this point to draw Ariel Spectacular Singer, A Whole New World, and Stitch Rockstar. And those are essentially the only cards that she really cares about. Everything else is just a middling little creature that doesn't quite get her out of it. And after that Let It Go on the Tinkerbell, I don't even really want to draw A Whole New World, so we're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 to everything. Pretty good play here for Dawn. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. Gonna get out the dice. What is up, Denise?
So Mason's previous turn there, using a Hades to pick up a bell, uh, getting interested in starting to end the game, but with no cards in hand, it's going to be pretty difficult to get up to 10 ink for this bell. Even that Robin Hood that he drew is no longer going to draw a card because Dawn is fresh out.
Yeah, but this is game number 3, and I am liking Mason's position more than I'm liking Dawn's.
Yeah.
And so while the Unrivaled Archer isn't going to be drawing a card, it's still worth playing, I think, because it's just a big body that can quest for 2. The problem here for Mason is that he can't really quest either, because if he starts questing, that means the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy is going to eat up some stuff. So a really precarious position for both players, and one of the reasons why you saw Dawn just pass turn without doing anything, the first person to bite likely going to be the one that's losing in the exchange, and it just depends on whether or not Mason can develop his board a bit more and then maybe try to win in one fell swoop or 2 turn cycles.
Yeah, the larger your characters get in Lorcana, each point of willpower starts to matter, and larger characters can trade for multiple creatures. And the bonus on Tinkerbell Giant Fairy of that extra 2 damage means that even for a large character, she can usually trade for more than her worth. You know, challenging one thing, taking down another, and then taking a third character from the opponent to challenge.
Whoa! Big top deck, grab your sword. Worst case scenario for Mason Clark. 2 to everything. That's going to put a lot of damage on these characters, including dealing with both of those. And now Tinkerbell Giant Fairy can go into the Hades. It's going to take 3 damage, but it's going to allow him to clear the Archer on the other side. And then we can even quest with the Simba. Perfect draw for Dawn, and Mason now in shambles. And perhaps questing there was a mistake.
Yeah, our characters are going to get to trade off, but we're close to parity with Dawn up a Simba after all is done, and both players back into top deck mode, essentially.
Okay, so here's a Mickey Mouse Detective. One of the problems with ramp is you often will get to the late game and just have a bunch of ramp effects. Dawn here does have some dead draws in the deck, too. I think A Whole New World is a little too dangerous to play. Finds, I think, another grab your sword. Holy moly, and that's going to clear the bell. It's going to deal 2 damage to the Mickey, and we can quest for 3. Dawn up to 15, pushing towards a victory condition, and we're getting close to finding our next finalist. Is it going to be Dawn Delosier, or can Mason Clark do something from the top of the deck? It's a Carefree Surfer, but no cards drawn. Mason lost too many characters early in the exchanges, and now we're going to go back Dawn's way. We can quest for 3 up to 18. Anything off the top means that we're going to be able to quest next turn for the win. It's a Be Our Guest.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Here's the top. At least finds a character we never want to miss. And we can get New Dog, so we can maybe Rockstar, but instead we're going to get Prince Eric, just in case we need to challenge.
And without a real clock, Mason's deck is pretty hard at answering this, one character off the top at a time part of the game.
He can't even clear what's in play yet. He needs something off the top of the deck right now.
This Tinkerbell is not leaving the battlefield as things stand.
Okay. Here it is. Draw the game for Mason. Finds a Carefree Surfer.
Whoa!
That could be it. We can find some help. We're going to draw 2.
But all the help is too expensive.
Well, we can sing and then be dead. Huh! Oh, Mason down.
Wow.
Dawn Delosier clinches it. Amber Steel Stitch Blitz takes down Amber Sapphire. Team NDA in shambles, and no mirror match in the finals. Dawn Delosier is your victor. Congratulations to her. She has secured a bag of $1,000, and in the finals, they'll be playing for the top prize purse of $2,000. That's going to do it for our second semifinal, and when we come back, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to show you the finals here. Dawn Delosier, Amber Stitch Blitz versus Lost Boy Harlan Fear on the Amber Sapphire deck. Dawn's got to beat the same deck again. Can she do it and win the prize, win the day? We'll see. For Apex Gaming, I'm Tandy. This is Matt. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to live coverage of the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational, presented to you by TCGplayer.com. I'm Tandy, and I'm joined by Bomat. So hi, Bomat.
Hi, Bo, Matt.
And we are two members of the Lost Boys, and we're happy to bring you the finals. We have on one side of the table Dawn Delosier playing Amber Stitch Blitz. Let's take a look at her deck list and talk about the important cards. First and foremost, Lilo making a wish. This one drop quest for 2, and you utilize Simba Protective Cub to keep it nice and healthy and keep those 1 and 2 drops away from your opponent. And then we flood the board with 1 and 2 drop characters so that Stitch Rockstar draws a bunch of cards. And then we use Ariel Spectacular Singer with either Grab Your Sword to control our opponent's board or a Whole New World to draw 7 cards. This deck is all over the place in the metagames that we've seen from various other events, and arguably the best deck in the Chapter 1 constructed. And Dawn's opponent is going to be playing a much different deck, and Harlan Fear, member of the Lost Boys as well, co-host of the podcast, and he has brought Amber Sapphire Rapunzel along with 2 of his teammates who all made top 8 here at the Invitational, and now we're in the finals. Dawn has already dispatched both of his teammates in the top 8, so I think that she is pretty advantaged here in the matchup, and I think she definitely knows how to play against it now, and hopefully she can take it down. But Harlan here going to be trying to stop her with those early defensive measures like, the Stitch New Dogs, even Grandma Tala can combine with some of those early on to combo kill Simba. But who do you think is going to win the match?
Like you said, Dawn has taken down 2 of Harlan's teammates, has played against Amber Sapphire twice in this top 8 and won both matches. But on the other side, Harlan also played against Amber Steele both rounds, taking down Kurt Spies and Frank Karsten. So both players very experienced in this matchup. But Amber Steele, a pretty popular archetype. There's a number of ways you can build it, and Dawn is trending towards the most aggressive, which is definitely a great way to combat the Amber Sapphire strategy.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of ways for the Amber Sapphire deck to knock Simba Protective Cub off the field so that you can get to the juicier morsels of the Lilo making a wish with your Mickey Mice and Grandma Talas. Anyway, the players are down in the feature match area and ready to go. So let's head on down and watch this final match. This is a best of 3 open deck list, Chapter 1 constructed event for Disney's Lorcana. I'm Tandy of the Lost Boys bringing you that action along with Bomat. And we are underway. Harlan going to be on the play, leads with Rapunzel as ink, no 1-drop. Now Dawn, let's see what she can do.
Yeah, one of the keys for Dawn, she really likes abusing the mulligan system in Lorcana, which is why she chose a Lilo Simba deck. So almost every game we've seen her start out with this Lilo. She really wants to start every game this way and is willing to go pretty deep on a mulligan to find it.
All right, Dawn thumbing Prince Eric, but going to put it into the inkwell so we can play our Protective Cub. This is going to make sure Lilo can quest a bunch, and this has been the reason she's been winning against these Amber Sapphire decks that have so much trouble dealing with the Cub, thanks to no copies of Philtites.
That's right. One of the only games that Dawn didn't start with a Protective Cub, we saw her opponent, Mason, win thanks to a Mr. Smee on turn 3, but even Mr. Smee doesn't line up well enough against the Cub.
All right, we're going to use Grandma Tala. Instead of just throwing a damage into the Simba to ramp, we're going to use it to sing Be Our Guest. Looking at the top 4, finds some options. Unsure exactly what Harlan wants to do, but he's trying to sequence over the course of more than 1 turn. He's trying to figure out what's the best route to victory over the course of about 5 turns. That's about the time where Dawn Delosier's deck starts doing some really bonkers things, from singing A Whole New World with Ariel Spectacular Singer to shifting those big rock stars and Tinkerbell Giant Fairies. And he's got to keep all that in the back of his mind while he's sequencing, and we're going to play Mr. Shmee. We just talked about him.
Yeah, this Mr. Smee is going to be able to team up with Grammatala to take down Protective Cub eventually, but the problem is usually when you're trying to beat a Simba, you're actually, like you said, trying to get at the characters behind it, and Harlan having to use both of these characters to get through Simba means the Lilo will continue to go unchecked, most likely.
All right, here's a Spectacular Singer finds a Grab Your Sword, so that's a guaranteed 2 to everything next turn unless Harlan has some way to deal with it, but I don't think his deck has a 4-cost answer to a ready Ariel, and so now next turn he's going to be in some trouble. Going to go back Harlan's way. Now, we can punish a bit here by going attack both things into Simba, and then we can use Rapunzel to draw 2 cards and heal the Shmee. And I think that is what we are going to be doing. Seems likely.
Yeah, when Harlan played the Be Our Guest on turn 3, I believe what he was really looking for was a Mickey Mouse detective to really propel him into the later game. But not finding that, just this Mr. Smee uh, means he's a little bit uh, slow to pick up these resources that his more expensive deck requires.
Yeah, this doesn't look like too bad of a spot if you're a Harlan fan, though. The 2/5 and the 1/5, relatively safe from the damage effects, like the grab your sword that Dawn already revealed and can sing this turn. But we're going to discard one of those, so maybe Harlan walks into the other one that she has in hand. We have a couple of options to go for this turn, but it's mostly just ink because our hand is relatively gummed up with these songs.
Yeah, pretty awkward turn for Dawn here. What she would really like to do is get a lot of strength into play so that if Harlan turns any of his characters sideways, she can punish with that grab your sword. But no follow up to the Simba means grab your swords are going to be relatively weak against the higher willpower on Harlan's characters.
Yeah, and that's what Harlan's really hoping for in the spot. You know, using the Grammatala and the Smee to take out the Cub means that future questers that cost 1 or 2 without that protection are quite vulnerable to these low strength, high willpower characters. They're also insulated from those big AoE, cards like Grab Your Sword and Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. It's going to make it tough sledding for Dawn if she can't start finding a way to quest.
Yeah, Dawn not being able to get off to a blistering start through the middle of the game here means we're going to kind of settle into the mid-range matchup that both of these decks are capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Going to involve maybe giant Tinkerbells coming down and threatening Harlan's board, and then Harlan trying to just completely outsize those with, at the best, Stitch Carefree Surfer.
Well, if you notice, Harlan actually inked a Bell Strange with Special last turn, and what that signifies usually when you do that is that you are in a very defensive position. When you're at parity or ahead, you like playing it so that you can either ramp or use it to start questing for 5. But when he inked it in that defensive position, now he's setting up for somewhat of a board stall, and Don can actually take advantage of that. With a couple copies of Grab Your Sword, but 3 characters in play currently to have 5 willpower is just so hard.
Yeah, so Dawn last turn wasn't quite able to play the Rapunzel that she found off the Simba Future King. Now she can if she wants to send this Ariel into Mr. Smee and draw 2 cards. And Harlan is aware of this, but is likely fine with then later being able to challenge that Ariel and get it off the table for good.
Yeah. So Dawn here, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double Grab Your Sword into a double trade with Lilo and Simba on the Smee and the Rapunzel. I think leaving either in play is a little awkward, but I just don't think she has a much stronger play. She could go like Ariel into Smee and then play Rapunzel and draw 2 cards. Other than that, though, hand is pretty gummed up with those 5-cost uninkable songs.
Yeah, the Rapunzel is tempting, but with all those songs in hand, Dawn really might not want to risk losing the Ariel.
See what she comes up with. Whatever she does, Harlan has put her in a tight spot, and her draw has not really been very functional outside of that early 1-2 start. Now, with that said, she did go 1-2-3, so it's hard to argue, right? If you go 1-drop, 2-drop, Ariel, Spectacular Singer, it's hard to ask for better.
That's right, but turns out even those most effective draws, when you're going second, are answerable by even less defensive decks like Amber Sapphire.
Okay, so she lines up the trade that I suggested earlier, takes out most of Harlan's force, and we're going to go back Harlan's way. Now, the Aerial Singer here also not that vulnerable to the Smee because it does have 3 willpower, and the Smee with 4 damage on it means that if it goes in, it will go to the discard pile. But we have a Hades Infernal Schemer. Let's get Hades Infernal Schemer on the screen. This powerful 7-cost card is one of the focal points of the Ember Sapphire deck. For 7, it is uninkable, but when it enters play, you get to choose an opposing character and banish it to their inkwell. So now a clear board for Don Delosier, a very good place to be if you're on Harlan's side of things. And we're in the middle of questing now, and we have a couple of really good options here. And here's a You Have Forgotten Me. Playing lightning fast. Going to use Rapunzel out of the graveyard with the Hades. And we're going to go back Dawn's way now empty-handed. Just packs it in. Just gives up. Taps it out. And Harlan Fear takes game number 1 in explosive fashion.
Yeah, the You Have Forgotten Me did take 2 cards from Dawn, but 2 cards she was probably not planning on playing anyway. They, sometimes can give you outs, but against an opponent with more resources and bigger cards, Dawn wasn't really in a position to win, even if she still had those those whole new worlds.
All right, this is an open decklist event, and so Harlan here is going to take a look at Dawn's decklist between games, and so will we. Actually, no, we already did that. Excuse me. We are going to take a look at Dawn's player profile. Dawn is an accomplished player here in the Magic Gathering space and is looking to make her name in the Lorcana realm. She is an AIQ champion here at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio. She won our last Pioneer event we had here, qualifying for the Apex Invitational next month. She's a member of the Squadron Hawks as their editor. 2 NRG series top 8s in the last few years. And fun facts, her favorite Disney movie is Mulan. She's a huge fan of all TCGs, and her favorites are Netrunner and Arkham Horror. Formerly on the debate team as a kid, and recently got a kitten named Murky, probably after Murktide region.
Yeah, modern staple.
Yep, and her opponent is none other than Lost Boy Harlan Fear. He's a 5-time Star City Games Open winner. The SCG Tour was a juggernaut of the Magic tournament scene in the 2010s. Now he is looking to dominate Lorcana as well. He's a founder and captain of former esports organization Team Nova. He's a former MTG coach and content creator, but now he's got a lot of jobs. Owns 3 businesses. He's a full-time woodworker. His favorite Disney movie is Moana, and he donates his hair to Wigs for Kids. Those wonderful locks are about ready to come off. He trims them off like once every 6 years or so. The last time I saw him before COVID pandemic started, he had just cut it off and had short hair, and he looked so much different.
Yeah, I've never met a Harlan with hair like that.
Yeah. All right. Well, these players are shuffling up here and about ready for game number 2. Harlan's up a game. Dawn Delosier looking to 2-0 after the initial game of losing on the draw. Okay, looks like we have a judge call. I'm going to go ask real quick, see what the problem is. I'll be right back.
Well, Tandy steps away to handle that. Looks to me like Dawn accidentally drew 8 cards in her opener and is just looking for some guidance on the best way to handle that. Like I mentioned before the match started, both of these players have won this matchup twice already in our top 8. Amber Steel, the most popular deck for our 16-player invitational, with 6 players bringing copies, and then Harlan on this Amber Sapphire ramp deck, 3 copies all in his team, and all made top 8. But there's a little more variation in the Amber Steel deck lists. Dawn playing the most aggressive version with 4 Lilo Making a Wish and 4 copies of Aladdin Cornered Swordsman, those high lore cheap characters, and forgoing on maybe some more expensive interaction like Smash, or more expensive cards like Stitch Carefree Surfer, which she's only playing 2 copies of. Alright, looks like we got that judge call resolved. Just took one of the cards out of Dawn's hand.
Yep, a little dexterity error. Dawn accidentally drew an 8th card in mulligans, and the fix is choose one at random and put it back. There aren't a ton of guidelines here, but that's a pretty typical fix for something like Magic the Gathering. Sometimes it's a very punishing thing to fix, and you reveal your hand and your opponent gets to choose the best card to put back, but that's not good for the beginning of the gameplay. But we are underway here for game number 2. Both players lead with Stitch New Dog, and we'll see if Dawn can capitalize on hers. And here's Simba, and that is going to put a kink in Harlan's plans. Let's see if he can combat it.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for Harlan to be able to come back and get through this Simba. Even a Grammatala is just a double trade, but he doesn't have access to that.
Okay, here's just a hard cast. Be our guest. Putting our magic to the test. Looking at the top 4. Gonna find Maleficent uninvited. Gonna put that in hand, and I don't know if he's even gonna quest. Oh, that should go to hand.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Director, can you go check that real quick, please? The Maleficent uninvited should be in Harlan's hand, not the graveyard. Oh,
there it
never
goes.
mind. It's fixed. Look, sometimes it doesn't get caught very quickly, and it needs to be caught very quickly.
That's true.
All right, no quest for Harlan. We're going to go back Dawn's way. An easy quest for 2 coming from her, plus this 3-drop, probably Ariel, Spectacular Singer, and there it is. We're going to go looking at the top 4. Let's get Ariel on screen because this is likely the best card in Chapter 1. This 3-cost Amber character is a 2/3 with Singer 5, which means it can play a whole new world, as well as grab your sword and other 5 drops for free. And then musical debut says when you look at when you play this character, look at the top 4, and then you put them on the bottom.
Yeah, Ariel was one of the first cards I brewed around once we got the full card pool. But at the time, I was trying to fit, the maximum 20 cards.
Yeah. You hit pretty often when you go 20.
It's true, but then you have to play worse cards like Reflection, maybe. And turns out the best strategy is to only play the good ones, and the incidental ones like Be Our Guest.
All right, so Mickey Mouse Detective comes down, and then we are going to go ahead and quest for a bunch. Shifted Stitch Rockstar is going to be 3, 4, 5, up to 8. Now we're going to go back Harlan's way. He's going to need a removal spell here to deal with the Rockstar. It's going to be devastating next turn.
Yeah, this is a familiar strategy for Dawn. I believe our semifinal match, she was able to shift a Tinkerbell on turn 4 and just start questing with that. It's kind of an underappreciated mode of these shift cards, is being able to get the questing online much sooner than usual.
All right, well, Harlan here, it doesn't look like he has to let it go. I feel like that'd be a pretty easy play onto the Rockstar to contain it before it gets out of control. Even though you'd give Dawn 2 extra resources, I think it would be worthwhile. I think his best play here is either going to be Mickey Mouse to ramp into a 7 next turn like Hades. You can combine that with another 2-drop like Grammatala. Or you can just ink one of those things like Grammatala and play a 5-drop that can potentially challenge, but the Maleficent Uninvited is just like not big enough.
Yeah, it would need some help, and Harlan's not going to be able to play enough cards to do that. So we are just going to focus on ramp.
Okay, back Dawn Delozier's way. Where you want to be in the Amber Stitch Blitz deck is reading on your turn with an active Stitch Rockstar. And here we go, off to the races. Multiple 1 and 2 drops in hand for Dawn, and we're going to play a bunch and draw a bunch, and we'll see how bad it is once Harlan gets to go. Starting off with an Aladdin. Draw a card.
Yeah, this is a pretty effective strategy against Amber Sapphire. Harder for them to deal with a wide board, especially when these cards replace themselves. Now, Harlan does have a bunch of small characters, but honestly, it's almost the larger character that he needs to worry about the most.
All right, Dawn's going to continue with Simba Future King. That's going to allow for a draw from the Rockstar and then a loot. It's a little awkward on Pixelborn. It forces you to loot first before you can exert and draw, but we have gotten confirmation from the rules team at Ravensburger in Lorcana that you can put your triggers on the stack however you like. So we're going to draw first and then loot, get a little more information. Looks like we're going to discard a Stitch Rockstar. Interesting, but we want to maintain a bunch of cheap characters here to continue the Rockstar we have in play.
Yeah, this is a complicated spot for Dawn. It looks like what she's really interested in is getting down the Simba Protective Cub to keep the Aladdin Cornered Swordsman alive, as that's the most potent lore other than the enormous Stitch Rockstar. But the problem is, to play that, she's going to have to ink one of these other cards,
right.
And she's also interested in maybe playing a Stitch New Dog this turn so she can start questing with another Rockstar next turn.
Right. So I really like her thought process here. And now it looks like we're just going to ink that Stitch New Dog and play the Simba and draw a card. And that's going to protect those smaller characters from the challenges of Harlan Fear next turn. And we get to quest 3, 4. So Hades is going to come down here for Harlan. That's almost a guarantee. That's going to knock out the Stitch Rockstar. But then we have to eat up the Simba. And it's going to take challenging with all of our characters.
Yeah, Dawn has set herself up really well against this Hades. That's going to be 2 cards going into her Inkwell, meaning that next turn, if she draws an ink, she can play another Rockstar and draw another card with this Aladdin Cornered Sword.
I don't even think she needs to play another ink. Right?
It's a Captain Hook. I thought it was an Aladdin in her hand. So, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so all the characters on Harlan's side going to come crumbling down except for a Hades. And here, if you're a Dawn Delozier fan, you are thinking things are looking up.
Also a Tinkerbell, which is pretty good. The fact that yeah, it's going to continue to be a good card. I think, though, the fact that Stitch Rockstar just puts more lore onto the battlefield and draws a card is pretty tempting.
Yeah, I quite like killing the Mickey Mouse. It is going to challenge the Aladdin Swordsman next turn like 100%. But Dawn valuing the Stitch Rockstar static effect quite highly. And here's the hook, and we're going to draw a card.
Well, this play puts a ton of lore onto the battlefield, draws a card, like I said, and it's pretty free to use the Simba to take down this Mickey Mouse detective. But she puts the ball back in Harlan's court and
Yep.
decides to get the lore out of the Simba.
Every lore matters, and she goes up to 16. Only needs 4 more to win in Harlan's deck. No sweepers, and looks like he is on the back foot. He finds a Hades, Lord of the Underworld, but doesn't quite do enough here. And those Stitch Carefree Surfers are pretty expensive and will require most of his time and attention. And now, Dawn looking like she's going to be taking this one down, even if he finds a Let It Go. Can only deal with one of those characters and packs it in. Game number 3. We're forcing that game 3 now. Dawn Delosier wins game number 2.
Yeah, we've seen Dawn's aggressive strategy has been definitely most potent on the play.
Right.
So taking it back in Harlan's directions means he might have a slight edge as long as he's able to mulligan to those defensive pieces, which he doesn't have all that many of compared to other decks.
All right. Well, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 3, looks like we're going to take a short break here for Dawn as well. We are going to take a moment and say thank you to our sponsors. First and foremost, we're the Lost Boys. We started making Lorcana content about 2 months ago. We have a YouTube channel, a Patreon, and Twitter. If you'd like to follow those, you can check us out at Lost Boys LOR on any of those platforms. We make tons of content for YouTube, including the Lost Boys Versus series, where we pilot decks against each other on Pixelborn. In the future, we hope to play against each other in person in tabletop, but that's going to require some time. We also do a weekly podcast where we break down current trends in Lorcana competitive play, as well as discuss new deck ideas and new sets as they come out. And we'd really appreciate you if you went and gave us a follow on those platforms. That's Lost Boys LOR. I'd like to say thank you to Cards and Castles 2. This Tactics card battler on Steam is free to play. We're going to link it in chat for you right now, so you can go check it out on Steam right now for free. And if you use code Apex Gaming, get 5 free booster packs. That game is very fun, and we've been making some short videos for you that we've put on the broadcast today to give you an idea of what the game looks like and how it demos. But I would say pretty similar to I don't know, it's just a tactics card battle. That's the best way I can put it, and it's really fun. I'd also like to say thank you to Ultimate Guard. Ultimate Guard has been a sponsor here on the Apex Gaming circuit for Magic the Gathering for over a year now, and we appreciate their support. You can ask your local game store for product from Ultimate Guard, like their Katana sleeves or Archive deck box. And if you are a fan of Commander, or you have a cube yourself, the Archive deck box is absolutely perfect for you. And if you're a competitive player like myself, the Katana sleeves will keep your cards safe and sharp. Last but not least, our marquee sponsor is TCGplayer.com. They're your one-stop shop for all things TCG related, from singles in Pokemon to Disney's Lorcana. You can check out TCGplayer.com and find any single that your heart desires. They also have a new side of things for TCG Player Infinite. That's their article-driven part of their website where they talk about strategy for all those card games, including 2 articles by the Lost Boys that went up on their website this week, a metagame breakdown, as well as player profiles for all the people in our Invitational. Make sure to check out TCGplayer.com today. Thank you so much to them for helping us put this event on and bringing it to you. You got anything for me? I'm running out of breath.
Yeah, I'm ready to watch this rubber match. Both our players have fought a long way to get here. Both took 1 or 2 losses yesterday, so had to fight back to claim those 3 wins and make it to day 2. But now they've each fought through a top 8 consisting largely of the other player's deck, and they've seen these cards multiple times, 2 days in a row, and now it's time to see who understands them best.
All right, well, Dawn here going to be on the draw. No play for Harlan, though, so we're going to start off with Stitch New Dog. Let's see if Harlan can put something into play, or if wants to just do 1 jump ahead. Maybe Grammatala, but Grammatala doesn't challenge well. Seems like Harlan, kept the Grammatala because it could go after something like Lilo and protect you, but if the Stitch starts questing, the Grammatala is just kind of running into nothing.
Yeah, we saw Stitch kind of often the second best 1-drop for these Amber Steel decks. Lilo, gets off to the fastest start, but like we saw last game, if you can shift an early Stitch, that can get you off to a great lead.
Mm-hmm. All right, Harlan's way. This cornered swordsman's only a 2-1, so it is potentially checked by the Grammatala, and Dawn's got to keep that in mind when she decides to quest over the next few turns, perhaps choosing not to. Perhaps Harlan wants to ramp pretty quickly here. If Harlan goes Mickey Mouse Detective and then challenges for 1 with the Grammatala, he'll be up to 6 ink next turn potentially for maybe a Robin Hood Unrivaled Archer, which could draw a card and provide him with a nice beefy defensive character. See what he wants to do here.
Yeah, it looks like another option that's either a Mr. Smee or a Maximus. If it's a Mr. Smee, that keeps a lot of Dawn's board in check. She won't be able to freely quest with either the Stitch or the Aladdin. But Harlan looks like in the tank here.
The longest I've seen him think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all right. Well, he's doing the play I said. He's going to do 1 damage to the Stitch, and now we're going to go for a Mickey Mouse Detective. And that's going to send us up to 5 and potentially 6 next turn. It's at the very least pushing us closer and closer to 7 for our powerful 7s like Hades, Infernal Schemer, and Stitch Carefree Surfer. Back Dawn's way. Ink number 3.
I like this play from Harlan. Once you have the Mickey, you don't really need the Tala to keep the Aladdin in check, and his deck's going to be pretty good at using that extra ink from Grandma.
Ooh. Here's Ariel, Spectacular Singer. Musical debut finds. Grab your sword, and we're going to put that in hand. Probably going to quest with both. Maybe neither. Okay. Just for 2. Saving the Stitch New Dog, I guess, in case of a Rockstar shift.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I guess it's a free eat with Mickey because it's only a 2, and I guess it's a free with Mickey no matter what, so it's interesting to me. So I guess that means shift.
Both essentially 2-1s, which means she's really valuing shifting this Rockstar that she has in her hand.
Right.
But with all that, with all this ramp now 3 times for Harlan, he's getting into the range of being able to quickly answer any Rockstar that she shifts.
Okay. Here comes Dawn. We found a Be Our Guest. We can sing it if we like. We can shift Stitch Rockstar and just pass turn and hope there's no big punish next turn. It does still have 4 willpower. It keeps the damage on it when you do shift. We can quest or sing. It looks like we're going to sing, grab your sword. And then it's going to take out one of the Mickey Mice and put some damage on the others. And we're going to quest for 3. So not quite vulnerable to the attacks, and there's no punishes here, no buffs, but Harlan going to be looking for Hades or Let It Go to take the Rockstar out, or it's going to draw a ton of cards next turn.
Yeah, that's what we saw last game. Dawn was able to convert both the early questing on the Rockstar itself, plus the card draw from a bevy of cheap characters that were really difficult for Harlan to deal with. So, starting out first by singing Be Our Guest, Harlan is looking for exactly Hades, and only found a dog and a smaller Hades.
Yeah, so finds Lord of the Underworld, which can get back like a Mickey Mouse, continue the ramping, but not sure that that's what he really wanted. And
this Rockstar is going unanswered.
And that's awesome news for Dawn. And if she gets untapped with it, which it looks like she's going to do, it's going to threaten to draw a bunch of cards, and then Dawn can also sing Grab Your Sword with the Ariel. I might have liked to play from Harlan. Maybe this was ill-advised, but a play from Harlan was potentially just double challenge the Ariel and then use Rapunzel to refresh the Smee to just draw a bunch and kind of set up for next turn. This turn, it means it's relatively ineffective because he was unable to find the powerful Hades Schemer off of the Be Our Guest.
Yeah, so Harlan now uses Mr. Smee just to put a couple damage on the Ariel and then draw a couple extra cards off of it thanks to Rapunzel. But yeah, the fact that neither of these characters are leaving play for Dawn is huge. They both have super powerful effects, both being able to sing if Dawn finds 2 songs.
She already has 2 songs.
Oh, yeah.
And she's pretty low on cards, and Harlan can make her lower on cards by playing a You Have Forgotten Me. The 4-cost Amber one-shot forces Dawn to discard 2 cards.
Yeah, the problem is that Harlan knows exactly what the punish is here. If Dawn has
a wheel,
a whole new world as her 4th card.
Why are you saying it that way? Why am I saying what way?
A whole new world?
A whole new world. Director Dan's giving me the stink eye. Okay.
Look, I'm just following Todd's
That's
lead.
an old Family Guy bit. I'm sorry. Harlan, what you got, buddy?
In the tank.
Yeah, we're in the finals, man.
Yeah, this is tight.
Every decision matters. and he's thinking through all the possible outcomes. Playing your cards as ink. Here is Hades, Lord of the Underworld, gonna get back Mickey Mouse Detective, setting up for the next few turns. Gonna go back Dawn's Way, and we have a Rockstar.
Boom. Right off the top. Another cheap character, meaning Dawn's going to get to keep the Rockstar going. But, and the Hades as well, pretty vulnerable to this grab your sword, meaning these extra characters Dawn puts out are going to be hard to challenge from Harlan's side.
Okay, Dawn here gonna think better of playing a whole new world. Gonna play out a couple of these characters and draw cards with Stitch Rockstar. This has Aladdin, Cornered Swordsman in hand that she can play here as well.
And in the semifinals, we saw a great play from Dawn. She used her Rockstar, I believe, to challenge a bell rather than questing with it, and that turned out to mathematically put her ahead in the race because the bell was no longer able to challenge her smaller characters and take them down. So that's exactly the play that we see now. Dawn is challenging this Mr. Smee so that it dies to a grab for your sword, and Mr. Smee can't take down any of her characters now.
Bring out the dice! 2 to everything. And now Dawn in a commanding position. Harlan here can't clear the Stitch Rockstar without putting it into the Inkwell, even though it's got 3 damage on it. And then Rapunzel takes out the Ariel, and now Dawn untapping here with 6 lore, 3 characters, and Harlan here still has his work cut out for him, but that was a great turn for him for sure.
Yeah, Dawn, no Lilo in those Rockstar characters meant that oh, here it is. Meant that she didn't put out quite as much lore as she might have hoped, and Harlan did have the answer.
All right, well, Hook can challenge the Rapunzel just to clear it, and then we can maybe quest for 3 with the new dog and the Aladdin, and we're just trying to win the race here. Or we could just quest with all 3, play 2 characters, and say go. I think Dawn is considering playing a whole new world, and I think if that happens, you're going to see Harlan take over the game. But Dawn here always going through the options at all times, and she's got plenty of time to think. This is an untimed finals. We are in the last game of the tournament. We want this to come to a nice, satisfying conclusion. So take your time, Dawn. I want to know what you're thinking.
Yeah, Dawn in kind of a bind here. It's hard enough when you have one whole new world that you don't really want to cast, but she has 2, and you know, just sitting on these whole new worlds for the rest of the game, it's kind of like giving a Harlan a free "You Have Forgotten Me." She really feels the push to use her resources, but look at that, sets them aside. We're just gonna play out these characters this turn, and I wonder whether we'll ever see these whole new worlds. It would have to take likely an Ariel to be able to cheaply sing them, I think.
Something like that for sure. Maybe we could go Stitch Rockstar off the top, shift onto the new dog, Wheel 7, look for some stuff to do. I think that would be a reasonable sequence, and it would put her far enough ahead on the board where it would make a lot of sense because she has so few resources at her disposal. But she's very ahead on board and on lore, and now it's up to Harlan to try to come back. We can go Hades into Simba, and then Gramatala into any of the characters that have 1 willpower left. Or we can just play Hades from hand, clear the Simba, but instead it looks like we're going to go for a different play.
I don't believe Harlan has access to... nope, maybe that is a Hades. But the fact that he just picked up that Carefree Surfer, that's the first time we've seen it this match. This is kind of what the deck is built around, but instead just preserving lore, taking out the Lilo with the Hades.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. He knows that at this point, Dawn's just trying to burn him out. And he needs to take out all the things that can quest for 2, especially when they're at the ready, and challenges a bunch of the other things that can quest for 2 while they're exerted. We're going to Aladdin Cornered Swordsman into the Inkwell, and we're going to go a wheelin' and dealin', draw 7, and now we're in super burn mode. Dawn going to play out her whole hand every single turn and try to get up to 20 before Harlan's able to dominate.
Yeah, that looked like actually a pretty good wheel for Dawn. Found a Lilo and a Cornered Swordsman, a Simba. These are pretty impactful, cheap characters. And there's also a Stitch Rockstar in there. I wouldn't be surprised to see her just leave this new dog back until it can be shifted onto and really turn the race back in her favor.
Oh, I agree. This Simba protective cub that she drew as well looks like it would be a nice play to protect, but I think it's better to just set up a spot where uh, you don't want to quest. You just want to progress 2 more characters onto the
Yeah.
table, say go, and then next turn you go shift plus do some Rockstar things, and Harlan's in a bad way.
Yeah, next turn is likely the turn where we'll see the Simba come down, probably alongside the shifted Rockstar, and just to make it that much harder for Harlan to make clean challenges. But Harlan gets the first full turn after this whole new world.
Okay, Dawn
Wow.
gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna clear that Hades. I don't want you using Rapunzel to heal it, and then gonna deploy a couple characters here post combat. This means that there's not gonna be a Stitch shift next turn, but maybe that's okay. Maybe we can just hard cast it and then play a couple 1-drops and draw
That's
2
true.
cards. But Dawn knows that Harlan also has a fresh 7 cards, so she's just going to deploy 2 rather weak 1-drops. They can challenge, or sorry, they can challenge if Harlan decides to quest with the Hades. Both of them just throwing themselves into the 4/6. But you know, these high willpower characters from Harlan means that anytime Dawn wants to go trading, she's usually trading 2 or 3 for 1, and questing seems to be a much stronger option in a lot of these scenarios. But knows that that Hades from last turn could have been really bad if she let it stick around. So making that unfortunate trade for herself. We're singing 1 jump ahead with Hades. And then we're gonna play a Maximus.
Yeah, that's a lot of calculus going on in Harlan's head to decide first, right off the bat, that we want to be singing this 1 jump ahead. Uh, but just deciding I have plenty of cards, I'm gonna need even more ink to deploy them,
Yep.
and is still able to put out some good board presence with Maximus Palace Horse and Robin Hood Unrivaled Archer.
All right, Rockstar down. 4/6. Now we can play at least 1, probably 2 more characters here and draw a couple cards. See which characters Dawn wants to deploy. I see a Lilo making a wish. That 1-cost character, often a weak top deck, but here it does cycle itself and force Harlan to interact via challenging, which can perhaps be devastating if Dawn finds something like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy.
That's true. That's a good goal for Dawn to work towards, is kind of softening up Harlan's characters, because right now the characters she's drawing cards off of with Stitch Rockstar are, Harlan's kind of going to have his choice for the best targets to challenge, uh, because of the size of his characters and the relative vulnerability of Dawn's.
Okay. So Dawn plays a Simba and draws a card and says go. Now we're going to go back Harlan's way. We draw for turn. Hand looks like a bunch of amber cards. No sapphire removal. So I don't think we can get the Stitch Rockstar off the table as of yet, but we do have a Be Our Guest, which can find a Hades Infernal Schemer. We've been through a couple. Can also find a Hades Lord of the Underworld and get back the Schemer from the bin. That's another thing for Dawn you got to worry about, is when you start challenging these characters, you also give added value to things like the Hades, and
Mm.
lets them use those characters from the graveyard like Hades that have enters the battlefield effects.
Harlan, with plenty of ink at this point, can play Carefree Surfer plus another character if he chooses to. We might also be getting towards the point in the game where he feels comfortable sneaking a Bell in on these next few turns to threaten to win himself in short order.
All right, let's see how Harlan wants to sequence here. We're going to go eat the Simba. That's easy. We're going to quest for 2. Now we can play another Maximus to protect, but I don't know if Dawn's going to do too much challenging next turn.
Yeah.
So I might get really aggressive, like you said, get these bells down. There's a bell and a Maleficent uninvited. This is threatening 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lore next turn. Not quite in lethal range yet, but very soon. And if Dawn doesn't deploy some serious pressure here or start containing the things on the other side of the table, then she is running out of time.
And we kind of saw this dynamic happening the past few rounds. One thing Amber Steel can do in this position is not give the Sapphire deck the freedom to quest with all these characters. Right, like you said, if Dawn develops a threatening enough board, then Harlan has to start challenging rather than questing and pushing towards a finish.
All right, Dawn, thumbing this grab your sword, thinking about singing it, thinking about playing it. Maybe looking for a second grab your sword to clean up a lot of these 4 willpower characters. There's 2 damage on the Hades, so second grab your sword would deal with the Robin Hood, the Hades, and the Bell, and save her a lot of trouble. We can sing that. We can do a lot of things. I mean, our hand is flush.
Yeah, and every character Dawn plays is going to give her more options, but less ink.
Yeah, it's also going to incentivize Harlan to start challenging
Exactly.
instead of questing. And he's in a position now where if you don't force him to challenge, he's just going to spend 2 full turns going quest, quest, win the game. And that is one of the reasons why Dawn is... I don't think she's played ink yet either. I think this is going to be brutal.
Right. That's exactly why she played that Stitch New Dog right off the top. Cheaper than the other, 2 ink characters, and this is exactly what she was looking for. Is 2 copies of Grab Your Sword. One of the most impactful cards in this entire deck.
All right, the last thing standing on Harlan's side of things is Maleficent Uninvited, but no questing for Dawn after the song, and we're going to go back Harlan's way. Finds a Let It Go. We can use that to take care of the Rockstar, and then we can have Maleficent eat the Lilo, leaving Dawn with just 2 characters in play. But we're going to heal for 3 and for the Rapunzel and draw 3 cards, and now, grip full. It's looking pretty good for Harlan, but we got to contain what's in play.
Yeah, the problem for Dawn is Grab Your Swords. Those were seriously impactful, but she's been through all 4 copies now. So if she's not able to win the game before Harlan builds up yet another board, she's going to be right back in the same position.
Right. And we know with Let It Go at the ready and the challenge from the Maleficent that we have at least 2 of these characters rolled up if we want. And if I'm not mistaken, okay, that is what we're going to do. Okay, Rockstar goes to the Inkwell from Let It Go. Let's get Let It Go on the screen because this and Sapphire are not something we see a ton of in competitive Lorcana play.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the ramp effects not being nearly as effective as many of us thought at the beginning. But the Team NDA brought 3 copies of Amber Sapphire, and Let It Go is a huge part of it. They're playing 4 copies of it, and they're also playing 4 copies of things like Maleficent, a bunch of Maximus, and other 5-drops to sing it. But skewing away from things like Ariel, Spectacular Singer, even though it does have Singer 5. Let It Go is a powerful removal spell, but it does put it into the Inkwell, so there is a bit of a punish. But unlike Dragonfire, it is inkable, so a little bit of give and take.
Yeah, in order to make that downside palatable, they had to kind of add 2 upsides in both inkability and the fact that it's a song. And we see singing Let It Go come up all the time in matchups like these.
Okay, dominant board position now for Harlan. We're going to go back Dawn's way, see what she can do. I see a Shift Rockstar and a Simba. We also have a Be Our Guest we can ink or play. We also have a whole new world, so we could have another big explosive burst of resources, but Dawn going to go for a full retail Stitch Rockstar, and that's going to follow up with a Simba, and likely a quest for 3, and I think Dawn just going to try to burn Harlan out.
Yeah, it's going to be close, especially because in order to keep the cards going, you have to exert them with Stitch, so Harlan's going to be able to take the most efficient challenges possible.
But if you look at his side of the field, it's just all one strength things. It's like very difficult to challenge when, your threats are Rapunzel and Mickey Mouse Detective and Stitch New Dog.
That's true, but this Maleficent can take down the Simba, the Stitch can trade for the Stitch,
Right.
and then Mickey Mouse can take down Lilo. So, however Dawn stacks up the dominoes, Harlan has some good challenges still. And maybe considering playing this Be Our Guest before the Simba? Nope, here it comes.
Okay, gonna Simba and draw a card. Finds a tiny tactician so we can play Be Our Guest as ink and then get that down. And then maybe next turn we can wheel, but instead we're just gonna hard cast the Be Our Guest and save that tiny tactician for later. We are gonna look at the top 4. Carefree Surfer, Ariel, and Rockstar number 2 are all possibles. See what she takes. Carefree Surfer is pretty nice, but every single 1 and 2 draws a card with Rockstar unless Harlan has an answer, but we know he does. So we're going to go with Dawn. It's going to go for the Ariel Spectacular Singer, maybe looking for another Grab Your Sword next turn. Oh, no, they're all 4 gone, like you said.
Yeah.
Right.
There's the quest. The burn continues.
Okay, so like you said, this is an onboard check, but Dawn just trying to burn them out. We're going to go Maleficent into Simba. We're going to go these smaller characters into Dawn smaller characters, and then likely a Let It Go or Hades on the Rockstar.
Yeah, and Surfer here, starting off with the card draw, and it found us another 7-drop.
Yeah. Dawn kept the Spectacular Singer over another Rockstar. Perhaps not considering the fact that her Rockstar that was in play was going to get blasted again, but maybe just thinking that Ariel can find her something that can get her out of this. But Harlan here is on the warpath. We drew some cards with Carefree Surfer. Stitch Rockstar goes to the Inkwell, and all the other characters are challenged. The board is empty. Dawn is on her last legs. Let's see if she can cobble together one final offensive and see if we can accumulate 8 ink before Harlan's able to take things over. We did find a pretty good draw.
Yeah, Harlan has 10 lore represented on his side, so it's going to take 2 turns to win, but he's going to be able to load the board up so fully that even whatever Dawn has is going to have a hard time challenging it.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen last turn Dawn be really aggressive and go shift Rockstar, sing Whole New World, try to flood the board with like 5 or 6 cheap characters.
Yeah.
I think casting for full value just meant, you couldn't quest or sing, and it meant that your plays for that turn were going to be anemic. And as you saw, Harlan able to easily dispatch what she was able to produce. And now Ariel does find a Be Our Guest. We can play that as ink. And then we can maybe play a Tinkerbell, which will kill the Maleficent. We'll see what she wants to do.
Yeah, Maleficent is the most lore represented on Harlan's side of the field, but nothing else is going to be dying, and the fact that Harlan's going to be able to reload after this means I'm pretty sure he's still going to be threatening the following turn.
Okay, finds another Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. Maybe combined with the one in hand can help her out of this mess.
That's going to take a while, though. Sometimes, if you're in a tight enough spot with a certain amount of resources, players can look to shift a Tinkerbell onto a Tinkerbell to get 2 damage in the same turn cycle.
Okie dokie. Well, let's see if she wants to play it. She does. 1 to everything. Bring out the dice! Alright, 1 to everything. Maleficent goes to the bin. We're going to go back Harlan's way. And I have a feeling Harlan is on the cusp of becoming our champion. Pretty fitting, I would have to say, that one of the Lost Boys wins the Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. Maybe a little insider trading going on. Might have to talk to his manager.
You could say that, or you could say, look, you make content with him because he's good at the game.
Yeah,
right?
no kidding. All right, Hades is going to take out the Tinkerbell. All hope slowly fading for Dawn. And,
Mr. Smee, the game winner.
Oh, yeah. If we don't quest with Smee to win, what's the point? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 11. Dawn, 1 last turn to get things going. Let's see what she can do. She does have a Whole New World, so that could be a place to start with the Ariel Singer. I don't know if she has enough AoE damage in her deck to be able to stall out all this lore generation from Harlan.
Yeah, the smallest character on Harlan's side has 3 willpower remaining, and there's just no way Dawn's going to be able to play enough giant fairies to make it through all this mess. Dawn's going to have to remove 3 lore from Harlan's side in order to not lose on the spot, and I just don't know if she has the tools to do it. She is packing 2 copies of Fire the Cannons, remember, unlike a lot of versions of this archetype. But I do know one of them is also on the bottom after last turn.
I saw 2 of them get put on the bottom over the last 2 turns off of Be Our Guest and Ariel's Cannons was the first card revealed. Often a nice pairing with your other damage effects, but here, far too many characters on Harlan's side to be that effective anyway. It's going to need some combination of things from Dawn to get out of this, but I don't know, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters on Harlan's side. We've seen crazier things happen, but unfortunately for Dawn, all 4 copies of Grab Your Sword are in the bin, and that means that she doesn't have any recourse, and she packs it in. So congratulations to my man Harlan Fear, member of the Lost Boys, co-host of the Lost Boys podcast, is your champion. That Amber Sapphire deck from Team NDA taking it down. Congrats to him.
Yeah, congratulations, Harlan. Congratulations to all our players. We had a great invitational weekend. Lots of really exciting, close matches, and some skillful plays put on display. Thank you to everyone for coming out to Caldwell, Ohio. to play this event. And here's Harlan Fear,
Here's
your
Harlan. He's coming
invitational
on in.
champion.
All right, come on now. Let's get you in the booth, buddy. Put it on like this. Okay. Harlan Fear, your champion. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank
You are now $2,000 richer, and we are so happy to see you take it down. This has been a really fun tournament, not only to cast, but to organize, and all the people seem like they had a lot of fun. Why don't you tell the people at home, how was your experience this weekend? How was your tournament?
It was awesome. Obviously, tournaments like this, just competitive tournaments, everybody loves going to, an event, playing a game you love, playing for money and high stakes is always fun. But these small, closed field events like this are always a blast.
Yeah.
We were all having a great time playing shuffleboard last night. And you just end up like really bonding with the other competitors a lot more. Everybody's just having a good time. It's a lot more laid back because, we were all invited, so it's not like we paid like some exorbitant entry fee, and we were all, guaranteed to get something out of the event, and it's just way more fun. And just, it's awesome.
All right. Well, so you have recently joined the Lost Boys and are my co-host on the podcast. I talked to Chad a little bit while you were smushing Don there at the end, and perhaps a little insider trading. Lost Boys winning the Lost Boys Invitational.
To be fair, I told you like 3 weeks ago on the cast. I was like, when I win the tournament.
That's true. I would never bet against Harlan when it comes to a card game tournament. I don't know if y'all watched him play, but not only was he playing well, but he was playing very fast, which means that he's been playing a lot.
Yeah, it was fun coming to the event and then like talking to the other competitors on Friday before we started playing. And I put in maybe like 500 or 600 games on Pixelborn, and that ended up being like, if you took the other 14 competitors and added them up, that was like more than their total. And then Brennan, who I tested with, just played 4 times what I did. He played 2,200 games on Pixelborn.
Jesus.
And so happy that we could take it down. We did great with the ramp deck we finished.
Yeah, all 3 of you top 8'd, which is
winner, top 4, and top 8.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, it's really hard to ask for better from a team building exercise and a team deck. Team NDA came out of the gates with this really off the beaten path archetype, and you all 3 lost round 1, right?
Yeah, we were 0-3 to start the event. Also, fun fact about our matchup against Don. Don beat every single one of us up to this point, and I got to redeem us in the finals. And I was like, yeah, if it's a 25% matchup, obviously the 4th time's the charm.
Yes, exactly.
That's how percentages work, right?
Yeah, of course.
So.
All right. Well, why don't you give us a little bit of insight? This Amber Sapphire, we're calling it Rapunzel.
Yep.
And this deck kind of came out of nowhere. But can you tell us a little bit about what you liked about the deck against the field?
Yeah, so it's funny because we were the 3 people bringing a completely unknown archetype, basically. We were the only ones with like an accurate metagame prediction.
Sure.
But
everyone else has to fight you, but you have to fight everybody
exactly.
else.
And we actually we were a little low on Ruby Amethyst, and we had a couple more Amber Steels predicted, like the big one with Surface Stitch like us. And that's really what we were trying to prey on was the bigger Amber Steel decks and Ruby Amethyst. But the Stitch Blitz deck isn't horrible. You saw when we're on the play, when the ramp deck is on the play, it looks almost as lopsided in the other direction.
Well, sometimes
the games look closer when I'm on the play. And Don and I were talking about it before we started. If she's on the play, it's like above 60%,
right?
And then when I'm on the play, it's like 55%, and you can see that just from the lore counts.
Yeah.
When I'm on the draw, it's like 18-1, and when I win, it's like we're both in the double digits, but like the game is well decided, So it's really important to survive that onslaught. Bell is a huge card for being able to break parity.
We saw how you were utilizing it in the event, not only to use it in conjunction with your other ramp effects like 1 jump ahead so that you get to 7 faster, but also using it essentially as a damage engine, a giant ballista at the end of the game that goes 5. And every time your opponent challenges it, guess what? Hades is going to back from the discard pile, and you're going to do it again. And when you're churning with huge willpower characters and you have this smaller thing that deals 5, it's just such a unique effect that's so hard to deal with from both angles.
Yeah, you almost force, especially against the Blitz matchup, because that's the thing I played against the most. It was the next most popular deck in the top 8. You force them when you have Bell in play because it's ready, so they can't challenge it.
Right.
You force them to basically have to double grab your sword.
Yes.
but then that already eats up like 5 of their ink and one of their best characters.
And some of their
And then
lore
all my other
generation,
stuff is
too.
just alive.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they have to like, okay, do I quest or do I try and trade into the characters? And it's almost like we started calling it putting your opponent in check whenever you present lethal.
Yep.
And doing that in this deck specifically almost like makes your opponent plague wind themselves.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again, Harlan
Yep.
Fear of the Lost. Oh, come on, give me a good handshake. Harlan Fear of the Lost Boys takes down the
Yeah.
Lost Boys Lorcana Invitational. Congratulations to you. Why don't you hand the microphone back over to my man
Yeah.
at Bowmat, and we'll close this out, yeah? All right, chats. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend. We had the Last Chance Qualifier on Friday where we put 2 people into the Invitational. We had 16 players battle it out for their fair share of $5,000 in cash and prizes. And today we crowned a champion. Harlan Fear of the Lost Boys wins the Lost Boys Invitational. You couldn't have written it up any better if you were Isaac Asimov, I guess, huh?
Yeah, nice reference.
All right.
Card of the tournament, definitely Surfer Stitch.
Yeah?
Didn't come out as much in the finals there, but all through the top 8, it was just 4-8, 4-8, 4-8, and a bunch of these steel decks just couldn't beat it. Very impressive showing.
Color of the tournament has to be Amber, right?
Absolutely.
6 of 8 Amber decks. And Surfer Stitch, obviously one of the dominant cards from those archetypes. The Stitch Blitz deck, we saw it do some miraculous things. Full board wipes with double grab your sword, Tinkerbell attacks, really sick stuff. And Ruby Amethyst getting squished. Can you ask for more?
Yeah, they 2 players made it 3-0 on day 1, but then right out in the quarterfinals, taken down by our top 8 players.
All right. Well, before we go, I'd like to say one last thank you to our sponsors for this event. Without them, we could not have put this on. First and foremost, our premier sponsor is TCGplayer.com. Make sure to check out TCGplayer.com for all of your card game singles from Magic the Gathering to Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, and now Disney's Lorcana. You check out TCGplayer.com and their Infinite side so you can read some strategy articles and figure out how to get as good as Harlan Fear. You can also check out Ultimate Guard products at your local game store. They have awesome deck boxes, sleeves like the Katana sleeves, and the Archive deck box, which can hold Commander decks and cubes. And then also thank you to Cards and Castles 2, the brand new free-to-play game on Steam that's currently in early access. Use code Apex Gaming to get 5 free booster packs. It's an awesome tactics card battler with a really interesting resource engine and a lot of fun cards. So make sure to check out Cards and Castles 2 on Steam for free today. For the people at Apex Gaming, we're the Lost Boys. Check out Lost Boys LOR on all social medias that matter to, well, not all, but a bunch of social medias that matter. Patreon is our place where we post our articles. They're all free to read. Make sure to check us out at Lost Boys LOR. Twitter, Lost Boys LOR, and YouTube, where we post our podcast as well as gameplay videos, Lost Boys Versus. We also post our podcasts on other mediums. So that's going to do it, man. You got anything?
No, that's it. Very impressive showing from Team NDA, and Harlan takes it down.
Yeah, big thank you to all the staff to help facilitate a wonderfully run event. Thank you so much to Colin Tarrant Huck of Apex Gaming here in Caldwell, Ohio, for taking care of us and making sure that we have a place to play. We will be running a Magic the Gathering Modern $5,000 Open next weekend on October 28th. So make sure to head on out to Caldwell, Ohio, and battle for your fair share of $5,000 as well as a qualification to the Apex Invitational that's going to be next month. Thank you so much to our director Dan as well as our director Rob for helping us put on a great show and do some cool behind the scenes stuff. Thank you so much to our players for showing up and putting on a show as well. And congrats again to Harlan Fear, and congrats to Dawn for making the finals. That's going to do it for us here at the Apex Gaming here in Caldwell. I'm Tandy of the Lost Boys. That's Bowmat, and we'll see you next time. Sweet.